A man in a white uniform walks, delivering a speech to a group of people. He asks for everyone's attention. He explains that in a few days, Princess Wei Wei will arrive at outpost 11361 to assume her position as station chief. He explains that, according to imperial law, all 14,000 individuals present at the station will become citizens under the command of Princess Wei Wei. He emphasizes the importance of the occasion, stating that becoming a citizen directly linked to the royal family is a rare opportunity, even throughout the Galactic Federation. A hand rises from the crowd, interrupting the officer's speech. Visibly annoyed, he turns to the crowd and asks who interrupted him. A young man in a blue uniform, with his hand still raised, introduces himself as Wang Xiaofeng, senior mechanical engineer in the weapons engineering department. The man approaches Wang Xiaofeng and stares him down. He questions how a dwarf ended up at the outpost. Wang Xiaofeng stands at attention and reports to the officer, stating that he is 180 meters tall and that, on Earth, this is not considered short. The man, incredulous, asks what an Earthling has to report. Wang Xiaofeng, somewhat timidly, reports that the outpost's ammunition reserves are critically low and that to ensure Princess Wei Wei's safety during her appointment, big mistake, the kid just arrived and already wants to sit in the front row. The officer cuts Wang Xiaofeng off, yelling, "Silence!" The man continues to berate Wang Xiaofeng, questioning when matters of the supply department became the responsibility of a dwarf from weapons engineering. The young man, unsure of what to say, attempts to respond but is quickly silenced. The officer, still staring at Wang Xiaofeng with disdain, states that as of the following day, he will be transferred to the basic maintenance team and that he doesn't want to see him again. The young man is speechless and watches as the officer walks away. Then, with his back to Wang Xiaofeng, the man announces the end of the meeting and comments that the HR department is increasingly out of control. The officer and a woman in a pink and white uniform walk down the hallway as she announces the arrival of a new report from the front lines. The officer orders her to speak. The woman reports to the man that another outpost, 12 light years away, was attacked by the Jinglong race. She then asks the officer if they shouldn't make some preparations. He brings his hand to his chin, thoughtful. He wonders if the Xinglong race isn't the one that wanders the universe hunting advanced life forms. He then reassures the woman, saying there's no need to worry. He explains that within 12 light years, there are no less than 8 outposts, so it's not their turn to worry yet. The officer says the main task at the moment is to ensure that the princess's appointment ceremony goes smoothly. The woman confirms that she understands. The man asks her to isolate this information so that it doesn't reach the princess's ears and cause unnecessary problems. Wang Xiaofeng, now in a basic maintenance uniform, walks down a hallway. He's suddenly bumped into and falls to the ground. A young man in a blue uniform apologizes to Wang Xiaofeng for not seeing him, justifying that he's too short. A group of other non-human uniformed individuals approach Wang Xiaofeng. Someone comments that the maintenance team is full of newbies over 2.5 meters tall and warns him to be careful not to get crushed. The people around Wang Xiaofeng start making fun of him. One asks if that's the Earthling who, according to rumors, talked nonsense in front of the station chief. Another comments that it's disgusting to be on the same team as a dwarf like him and tells him to go back to Earth. Our protagonist, ignoring the comments, gets up and walks towards his dorm room door. He opens the door, relieved to finally be in his own space. Wang Xiaofeng enters his dorm room, which is extremely messy, and observes the situation with dismay. He remembers when he asked his parents to return to Earth, claiming he missed them. In Wang Xiaofeng's memory, his father, holding a knife, scolds him, telling him to stop playing the victim and that if he couldn't complete the tasks, he should forget they exist. Meanwhile, our hero's mother tries to calm him down. Wang Xiaofeng remembers how scary his father is. Then, some time passes, and Wang Xiaofeng holds a notepad with a list of goals written by his father. Get married, have 10 children, make 100 friends, buy a big house with at least 1,000 square meters. And below the list, there's a warning. If he can't do any of this, his father will consider him as as if he had no son. Our hero looks at the list, disheartened, and says it seems there's no way to go back to Earth. A crowd gathers in the outpost parking area, shouting, "Wow! The princess is arriving." As the crowd cheers and shouts, "Your Highness, the princess!" The beautiful maiden with silver hair and a purple outfit disembarks from the spaceship. The princess, now on solid ground, observes the crowd welcoming her enthusiastically. She is the much-talked-about Wei Wei, the princess of the Galactic Empire. The crowd cheers her, chanting her name and declaring support for her leadership. The princess thanks everyone for their support and walks the red carpet, accompanied by a tall, strong man with blonde hair and stylish armor. He is introduced as Li Kei, the Imperial Royal Knight. Princess Wei Wei addresses the crowd, proud, and introduces herself as the 133rd Princess of the Galactic Empire. In the crowd, two people comment on the princess. One appears impressed that she is the new station chief. The other declares their continued support for her. The princess, satisfied, says that finally, from that day forward, she has her own territory and subjects. She considers herself an illegitimate princess, but states that on that day, she became one of the few royals with real power. The princess thinks that although the outpost is a bit remote, the district is rich in mineral resources, which means a lot of profit. The princess, now with a hint of arrogance, orders the commoners to work hard to secure the throne for her. Li Kei warns her, saying that this place is not like the imperial capital and asking her to be careful with her words and actions. The princess responds, irritated, that she already knows and that he doesn't need to remind her all the time. And well, she can't maintain that aura for long as she trips over something on the floor and falls. Sorry, but I laughed out loud here. Li Kei kneels beside Princess Wei Wei and asks if she's all right. She worries if anyone witnessed the fall. The princess groans in pain, complaining that it hurts a lot. She gets up, leaning on her knees, and asks who the idiot was who left that garbage in the hallway. Li Kei says that if he's not mistaken, the culprit behind the princess's fall must be that guy. He observes Wang Xiaofeng, who has his back turned, putting tools away in a locker. Princess Wei Wei, still irritated by the fall, complains that the outpost should be filled with elites and questions if that guy is also a member of the outpost. Li Kei observes Wang Xiaofeng and says that, judging by his stature, he must be a primitive earthling. Princess Wei Wei approaches Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Shorty, asking for his name. Wang Xiaofeng, holding a tool in his hand, turns to Princess Wei Wei and asks if she needs anything. Princess Wei Wei looks Wang Xiaofeng up and down and is enchanted by our protagonist's beauty. She points to a backpack on the floor and asks Wang Xiaofeng if it's his. He confirms. Princess Wei Wei approaches Wang Xiaofeng and accuses him of making her trip. She demands to know how he will compensate her. Our protagonist panics and apologizes, stating that it wasn't his intention. The princess places her index finger on Wang Xiaofeng's cheek with a mischievous expression and says that, of course, she can consider forgiving him if he shows some sincerity. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks what she means by sincerity. Understanding the situation, he asks the princess to wait a moment. Princess Wei Wei crosses her arms and observes Wang Xiaofeng's attitude. She thinks, smiling, that using her position to ask for favors is a trick that never fails. Then, he stands up and hands the princess a card, asking her to accept it. The princess takes the card and asks what it is. Our hero, with his eyes closed and hands clasped together, explains that it's a voucher for the second cafeteria and that it can be exchanged for a luxurious seafood buffet. He reveals that he has been saving that voucher for a long time and hasn't had the courage to use it. Princess Wei Wei stares at him, incredulous, and asks if he's joking with her. She argues that anyone who goes to the outpost must be, at a minimum, from a noble family of some planet and have at least a few hundred star coins. Then, the princess demands 200,000 star coins so they can be even. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, mutters, "Money?" He explains that he passed his exams and that all his money went to paying off student loans. He sadly laments that he only has 200 star coins left. The princess, shocked, wonders how anyone can be so poor. "Come on, my lady. No need to humiliate him too, right?" Two people in the distance observe the scene and recognize Princess Wei Wei, praising her beauty. Li Kei warns Princess Wei Wei that it's not good for their reputation to start intimidating station staff. She replies loudly, stating that she already knows. Princess Wei smiles and tells Wang Xiaofeng that she was just messing with him. She praises him, saying it's impressive that someone so young has become a mechanical engineer. Wang Xiaofeng, relieved, admits that the joke scared him. The princess, still smiling, declares that from that day forward, they are friends and says goodbye, claiming she still has things to do. She tells Wang Xiaofeng that if he needs anything, he can contact her anytime. He happily agrees. As she walks away, our hero comments that the princess is very kind. A group of people glare at Wang Xiaofeng angrily. Two women berate him. One says that the princess is a royal noble with a life expectancy of over 1,000 years, and that there's no way she would associate with a low-class being like him. The other says he needs to learn what self-awareness is. Our hero cowers, ashamed, as the crowd continues to glare at him with disdain. Bro, it's impressive how small our hero is compared to the rest of the staff. Princess Wei, alone in a living room, punches a teddy bear furiously. She complains that if she sees that shorty again, she'll teach him a lesson. Then, the officer enters the living room. He addresses the princess as Your Highness and asks what's wrong. She asks the deputy station chief what is going on. The man explains that a portal has been discovered near the outpost and a large number of Xinglong are emerging from it, rapidly advancing towards them. He assures the princess that he has already prepared everything for her. He implores the princess to evacuate immediately for her safety. Princess Wei, outraged, states that the station crew is fighting to the death to defend the empire's borders, and that, as princess and station chief, she cannot abandon them and flee alone. Moreover, Outpost 11361 has the most advanced space defense equipment in the empire on the level of a space fortress, and there is no safer place in the nearby star systems. Then, she declares that she will stay and face the Xinglong alongside the station crew. The officer resigns himself to the princess's decision, accepting the situation. Now, in the command room, he despairs as he realizes that the Xinglong used a portal to reach them directly from 12 light-years away. In a panic, one of the agents reports that a large number of gigantic life forms are approaching, and the number continues to increase rapidly. 500, 550, 600. The other, shocked, announces that the number has exceeded 1,000 and continues to rise. Then, one of the agents alerts them to the detection of a high-risk target suspected to be the Xinglong King. The officer is incredulous. He starts pacing back and forth, commenting that even the Xinglong King has appeared and that the target is very clear. Then he reaches a conclusion. That's it. The Xinglong must be after the princess, looking for a lone royal. After all, to them, the star power possessed by royalty is an irresistible fatal attraction. The officer recalls the moment the outpost was established, stating that, at the time, it had the most comprehensive defense system, on par with a space fortress. A fleet of imposing, heavily armed robots floats in space, demonstrating the former defensive power of the place. Back then, they truly had the strength to fight the Xinglong, but now, the outpost has been around for a century and has never been attacked. He concludes, bitterly, that the annual defense funds have been diverted for a long time and that the current defense system is nothing more than an empty shell. So, the officer orders, urgently, that they activate the outpost's self-destruct sequence immediately, notify the crew to prepare for evacuation, and block the princess's signal receiver. One of the men, perplexed, questions what to do with the princess. He says that the princess fought to the last moment to protect the station staff while they evacuated and perished along with the outpost. He justifies his actions by saying that since the Xinglong are after the princess's life, he cannot be blamed. The officer continues his speech, cynical, saying that they shouldn't forget that everyone there has a share in the diverted funds. He explains that, in the worst-case scenario, if just an illegitimate princess dies, he will be demoted, but if the embezzlement is discovered, they will all spend their lives in prison. Then he asks them to choose for themselves. One of the agents confirms the order. He reports that the station crew has been notified to evacuate immediately. Then the other agent coldly confirms that the self-destruct device device will be activated in 1 hour. A horde of Xinglong of various shapes and sizes flies towards the outpost in a nearby star system. Amidst the Xinglong horde, the king, with blue armor and red details, stands out for his imposing posture. He has a humanoid body, black dragon wings, a horn atop his head, and a menacing gaze. Disaster level, Xinglong King, star space monster, weight 89,000 tons. Then, the clash finally begins. Li Ke, piloting a fighter ship, orders the soldiers to prepare as they cannot let those disgusting reptiles get close to the outpost. A squadron of armed robots flies in formation through space. The robotic soldiers respond in unison. Yes, sir! The Xinglong King senses an incredibly delicious aroma coming from the outpost. The king launches himself towards the outpost, hitting and destroying several combat robots from the enemy fleet. The soldiers around Li Ke shout, "Run!" while others call for help as they watch the Xinglong King approach. Li Ke, furious, questions what the soldiers are doing standing there, reminding them that this is the Xinglong King, and orders them to quickly set up a line of fire. One soldier desperately reports that the weapons have no ammunition. He reports that the reserve magazines are also empty, that the combat suits are not equipped with tactical knives. Li Ke complains that the outpost has no decent weapons. He wonders how this mission is any different from a suicide mission. Then, in his mind, he questions if the deputy chief arranged for the princess to leave earlier, concluding that he knew everything all along. Combat robots fight the Xinglong in an unequal battle. One of them warns, panicked, that the princess is in danger. The Xinglong King observes the fleet of robots attacking him and scoffs at the humans, calling them space junk. He wonders where the chosen one could be hiding. Observing the outpost in the distance, the Xinglong King concludes that they are hiding there. Inside the ship, Li Ke watches the monitors and receives an alert that a life form with high energy is approaching. The king is coming. Li Ke curses, frustrated, and orders them to prepare for emergency evacuation. The Xinglong King invades the outpost, destroying a robot in his path, and orders them to get out of his way. A message on the outpost's communication system announces that the location is about to self-destruct and asks everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Soldiers run in panic through the outpost as explosions erupt around them. Li Ke runs alongside Princess Wei Wei, guiding her towards the escape pod and warning her that it's about to be launched. Then they look out the window, and well, the escape pod is already leaving the location. Princess Wei Wei and Li Ke, shocked, watch their only means of escape fly away. Still inside the station, Li Ke is furious. He curses the deputy chief, calling him despicable for wanting them to die alongside the Xinglong. Princess Wei Wei asks what they should do. She holds Li Ke's shoulder in panic and asks him to think of something quickly. Li Ke, distraught, laments the situation, asking what they could possibly do at that point. It is then that our hero, limping and with his arm in a cast, approaches. Princess Wei Wei, desperate, wonders if they will die there. Wang Xiaofeng approaches and looks at her surprised. He asks the princess why she is still there. Then, our protagonist, carried on Li Ke's back, addresses Princess Wei Wei and says that she's lucky to have found him. Otherwise, she would be stuck there. The princess asks if he has a way to get them out of there. Wang Xiaofeng states that, of course, they are friends, and assures her that he will get them out of there safely. The princess rejoices, relieved. Li Ke asks Wang Xiaofeng how he got hurt. Wang Xiaofeng downplays the injuries, saying it was nothing serious and that it was just carelessness. He then points to an area in the outpost, saying that it's the production area where some space shuttles that haven't been delivered yet are stored. Wang Xiaofeng asks Li Ke and the princess to put on their protective suits, advising that he will set the destination coordinates. The princess praises Wang Xiaofeng, saying he's surprisingly reliable. Our hero, proud, retorts, asking them not to underestimate him as he passed the outpost's rigorous selection process as a senior mechanic. Li Ke and Princess Wei Wei, now wearing spacesuits, watch as Wang Xiaofeng operates a control panel. Princess Wei Wei tells her bodyguard that there are only 2 spaceships. Li Ke suggests they board the ship, but the princess hesitates. Li Ke argues with the princess that they are royalty and nobility, and that compared to a primitive from a planet planet like Earth, they have much longer lifespans. He says that if she feels guilty about Wang Xiaofeng, they can always compensate his family later. Wang Xiaofeng, with his arm in a cast and using crutches, apologizes for the delay and invites them to proceed. Man, I'm going to cry. You guys aren't going to do this to him, right? Right? But upon reaching the spaceship area, he finds the place empty. He wonders where everyone is and notices that the spaceship is also gone. Our hero laments, realizing that he has been left behind. Wang Xiaofeng wonders if they couldn't have squeezed him into the ship since he's not that big. A message on the outpost's communication system announces that the self-destruct sequence has entered the countdown phase. Wang Xiaofeng, sitting on the floor, feels betrayed and curses Li Ke and the princess for lying to him, questioning why they said they were friends and abandoned him. Then he stops and notices something moving on the ceiling. A message informs that the outpost's self-destruct sequence is in a 5-second countdown. A deafening roar echoes through the outpost. Wang Xiaofeng, in shock, finds himself facing a gigantic, monstrous creature emerging from a crack in the ceiling. The information card reveals the disaster level. Cosmic Beast, Balong. Weight, 21,000 tons. Our hero pleads in tears for the creature not to take him away. The Xinglong King observes the destroyed robots around him, perplexed, and questions where everyone has gone. Li Ke, in his escape ship, takes off at high speed, leaving the outpost behind. Princess Wei Wei, looking out the ship's window, calls out for Wang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, the officer watches from afar, thinking that everything went according to plan. Wang Xiaofeng, in a panic, tries to crawl away from the cosmic beast Balong, which opens its enormous mouth before him. A bright light engulfs the space. The escape pod, with Li Ke and Princess Wei Wei aboard, emerges from the space portal, heading away from the chaos. Wang Xiaofeng falls, submerged in a liquid, wondering if he is dead. He floats in a dark space and wonders if this is the light of paradise. But he wonders why there are two lights. Confused, Wang Xiaofeng thinks he's never heard of there being choices in paradise. But then, he decides to ignore the doubt and convinces himself that choosing the brighter light should be safe. Wang Xiaofeng, after passing through the light, finds himself in a completely dark environment and wonders what happened and where he is. He asks if anyone is there. He notices that the top of the place is soft and concludes that he can open it. Then, in an attempt to open the top, he finds a light and celebrates. Our hero finds himself in an environment with a honeycomb-patterned ceiling and wonders where he is. Wang Xiaofeng, now with an insect body, observes his 6 legs and wonders what is going on and why he has 2 pairs of hands. He also realizes he has antennae and wings and wonders if he's reincarnated as a bee. Wang Xiaofeng, with a humanoid bee body, walks through a verdant field and excitedly thinks about how interesting it is to have this body and wonders if he should find some nectar first. Wang Xiaofeng walks around, imitating the sound of a bee and describing himself as a hard-working little bee. Our hero stops on a cliff, overlooking floating islands and a clear blue sky, and exclaims, "Wow!" He observes the spectacular scenery in front of him and comments on the beauty of this planet. Wang Xiaofeng, on solid ground, touches the soil with his front legs and praises the fertility of the soil, noting that it has not been polluted in any way. He sadly recalls that his home planet, Earth, is a dark gray planet with a deep purple haze covering the sky. Earth's radioactive seas are home to terrifying mutant creatures, and the toxic dust everywhere means that the average life expectancy of Earth's inhabitants is only 40 years. He then wonders what it would be like if Earth were like this place. 3 brightly colored bees watch Wang Xiaofeng from afar. One comments that he looks like a newly emerged drone bee. Our hero observes the approaching group of humanoid bees. He asks them, confused, what they are going to do. One of them confirms that he really is a drone bee. The humanoid bees are fascinated by Wang Xiaofeng. One comments that it's the first time she's seen such a small drone bee. Another suggests that he must be the first drone born to the queen. Another bee, delighted, exclaims that that he is very cute. Our hero asks if they are talking about him. The bees approach Wang Xiaofeng curiously. One asks his name. Another, with a curious look, asks if she can touch him. The little guy, awkward with the attention he is receiving, introduces himself as Wang Xiaofeng and thinks, with a smile, about how popular he is. Wang Xiaofeng, cheeks flushed, allows the bees to touch him, saying it's okay if it's just a touch. Then, a bee starts squeezing Wang Xiaofeng's cheek and exclaims that it's very soft, commenting that his skin seems very nice. Then, a group of humanoid bees pile on top of Wang Xiaofeng, who cries out for help. Another bee, noticing the commotion, asks what they are doing and reminds them that they all have work to do. One bee warns, panicked, that they are the queen's guards. The other bees look at her frightened. The queen's guard, with a stern expression, orders them to get back to work. The information card reveals her disaster level. Queen bee guard, Bee Li, weight 9,000 tons. The bees who were on top of Wang Xiaofeng get up and respond, "Yes," as they run to continue their work. Meanwhile, our poor hero lies on the ground trying to figure out what just happened. Bee Li comments on how that was a problem. Our protagonist, relieved, says he thought he was going to die. Bee Li looks at Wang Xiaofeng and asks if he's the newly emerged drone bee. She takes flight and orders Wang Xiaofeng to follow her, saying she will take him to see the queen. Wang Xiaofeng, surprised by the order, watches Bee Li fly away. Looking at his wings, he says he hasn't tried flying yet. Then, with great difficulty, he tries to flap his wings. Our hero finally launches himself into the air and exclaims excitedly as he flies completely clumsily. But wait, a poor guy's joy is short-lived. The poor thing crashes into a tree branch. Meanwhile, the other bees laugh at the situation. One comments on his recklessness, flying so uncontrollably for the first time, and says she doesn't understand why he's so excited. Another bee laughs, finding the situation funny, and comments that it's not surprising, as everyone has a first time. Then, some time passes, and the bees arrive at a huge honeycomb-shaped structure on top of a giant tree. Our hero asks if this is where the queen lives. Wang Xiaofeng eyes the structure with suspicion and comments that something feels wrong. A group of humanoid bees with spears in their hands guard the entrance to the structure. One of them addresses Bee Li, calling her Captain Bee Li, and asks if she shouldn't be resting that day. Bee Li, accompanied by Wang Xiaofeng and the other bees, approaches the entrance to the structure. She explains that the new drone bee has emerged and that she is taking him to see the queen. Wang Xiaofeng shyly greets her. Then the bee allows Bee Li and Wang Xiaofeng to enter. Wang Xiaofeng enters the structure and is greeted by a corridor filled with humanoid bees staring at him. He feels uncomfortable with the stares. Our hero, surrounded by worker bees, questions why all workers are female and where the other drones are. One of the bees asks if he didn't know. One explains that there are over 3,000 bees in the hive, but that he is the only drone. Yeah, as I expected. Now we all know where this is going to take us. She then states that apart from the queen, all the others are worker bees like her sisters. Wang Xiaofeng, shocked, thinks that over 3,000 worker bees are all female. Then our hero blushes and has indecent thoughts after learning this information. But he stops immediately, thinking that with so many bees, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Dude, if it's what I'm thinking, this is going to be the biggest harem I've ever seen in my life. The red-haired worker bee, with a sly smile, asks Wang Xiaofeng why he's so happy as she strokes his head. The purple-haired worker bee asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's thinking of courting the sisters. Bee Mang Mang, the purple-haired bee, and Bee Man Man, the redhead, watch our hero with sly smiles. One of them comments, laughing, that he has some ambition. Our poor protagonist asks them innocently if that's not allowed. Then she explains that although worker bees are also female, only the queen has reproductive capacity. The other states that due to bloodline reasons, Wang Xiaofeng can only reproduce with the queens of other hives and only once a year. Then, Bee Li announces that straight ahead is the queen's chamber and asks everyone to be quiet. She kneels before the entrance to the queen's chamber and formally greets her, calling her Your Majesty. The queen asks Bee Li what is going on. Bee Li bows before the queen and explains that not long ago, the queen's drone bee emerged, and she brought him to meet her. The queen looks at Wang Xiaofeng and thanks Bee Li for her hard work. Our hero, enchanted, observes the queen and says that she is very beautiful. beautiful. He wonders if this would be his mother in this world and is startled by her size. The queen, Bi Huang, looks at Wang Xiaofeng curiously and asks what is wrong. Wang Xiaofeng, enchanted, exclaims that the queen is beautiful. Bi Li scolds him, saying that he should address her as Queen Bee, and questions him if the larvae didn't teach him the rules. She orders him to kneel immediately. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks what rules, not understanding the situation. Bi Huang, with an amused smile, reassures Bi Li, saying that it's okay as no one else is there. She comments that the little boy is very endearing. Then she calls our hero close to her and asks him to sit there with mommy. Wang Xiaofeng sits beside the queen, awkwardly, and asks why he can't call her mommy if she gave birth to him. Bi Huang explains that this is a rule followed by the bee tribe for generations, and she has no power to change it. She states that, after all, bees are the rulers of this celestial island and need to maintain their dignity. Bi Huang recalls that she was once one of thousands of worker bees, but she was fortunate enough to be chosen by the former queen and inherit her royal power, becoming the new queen. She explains that everyone in the hive is related by blood and that he should get along with them. The queen orders Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man to take care of Wang Xiaofeng for now. The three bees bow before the queen and confirm the order. Bi Li bows to the queen and assures her that they will train him to be an excellent drone. The queen states that Bi Li is the most capable worker bee and the only one with 2-star strength, and suggests that Wang Xiaofeng learn from her. Our hero agrees, calling the queen Mother Queen. Now, in the residential area of the celestial island, various humanoid insects live in harmony. A giant dragonfly moves carrying a wooden crate. Bi Li explains to Wang Xiaofeng that this is the residential area of the celestial island, and that all the tribes under the administration of the bee tribe live here. She states that thanks to their protection, it has become the safest place on the entire celestial island. Bi Li points to the hive's residential area just ahead. She warns Wang Xiaofeng that he is still at level 0 and that until he reaches 1 star, he should not leave this place. The outside is an extremely dangerous wilderness, inhabited by wild tribes who follow the law of the jungle. Our hero, apprehensive, promises to remember. Bi Li points to a small honeycomb-shaped house and says that will be Wang Xiaofeng's room from now on. She advises that she will provide food and water regularly. Bi Li orders Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man to deliver that thing to our hero. Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng, carrying a cage with a furry, sleeping creature inside. Wang Xiaofeng, looking at the cage, asks what it is and if it is a pet. The bee explains that it's food and asks him to take it, assuring him that it's very nutritious and quite precious. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks the bees why they eat insects if they are also insects. The bees look at Wang Xiaofeng, all disappointed, and Bi Li comments that the guys in the breeding department are getting more and more ridiculous. Then, she corrects him, stating that they are actually wasps. "Wasps?" exclaims our hero. "Disaster-level native monster. Wasp beast. Weight, 3,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng says no wonder the hive seems so strange. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man say goodbye to our hero, saying that they live next door and that he can look for them if he needs anything. After they leave, Wang Xiaofeng enters his new home and is startled by the size of the bed. He observes the interior of the house and comments that the accommodation is rudimentary, with no technological products, and seems like Earth's medieval period. He says that reincarnating as a wasp seems like a dream. Then our hero lies down on the bed, relieved, and decides that since he is here, he will make the most of it. He resigns himself to his new life as a wasp and comments that he is very tired. But suddenly, Wang Xiaofeng, now in his human form, opens his eyes, confused, and wonders if this is the previous space. Wang Xiaofeng falls towards a bright light as he screams. Wang Xiaofeng appears in the middle of a pile of giant bones in a place called Monster Cemetery. Wang Xiaofeng, dazed from the fall, looks around in surprise and wonders where he is. He wonders if he hasn't reincarnated. Our hero finds himself inside the mouth of a gigantic monster and wonders why this is happening again. Then he is ejected from the monster's mouth. Wang Xiaofeng, sitting on the ground, analyzes his injuries. He says his left arm has been ripped off, and that fortunately, the spacesuit has emergency bleeding control, but he still needs to disinfect it urgently. He observes the wound on his left leg and thinks he also has an open wound. Wang Xiaofeng, crawling across the floor, calls out for Mr. Fire! He, with difficulty, picks up a container of water and runs towards a small campfire, celebrating his success. He blows on the fire to increase the flames. Wang Xiaofeng places a piece of wood on the fire and decides to boil the bandages for disinfection. Then, he begins to stir the boiling water with a stick, saying that in an environment without medicine, this is the only way to stop the bleeding and disinfect. Then, our hero, screaming in pain, squeezes the wound with the hot stick, causing him to momentarily faint. And well, some time passes, and Wang Xiaofeng, now on his feet, observing the countless monster corpses around him, deduces that the entire valley is full of them, and they all died in the last explosion. He wonders if it was just because of the smell that this giant monster survived the divine explosion. But then our hero looks back and wonders why it's dark. And well, a giant shadow of a monster was approaching. Wang Xiaofeng, panicked, tries to dodge the monster's paw that nearly crushed him. A gigantic dragon-like monster rises above Wang Xiaofeng. The information card describes the creature as disaster level, cosmic monster, Zhu Yue dragon, weight 180,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng, paralyzed with fear, murmurs, "Monster! Monster!" He observes this enormous creature and thinks about how big it is. Another, smaller dragon approaches the Zhu Yue dragon and asks what's wrong with him. The information card describes him as disaster level, cosmic monster, flash dragon, weight 87,000 tons. The Zhu Yue dragon replies that he thinks something just went under his feet. The flash dragon suggests that he forget about it, as it might just be a ghoul. He comments that the Dragon King is seriously injured and needs a lot of blood, so they need to find some fresh bodies and bring them back quickly. The Zhu Yue dragon replies, irritated, that he already knows and doesn't need to be pressured. Wang Xiaofeng hides behind a rock, terrified, wondering what they are talking about. Then, some time passes, and the Zhu Yue dragon and Flash dragon carry several smaller monsters on their backs. Our hero watches them and wonders if they are transporting the bodies. He puts his hand to his chin and thinks that maybe this is a good chance to escape from here. The Flash dragon warns the Zhu Yue dragon that it's almost time and they must go. Then, it takes off, carrying a small monster in its claws. In the midst of the skies, you can see an absurd number of dragons transporting food at full speed. Wang Xiaofeng, hidden in the mouth of the Zhu Yue dragon, sighs in relief, saying that he has finally managed to get out of that cursed place. He wonders where they are. He looks out, frightened, at a valley teeming with monsters. He concludes, horrified, that this place is a monster nest. Then, finally, their destination approaches. An immense volcano emerges in front of them. The Zhu Yue dragon lands at the site, dumping several smaller monsters and their skeletons on the ground. Wang Xiaofeng yells, "Oh no!" as he falls along with the others. One dragon asks another if old Shi has already found all the ingredients for the Dragon King's meal. A turtle-like dragon approaches, analyzing the ingredients. He complains that his vision is not good and that he has been waiting for fresh ingredients for so long. Wang Xiaofeng observes the situation, desperate, and wonders if they are monsters and what he should do. But suddenly, the turtle dragon excitedly notices Wang Xiaofeng and thinks that with this fresh ingredient, he will finally be able to satisfy the Dragon King. The turtle dragon approaches our hero with an evil grin and comments that this fresh ingredient is really great. But in reality, the giant turtle wasn't aiming for our protagonist, but for the dinosaur he was hiding behind. So, our hero, who almost had a heart attack, watches as the giant turtle takes the ingredient to the cauldron. Wang Xiaofeng takes the opportunity to run away, saying that the old man must have really bad eyesight not to have seen him. Then the big turtle with a giant cleaver prepares the food, saying, "With these ingredients it should be ready after boiling for a few more minutes." Wang Xiaofeng hides behind a creature's leg, relieved to be finally safe. The smaller monsters look at Wang Xiaofeng with surprise and curiosity. One of them points at him and yells in surprise that it is a human. The smaller monsters observe our hero, scared and confused. One of them wonders what a human would be doing here. Another comments that he looks delicious. A blue monster with horns, holding a cup, is startled and asks why there is a human here. One of the monsters warns that Wang Xiaofeng is running and orders the others to catch him. Our hero, in a panic, runs away from there. Then, a group of monsters chases Wang Xiaofeng while someone orders them not to let him escape, yelling to crush and eat him. Wang Xiaofeng despairs, wondering when this nightmare will end. But then, our hero, about to be crushed, remembers his spacesuit's safety airbag. The airbag inflates, cushioning the dinosaur's stomp. The monster steps on the airbag, flinging our protagonist away. The turtle dragon, carrying the cauldron, walks in front of the monsters that were chasing our hero. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng flies towards the cauldron. Our hero plunges headlong into the dragon's soup. The turtle dragon moves towards a dark cave, carrying the cauldron with Wang Xiaofeng inside. A monster asks if that pot isn't for the Dragon King's Long Quan soup. The other silly beast confirms that it is. The blue monster tries to intervene, ordering the old man to stop. But then, they are surprised by a much larger dragon that steps in front of them. The dragon, furious, questions the monsters if they dare to rebel, even though they are in the Dragon King's palace. The information card reveals this dragon's disaster level. Level 7, Cosmic Monster, Bei Dragon, weight 1.3 million tons. The smaller monsters cower in fear. They deny any intention of rebellion. Then they denounce the turtle dragon, claiming that they saw a human inside his pot. The Bei dragon roars furiously and scoffs at the presence of a mere human. Then it crushes one of the monsters with its paw and threatens him, ordering him not to repeat it. One of the monsters points to the poor, flattened fire dragon on the ground and asks if it is dead. The Bai dragon, chasing the other little monsters, orders them all to leave. The smaller monsters back away, obeying the Bei dragon's order. Then the big guy looks into the cave, saying, "King." We then return to the battle that left the Dragon King massacred. The Bei dragon questions the Dragon King, who is seriously injured and lying on space debris, about how he allowed an explosion to hit him, being so powerful. The Dragon King says that if it weren't for that carelessness, he would never have had the chance to seize that unique opportunity. The Dragon King recalls that 300 years have passed, and during that time, there has been no progress in his power. He says the opportunity for a breakthrough is right there in front of him. The Dragon King, observing the unconscious Princess Weiwei inside the escape pod, says that all he has to do is absorb her star power. The Dragon King says that while he recovers, no one should approach him, for in his weakened state, they could easily steal his power. The Bei dragon vows to protect the Dragon King with his life. Now in the present, the turtle dragon pours the contents of the cauldron, including Wang Xiaofeng, into a gigantic organic container, resembling a womb. The Dragon King, his body cut in half, lies inside the container. Wang Xiaofeng calls for help as he floats inside the viscous, reddish liquid. The turtle dragon, observing the absorption process, celebrates the end of his work, saying that his old bones can finally rest. Wang Xiaofeng, exhausted, wishes for everything to be destroyed, including his miserable life. Wow. If I were him, I would ask for the same. The amount of stuff our hero has been through in 24 hours is unbelievable. What a miserable life. Out of nowhere, our hero bee slowly opens his eyes, wondering if he's back where he started. He gets out of bed and feels a sharp pain. Part of his bee mandible is broken. Wang Xiaofeng then thinks to himself that if he really had been reincarnated, his two bodies wouldn't be connected, concluding that when he woke up in one body, the other would be asleep. He rejoices at this possibility, thinking that maybe he's become some kind of supreme being with two bodies. Wow! I didn't see that coming. But soon after, with a sad countenance, our hero laments the fact that his human body is covered in wounds and probably dead by now. But then, Wang Xiaofeng, relieved, celebrates the fact that he is just an earthling and that everything is fine. He rejoices, saying that he has a noble position, surrounded by beauties, and that this is where he truly belongs. But soon his stomach starts to growl. He remembers that he hasn't eaten anything since entering this body. Then he remembers the gift the bees gave him, looking at the insect inside the cage. So, Wang Xiaofeng decides to see if the wasp is really good to eat. Oh my god. Look at the boy's psychopathic face, how scary. Then he grabs the food in his hand, while the little moth begs him not to eat it. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised that the creature can talk. He decides to follow local customs and try a piece of the moth. Wang Xiaofeng then bites into it. He makes a face and wonders if it tastes like raw shrimp. The little moth in his arms screams that she is dying. But calm down, everyone. Our hero wouldn't be that bad. Wang Xiaofeng spits and complains about the horrible taste. The little moth, shocked, asks what happened. Then she starts to cry, lamenting her situation, complaining about the cruelty of life, that she is about to die, but is being called disgusting even before she leaves. Wang Xiaofeng complains that she won't stop whining and says it's very annoying. Then he holds her and says he won't eat her and asks her to go cry somewhere else as it's too noisy. Our hero slams the door in the poor moth's face, kicking her out of his house. And well, in all these years in this vital company, this was the first time this has happened to her. The little moth celebrates, relieved, saying she is free. But as I've said a few times, a poor man's joy is short-lived. 2 bees fly overhead, and well, one of them points, saying they saw a moth in front of our protagonist's house. The bee, salivating, comments that the moth looks quite plump. After hearing this, the poor moth, desperate, knocks on our protagonist's door, calling him Big Brother, and desperately asking him to open the door. Wang Xiaofeng opens the door and asks why. The moth grabs our hero's leg and says that she is a good guy and asks him to take her home. Wang Xiaofeng refuses the request as he is hungry and needs to eat first. But in the end, he ends up letting her in. Our protagonist asks why she went so far. Then, the moth, completely nervous, says to our hero, "Well, wait, if the Lord Wasp doesn't like to eat meat, how about trying a pollen cake?" Wang Xiaofeng is interested in the pollen cake and asks if she has any at home. The moth confirms and says that her little sister is very good at making pollen cake. Now, outside the residential area, Wang Xiaofeng, hungry, asks if they couldn't just fly out of there. The moth warns that flying would be risky, as the queen's guards might spot them. Then the little insect asks what that strange flower is. Then she remembers and says it's called the twilight flower. The moth, excited, exclaims that the flower is edible and offers a petal to the Lord Wasp, saying that although it's a long walk back to her house, that flower can help satisfy his hunger. Our hero accepts and shoves it all in his mouth. Worried, she asks Wang Xiaofeng how the flower is. He replies that it's sweet and not bad. Wang Xiaofeng, satisfied, says his stomach is feeling better and thanks the little moth. She replies that he is welcome and suggests they continue. Excitedly, she points to a hole in a tree and explains that this is the place where her Lord Wasp can ask her sister to cook. Our hero asks if she gets along with her sister. The little moth, with a smile on her face, replies that she does and that she is the most important treasure to her. So, they finally arrive, and well, a wasp with a demonic appearance, subdues a small insect that pleads, saying that she will work hard and be obedient, asking her to return her little brother to her. But right after, the poor thing is punched in the face, making her fall. The info sheet describes the wasp as disaster level, mud monster, weight 7,800 tons. The evil wasp says it's too late, because by now her little brother must already be in some lord's belly. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the giant wasp's attitude, being flabbergasted by such cruelty. Then the moth runs to her sister, worried, and asks if she's hurt. The little moth's sister introduces herself as Xiao Yue. The wasp runs and tells her not to be afraid, that she is safe now. The little moth says this is her house and asks the evil wasp to leave. The giant wasp approaches the creatures and says it's interesting, as she remembers selling her and asks how she survived and got back there. Then the wasp salivates, saying that as food, she should know her place, and that running away from being eaten is a serious crime. She brags about having the right to punish criminals. But calm down, people. You forgot that our protagonist was in the room, right? Wang Xiaofeng orders the giant wasp to stop. He says he brought the little moth with him. Wang Xiaofeng tells the giant wasp that if she has a problem, she should come to him. The giant wasp, shocked, wonders if they are from the Wasp tribe. The moth thanks Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Lord Wasp. Our hero asks her not to be so formal and invites her to just call him Xiaofeng. The giant wasp kneels before Wang Xiaofeng, apologizing and saying that she didn't know they were friends of his. Our hero, confused, wonders why the wasp suddenly knelt. The moth asks him if he doesn't know. She explains that the Wasp tribe is one of the rulers of the Celestial Island, that the Wasp Queen holds the power of the king, and that no insect on the Celestial Island dares to offend the Wasp tribe. Wang Xiaofeng then says that the little moth is his friend and asks the giant wasp to stop intimidating her. She agrees and says that she will leave immediately. Then the giant wasp wonders how a male wasp from the Wasp tribe could be there and even befriend food. Yue thanks Wang Xiaofeng. He replies, saying that it was no big deal. But that's when shit starts to stink. The giant wasp stops and wonders if Wang Xiaofeng is not accompanied by worker bees and if he would have escaped alone. Then she licks her lips and exclaims that this is an unexpected surprise. Now, in the residential area of the Celestial Island, the bees call for Wang Xiaofeng and warn him that his sisters want to take him to see the city. Bee Man and Bee Mang look at the empty bed. They wonder where he could have gone. Bee Li, irritated, calls Wang Xiaofeng an idiot and states that he must have escaped again. She observes the footprints and says that he ignored their words and fled the city. The little moth asks Wang Xiaofeng how the food tastes. Wang Xiaofeng praises the food and says it is delicious. He comments that each type of pollen cake has its own unique fragrance and that her food is very good. But he tells Yue that the food is a little simple and that if it had some meat, it would be perfect. Yue and Yue are startled to hear Wang Xiaofeng talking about meat, but soon the moth says that Wang Xiaofeng was kind to her and that day, even if she has to cut her own flesh, she will repay his kindness. Yue tries to stop her brother while our hero is paralyzed by this unexpected reaction. Then, our protagonist gets up and takes the spear from the moth's hand. He apologizes and says he didn't mean to cause that misunderstanding. Wang Xiaofeng consoles her and says that he considers her a friend and doesn't want her to get hurt because of him. The poor moth, who had never received any affection in her life, asks him, "Friends?" Then, our hero confirms, excited, saying yes, that they are friends. Oh my god, how cute. Now I want a pet moth. But it's that saying, happiness is ungrateful. It abandons you when you need it most. Come back to me, Brittany. Why did you have to abandon me? Well, I guess it wasn't quite that saying, but you get the point. So the giant wasp enters the house, calling them sentimentalists. Our hero, irritated, asks what she is doing there. She replies that she wanted to invite Lord Wasp to visit the territory of the Mud Wasp tribe. Our hero rudely declines the invitation, saying he doesn't need theirs. The giant wasp threatens Wang Xiaofeng and says that if he doesn't accept the invitation, don't blame her for using force. Then she orders Horned Beetle to fetch Lord Wasp and bring him back to them. The Horned Beetle confirms the order. Disaster level, native monster, Horned Beetle beast, weight 13,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng reassures Yue and her brother and says that he will take care of the Horned Beetle. The Horned Beetle attacks Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero waits for the attack and boasts of being a master on Earth who can defeat 10 people at the same time. Wang Xiaofeng dodges the Horned Beetle's attack. Then our little bee delivers a powerful blow to the Horned Beetle's belly. He attacks again, this time with a kick. And well, maybe the blow wasn't that strong. The beetle stands still while our hero gives his life to try to deal at least one damage to it. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks the beetle if he doesn't feel pain. The Horned Beetle grabs our poor bee by the face. Wang Xiaofeng despairs and begs the Horned Beetle to let him go, saying his head is going to be crushed. Yue and her brother tremble in fear as they see what just happened to our hero. The giant wasp orders the Horned Beetle to take them away. The Horned Beetle confirms the order. Yue asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's okay. The moth panics upon seeing Wang Xiaofeng unconscious and begs for nothing to happen to him. The giant wasp says she thought the male wasp could defeat a one-star Horned Beetle with such low power power and scoffs at the idea. The moth asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is feeling better. Our hero wakes up in a lot of pain, saying he almost died. Then he asks the little moth where they are taking them. Meanwhile, the horned beetle flies with them inside a box. The moth deduces that they are being taken to the surface. Frightened, Wang Xiaofeng shouts, "Surface?" Yosyue replies yes, and that the surface is inhabited by dragon beasts and is a very dangerous place. And well, already knowing our protagonist's history with dragons, he asks what dragon beasts are and if they would be dinosaurs. The moth says she heard her grandfather talk about dragon beasts and that they came from beyond the sky. She recalls that a long time ago insects lived on the surface, but after the dragon beasts invaded, there was a great war between the insects and the dragon beasts, from which the insects were completely defeated. Several creatures fight dragon beasts. The defeated insects fled to the celestial island, underground caves and islands, barely surviving. Wang Xiaofeng listens attentively to the moth's story and, astonished, concludes that if the dragon beasts came from beyond the sky, then it was the Star Dragon clan. He wonders if that planet was also invaded by the Star Dragon clan. Wang Xiaofeng, remembering the invincible strength of the Star Dragon clan and comparing them to insects, concludes that insects would have no chance of winning a war against dragons. So he asks why the mud wasps still live on the surface if it's so dangerous. The moth replies that the mud wasp's nest is in underground caves, barren places that have been abandoned by the dragon beasts. And since there aren't many strong insects there, the mud wasps became the rulers of the underground caves and turned other insects into their slaves. Then the giant wasp warns Wang Xiaofeng that they have arrived. She invites Wang Xiaofeng to meet her sisters, saying that they will love him. Our hero complains about the tight ropes and realizes that he has no chance of escaping. Wang Xiaofeng observes other creatures working and concludes that these are the mud wasp's slaves. The giant wasp tells Wang Xiaofeng that he seems very interested in the slaves and threatens him, saying that if he doesn't behave, he will end up like them. Our hero observes the slaves and comments on their miserable state, saying they are all covered in wounds. The wasp calls her sisters to show them what she brought. She brags to her sisters, saying that she has captured a male wasp from the wasp tribe. The giant wasp's sisters rejoice. One wasp asks if she's sure she was supposed to bring Wang Xiaofeng there. The giant wasp confirms, saying that he escaped from the celestial island city and that she captured the two moths who knew about it too, so there shouldn't be a problem. Our little worker bee, confused, wonders why there's always a bunch of females around him wherever he goes. Then the wasp starts to caress our hero's cheeks, commenting on his soft, delicate skin and saying that although he is a little young, after a while, he will definitely become a handsome young man. And if they marry him, their tribe might even produce a queen with the power of a king. Wang Xiaofeng is irritated by the wasp's comment. He asks her who would marry her and tells her to stop dreaming. Wow, that one hurt me too. The giant wasp, enraged, scolds Wang Xiaofeng. She says that they, the sisters, have plenty of time to teach him a lesson and that it won't be long before he begs them. The giant wasp drags Wang Xiaofeng through the dark forest and tells him to be quick. Our hero wonders if this would be a male wasp from the wasp clan. The bodybuilder insect explains that since the flying insects were driven out by the dragon beast, there are no wasps there, and that the mud wasp clan, the lowest level, has started to act arrogantly. He complains that those mud wasps are getting bolder, kidnapping a male wasp from the wasp clan. And yes, this is Dung Beetle speaking. Disaster level, native monster, Dung Beetle beast, weight 35,000 tons. The other one next to him says that those mud wasps were courting death. And yes, she's a praying mantis, simply one of nature's strongest insects, a real gangster among animals. Disaster level, native monster, praying mantis beast, weight 8,600 tons. The dung beetle says it's a golden opportunity and suggests luring the wasp clan there, stating that with that, the end of the mud wasps will be near. The praying mantis disagrees and says she's afraid it'll be like inviting wolves into the house, and that if they drive out the mud wasps, they could end up as slaves to the wasps. The dung beetle says he understands the praying mantis's concern, but states that with their strength alone, it is impossible impossible to shake the mud wasp's dominance. She agrees with the beetle. He states that he will judge whether the wasp clan is trustworthy after an investigation. Now back to our hero. The giant wasp throws Wang Xiaofeng to the ground and says that this is the bottom layer of the underground mine and that no one can save him. She orders him to stay there and think carefully, saying that as soon as he understands, his sister will get him out of there. Wang Xiaofeng curses the giant wasp, calling her an old hag, and says he would never fall for her. Look, the way my testosterone is high these days, I wouldn't turn anything down. But what can you do, right? Meat only falls on a vegan's plate. The giant wasp, enraged, calls our hero a brat. Then she challenges Wang Xiaofeng and says she'll see how long he can keep up the act. Our little bee states that he would rather die than surrender. Yue and the little moth approach, screaming for Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng asks if they are locked up there. Some nearby critters are surprised by their presence and wonder if it's a wasp. The Heracross confirms that it really is a wasp, and the other creatures comment on how rare it is to see a wasp there. Wang Xiaofeng asks the little moth who those creatures are. The little moth explains that they are all residents of the underground mine. Then she waves her arms, saying they're her friends she met there. The giant happy caterpillar introduces herself as Mao Mao. The Heracross, a little shy, introduces himself as Stinkbug. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the creatures' names, laughing. The moth says everyone there is very friendly, and Yue thanks them for taking care of them. Mao Mao says she's heard of the mud wasps and comments on their audacity in kidnapping wasps. Stinkbug agrees with Mao Mao and says that when the wasps arrive, the mud wasps will be finished. Our hero thinks to himself that he escaped secretly and that the other wasps don't know he's been captured. So he concludes that the other wasps probably won't come. He apologizes to the other creatures and says that he can't be of much help. Mao Mao consoles Wang Xiaofeng and says that everyone there is just venting because they have been locked up for a long time, and asks him not to take what they said seriously. But then, the kingpin of the insects arrives, saying out loud that it might not be impossible to lure the Wasp clan army there. The surrounding creatures are surprised by his presence. The dung beetle says that if they help Lord Wasp escape, all they have to do is take him back safely to the Celestial Island. Our protagonist is impressed by the size of the dung beetle and says it's even bigger than the queen bee mother. The little cockroach begs Lord Wasp to overthrow the mud wasp clan's rule and help them escape this suffering. Wang Xiaofeng despairs, saying he's too weak and can't do that. The dung beetle encourages him and says that they will protect him with their lives while he brings reinforcements and that the mud wasp clan will surely be defeated. Our hero asks him to stop. He refuses, saying that even if he escapes, the mud wasp clan will not leave them alone, and questions whether the dung beetle could really do that. The moth calls out to Xiaofeng. Then our hero calls out to everyone. He is moved by the creature's plight and says they remind him of his past, so humble and hopeless. He recalls how he wished someone would help him back then. Then he makes up his mind. Wang Xiaofeng calls out to the dung beetle and asks what he should do. At the exit of the underground mine, two wasps talk about the arrival of a male wasp from outside. One of the wasps comments that the sisters will be blessed with the arrival of the male wasp. Meanwhile, the praying mantis sneaks through the mine. The dung beetle explains to our hero that this is the flower mantis, the only one with the strength to rival him on the star, and proposes a plan. He will go to the other side to distract the guards, while the flower mantis takes the chance to escape with Wang Xiaofeng. Our protagonist agrees to the dung beetle's plan. Wang Xiaofeng introduces himself to the flower mantis, asking her to take care of him. Then she turns and tells Wang Xiaofeng that the future of the underground mine insects depends on him. The dung beetle bids farewell to Wang Xiaofeng, asking them to be careful. Some wasps warn of a situation in the mine and ask the other insects to follow them. The flower mantis explains to our hero that there are 30 mud wasp guards at the exit and that the dung beetle managed to attract 15 of them. She confirms that she will take care of the other 15. The flower mantis warns Wang Xiaofeng that the mud wasps react quickly and that, if they sense something is wrong, they will surround them, so she asks him to follow her closely. Our hero agrees. Then she takes an impressive leap, launching herself at full speed upwards. Xiaofeng is extremely impressed. Two mud wasp guards observe our heroine's arrival. The guards, confused, wonder what that insect is doing there, ordering it to come down immediately. But with no time to lose, the flower mantis attacks the guards, who are startled by her speed. One wasp watches the fight and wonders what's going on there. The remaining guards realize that an insect is trying to escape and warn the other wasps. Then the praying mantis cuts everyone down with a fierce onslaught, the fallen guards commenting on her speed. And well, the other remaining guards better watch out. The flower mantis comes out pressing Q Master Yi style and landing several blows on the wasps. And to top it off, she humiliates them, walking slowly after wreaking havoc on the guards. Man, how that praying mantis got caught in this place, I don't know. The flower mantis asks our hero to accompany her. Wang Xiaofeng climbs with difficulty. Observing the flower mantis fighting the mud wasps, he comments on her strength. He asks the flower mantis why she isn't moving. Then she counts the defeated guards and says she's missing one. One wasp wonders why her stomach suddenly hurts. Then suddenly she finds the other wasps lying on the ground and wonders what happened. Look, sometimes it's good to take a shit while shit happens out there in the world, isn't it? She runs towards the alarm bell and, desperate, warns that it is an enemy attack. The flower mantis and Wang Xiaofeng watch the wasp ring the alarm bell. She laments, saying, "What a shame." A mud wasp enters the mine. She asks the creatures what is going on there and why it suddenly caught fire. The Heracross cries out desperately while throwing some cups of water. "Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" Mao Mao explains to the mud wasp that it was Stinkbug who accidentally set the shed on fire while cooking. Stinkbug apologizes to the mud wasp. A mud wasp curses our poor Heracross and threatens him, saying that if it happens again, she will kill him. Then she orders the others to leave. Mao Mao laments to the mud wasp that they are so miserable, while asking Stinkbug to think of a way to hold her back for a little longer. Then, the Heracross falls to the ground holding the guard's leg. He confirms to the mud wasp that all the grain that was supposed to have been delivered that year burned in the fire and asks her to defend them. The mud wasp curses him for his smell and threatens him. She says that if he doesn't pay his taxes, he will be food for the mud wasp larvae. Then, out of nowhere, the mud wasps watch in fear at the sound of the bell. A wasp warns the others that there is a situation at the underground exit and asks them to follow her back. Mao Mao tries to call the guards back, while Heracross asks them how they can be so cruel. Mao Mao apologizes to the dung beetle and says that they couldn't stop them. The dung beetle reassures them and says there's no need to blame him, that the bell is the ultimate alert signal, and that they wouldn't dare stay there. Stinkbug wonders what the maximum alert signal means. The beetle concludes that, if nothing unexpected happens, Lord Wasp and the flower mantis have already been discovered. Stinkbug laments, not believing what happened. The big guy apologizes to the other creatures and says that the secret escape plan failed, saying that he and the flower mantis will have to face the mud wasps head-on. Mao Mao is concerned about the plan and says that there are only 2 of them, while the mud wasp clan has at least 100 members, in addition to the insects that have allied with them. The dung beetle perks up and says that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, both for Lord Wasp, who has earned his trust, and for the sake of his descendants so that they will never be enslaved. Our hero commits and says that even if it costs him his life, he will not hesitate. What a man! What a man, guys! The moth asks the dung beetle to wait a moment. The dung beetle asks what happened. She asks to go with him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is her friend too, and she wants to help. The dung beetle thinks about it. He thanks the moth for the gesture, but says that with her lack of star power, she wouldn't be of much help. Mao Mao tries to stop the moth and explains that the dung beetle and the flower mantis are different from them, that they are stellar insect warriors capable of controlling star power. Stinkbug agrees and says that, although it is frustrating, they would only cause trouble for the dung beetle and the others if they went. The poor moth says she knows she is weak, a mere insect at the bottom of the food chain, and that a long time ago she was sent to the wasp clan as food because she could not pay taxes. The poor little creature cries, feeling wronged. She says that Wang Xiaofeng never looked down on him because of his position, and that despite being a noble wasp, He was willing to be friends with him, someone who was destined to be food and who is risking his life to help them. The moth asks the dung beetle if, because she is weak, she should just watch her friend die for her. Mao Mao praises the moth for her words. The Heracross, moved, says that Wang Xiaofeng is risking his life for them and that they cannot stand by and do nothing. Mao Mao and Stinkbug agree, saying they will go together, stating that they want to do what little they can. With that, all the insect slaves cheer up, one of them saying that the mud wasp gang isn't that scary and that he's going too. Another creature agrees and encourages them to show those despicable mud wasps what the lower class can do. Other creatures say they will go too. The dung beetle is surprised by the little moth's attitude and decides to go back on what he said before, calling her little moth and saying that she is a brave warrior. Then he asks for the help of the little moth and everyone else. The little moth agrees, touching the big guy's hand. What a beautiful scene, man. I'm going to cry. This is absolute cinema. Meanwhile, a horde of wasps marches through the underground mine passage. A mud wasp orders them to search the mine for Wang Xiaofeng and the flower mantis. The flower mantis holds Wang Xiaofeng in her arms as she hangs from the ceiling. And well, I think our hero is at peak testosterone. Flower, sister flower, says our hero, while the flower mantis puts Wang Xiaofeng to her breasts, asking him to be quiet. Then they finally land on the ground. She warns that reinforcements are coming and they need to hurry. She asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's okay. Wang Xiaofeng, dizzy, says he's fine. The flower mantis, as she runs, encourages Wang Xiaofeng, saying that they are almost at the end of the passage and that once they pass through there, they will be safe. Then they run towards the mine exit. But wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it? The giant wasp appears at the exit of the place and asks Wang Xiaofeng where he is going in such a hurry. She comments that he even has a stinky moth with star power with him. And well, the situation gets even worse. In an instant, an absurd amount of wasps appears in front of our heroes. The wasp states that from the moment the alarm bell rang, she knew that that bunch of stinky insects that live underground were up to something. She says that helping the little wasp escape and luring the wasp clan there to deal with them, using one enemy to defeat the other, was a very clever plan. She asks the flower mantis if it was the traitor dung beetle who came up with that idea. The flower mantis defends the dung beetle, saying that he is not a traitor. The giant wasp, enraged, curses the flower mantis and tells her to shut up. The praying mantis orders Wang Xiaofeng to move away, saying that she will deal with them. Wang Xiaofeng asks the flower mantis to be careful. Then, while she prepares for combat, well, let's just say not fair combat, our hero sneaks away behind her. And the combat begins. Place your bets in the comments, guys. The flower mantis unleashes several attacks, stomping and kicking the surrounding wasps. She spins her arms and attacks them with her blades. But then, the enemy team's tank arrives, delivering a powerful dash towards the poor mantis, ignoring her blows. She is startled that her attacks are having no effect and comments on its hard shell. And in the blink of an eye, the horned beetle catches up to her. The flower mantis cries out in pain as she is hit by the horned beetle's blow. The flower mantis recovers, resuming her fighting stance once more. Then he attacks the flower mantis as she dodges his blows. He becomes enraged and punches the ground, which cracks on impact. This makes her jump for a moment. Big mistake. The horned beetle grabs her by the leg and explodes her on the ground. The flower mantis is trampled by the horned beetle as she screams in pain. Our hero asks Sister Flower if she is okay. She, already weak, asks Wang Xiaofeng to run. As he spins his arms, our brave little bee challenges the horned beetle to a fight to the death. The giant wasp, surprised, wonders why the kick didn't hurt her and comments that the star insect created by the dung beetle has some skill, but unfortunately for the flower mantis, she is facing a horned beetle about to break through to the second star. Then the giant wasp draws her huge stinger. She strikes and stops at our flower mantis's neck. She tells the praying mantis that she has already lost a few sisters to capture her. The giant wasp orders the other wasps to take her to the nursery so the babies can eat some fresh meat, and says a meal with star power is sure to produce stronger warriors. The wasps agree and prepare to take the flower mantis away. The horned beetle asks the giant wasp what they should do with Wang Xiaofeng. The giant wasp orders him to be restrained in a cage under strict supervision, and and complains that Wang Xiaofeng lives causing trouble and that after mating, they will get rid of him to avoid future problems. Our hero, crestfallen, laments that despite being a noble species, he is still doing poorly. Wang Xiaofeng cries, saying he's not cut out to be a hero. That's when one of the guards warns the other wasps that something bad is about to happen. The giant wasp asks what made her so nervous. The guard despairs and explains that the mob of peasants from the underground mine have revolted, that they have already broken through the passage and are coming up. The giant wasp, furious, asks if it's just that bunch of low-class trash. She asks who is leading the other insects. The guard concludes that it is the dung beetle, the traitor. Then, the goatee appears with the other insects, unleashing a powerful attack on the exit of the place, while the little moth flies, saying that she is there to help Wang Xiaofeng. Oh my god, this is better than the Avengers. The moth and the dung beetle order the other insects to attack. The giant wasp is surprised by the union of those insects, recalling that yesterday they were nothing but scattered sand, and wonders what the dung beetle did to them. The giant cockroach is also surprised by the dung beetle's attitude in having used only one wasp to unite those weak, starless ones. But he claims that no matter how determined they are, trash is still trash. The giant wasp says she will make them realize that resisting the mud wasp lord is the biggest mistake of their lives. Meanwhile, the dung beetle and the other insects advance. The giant wasp concludes that it's the worst decision they've ever made. The wasp leader orders her sisters to attack, saying that these insignificant insects are nothing to fear. The mud wasps agree with a war cry. Then the clash begins, insects everywhere fighting each other. This is what we wanted to see. One of the wasps encourages her sisters to capture the dung beetle alive, as it would be a great achievement. But hold on, this beetle is tough. The frontline wasps comment on his immense size. The dung beetle yells for them to get out of the way as he delivers a powerful blow that throws some insects away. He orders the stag beetle to release Wang Xiaofeng. The stag beetle asks the dung beetle if he finally dared to show up, calling him the former captain of the mud wasp guard. The dung beetle tells him to forget about the past and comments that his strength as current captain is still stuck at 1 star and says he can't level up just by capturing kids. Let's go, everyone! A big CGI fight is about to go down. The stag beetle, laughing, says that he finally pissed him off, releasing our worker bee and going into battle. He boasts and challenges him, saying that he will see if he still deserves the title of the strongest in the underground mine. The dung beetle yells for Wang Xiaofeng to run away. Wang Xiaofeng, terrified, runs while thanking the dung beetle. Our hero, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the dung beetle, asks his mantis sister to seize the chance and escape, but soon realizes she is seriously injured. She laments, saying it's her end. Our protagonist is shocked by the answer. She apologizes to Wang Xiaofeng and says that from now on, he will have to go alone. The flower mantis asks Wang Xiaofeng to move on. She laments, saying she is really useless and that she took responsibility for protecting them, but is now paralyzed and unable to move. She says that she lost her parents when she was young and grew up eating scraps from everyone in the underground mine. She regrets that they were forced to risk their lives hanging by a thread because of her carelessness and her oath to protect them. But our hero comforts her and says she did an amazing job. Wang Xiaofeng swears that he will protect everyone in the underground mine. Then the giant wasp appears and laughs at the insects and comments that the weaklings really like to huddle together. She orders Wang Xiaofeng and the others to come back with her quietly and threatens them, saying that if they don't, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Meanwhile, the little moth and her sister fly towards the giant wasp at full speed, yelling for her not to hurt Wang Xiaofeng. Then, the two of them, with only one attack power, grab the giant wasp, covering her vision. The giant wasp gets irritated with the moth and curses her, asking how dare food challenge her. The brave moth becomes desperate and asks Wang Xiaofeng to run away. Our hero watches the actions of his little friends, moved. Then he takes flight, while the moth asks him not to worry about them and tells him to just focus on escaping. The giant wasp gets annoyed and orders them to get down from there and not touch her face. Now we go back to the big boys fight. The dung beetle asks the stag beetle what's wrong, as he delivers a powerful blow to his face. He asks if that's all the strength he has behind his competitive nature. The stag beetle asks the dung beetle if he has no sense of loyalty, since the mud wasp lord worked so hard for him to evolve to 2 stars. The stag beetle tries to hit the dung beetle, but soon, our monster stops him with a simple hand raise. The dung beetle asks what he knows about loyalty, since he secretly killed all of his relatives to turn him into a heartless killing machine, and if that showed any loyalty. The wretch says their sacrifice was necessary. He despairs and laments that the difference in strength between them is so great, even with just 1 star difference. And, well, Cristiano Ronaldo is his name. With a majestic volley, our hero throws the insect away. He tells the stag beetle that he is still stubborn and challenges him to a fight, saying that he will teach him a lesson on behalf of his family. The giant wasp notices Wang Xiaofeng's escape and orders the stag beetle to stop fighting and go after him. She despairs and implores them to catch him, otherwise they will all be doomed. The stag beetle, staggering, feels his body falling apart and wonders if that's the power of a 2-star insect. The giant wasp scolds him and asks if he is deaf, ordering him to go after Wang Xiaofeng. He gets up with difficulty and confirms the order. The stag beetle confirms the order and takes off. Then the dung beetle watches the loser flee. He gets irritated by his escape and asks where he thinks he's going. Our hero promises to do his best to catch up, but it couldn't be that easy, could it? The giant wasp appears stealthily, attacking him with her immense stinger and orders him to stay there. Then the battle of the highest star monsters begins. The dung beetle, irritated, complains about the wasp's sting and comments that his body is starting to go numb. The other wasps are surprised by the dung beetle's resistance to the poison and wonder how much longer he will last. They surround him and tell the other wasps to welcome the guest. The stag beetle heads towards our protagonist. Then, in the blink of an eye, he arrives flying close to our hero, cursing him and ordering him to stop now. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised at the speed with which the stag beetle caught up to him. The stag beetle threatens Wang Xiaofeng, saying that if he doesn't stop, he shouldn't blame him for being aggressive. Then, he tries to grab our protagonist, but Wang Xiaofeng quickly dodges, challenging him to try to catch him. Wang Xiaofeng, flying quickly in a zigzag, dodges the stag beetle's blows. The flower mantis watches our fleeing hero and prays that he can make it. Yue asks Wang Xiaofeng to hold on, while the moth asks the other insects to hold them back. Mao complains, saying she can't take it anymore, and asks the stink bug to help her, as she can't hold on any longer. The stink bug encourages her to hold on a little longer and says that the wasp lord will soon bring reinforcements to save them. Mao laments, wondering if they are going to die there. The stag beetle curses Wang Xiaofeng, saying he is hard to catch. Wang Xiaofeng, with almost no stamina left, tries to get rid of the stag beetle and wonders why he can't shake him off. But then a surge of motivation hits him. He says that everyone is already at their limit and they are still desperately resisting the mud wasps. Wang Xiaofeng wonders how he can stop there as his body begins to spark. And well, as we learned in Naruto, a fight like this couldn't go without a flashback, right? Wang Xiaofeng, still a child, comments that when he was a child, his dream was to become a hero. He, holding a doll, tells his father that when he grows up, he wants to be a hero like Eggman and destroy all the radiation monsters on Earth. Wang Xiaofeng's father encourages him, saying that if he studies hard and gets into a university on Star Wang, he will be able to pilot a mecha and fight monsters alongside Eggman. Our hero agrees. Later, he actually got into the Star Wang Academy of Mechanical Engineering. Wang Xiaofeng, excited, tells his parents that he has been accepted into the academy while showing his acceptance letter. He rejoices and says he can go to Star Wang and learn to pilot a mecha. Wang Xiaofeng's father celebrates, saying that he is his boy, that he made him proud. His mother says that that night they will have a big feast to celebrate. However, shortly before leaving, the city where he lived was attacked by monsters, and the interstellar transport system was completely paralyzed. Panicked citizens run through the streets as monsters invade the city. A terrified reporter reports that radiation monsters are invading the city en masse, causing a significant number of casualties. She advises residents residents to stay in underground shelters and avoid leaving their homes. His parents spent all their savings to secure him a spot on a military starship bound for Star Wong so that he could get to university on time. But Wang Xiaofeng refuses to go to Star Wong and says that he wants to stay on Earth. He tells his parents that they spent all their savings on him and asks how they are going to survive. Wang Xiaofeng's father scolds him, saying that he is an ungrateful brat and that it is none of his business to worry about him. Wang Xiaofeng's father asks if he always wanted to be a hero and orders him to go to Star Wang and learn real skills. The father orders him to take a small notepad and not come home until he has completed all the tasks written on it. Our hero, frightened by the reaction, confirms that he understands. Wang Xiaofeng, at a spaceport, says that at the time he didn't realize that his parents weren't thinking of him acquiring skills to return to Earth as a hero. His mother comments that it is a rare sunny day. His father agrees as a spaceship departs towards space, taking Wang Xiaofeng away from that hellhole that it had become. His parents wanted him to take that opportunity to leave Earth and never come back. Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to his parents, who watch him from Earth. It seems they tried every way they could think of. Wang Xiaofeng, inside the ship, holding the notepad, says that he will see what his father wrote to him. Although the ideas seem ridiculous now, they really made him feel the love they had for him. But when he got there, the reality was quite different than expected. Our dejected hero feels very sad, with several people criticizing him. One of them comments that there are still humans on Earth. Another calls him a dwarf and curses him for being near him. Another comments that Wang Xiaofeng's race is primitive and short-lived, and tells them to forget about making friends with him, as he will be dead by the time they graduate. Life on Star Wang was difficult. His parents were his only motivation to continue. And well, I already cried a lot with this story. I think it's enough, right? Let's get back to the fight. Wang Xiaofeng cheers up and says that as this is not a time travel story, there must be a day when he will be reunited with his parents. Crying, he says that he has not yet repaid his parents, wondering how he could fall there. But wait, you are the protagonist, but not for long. The stag beetle appears next to our hero with extreme speed, preparing to deliver the biggest punch he has ever given in his life. And well, I don't think our hero will walk after this. As he falls, the stag beetle continues to chase him. Then, our hero recovers. Staggering, the stag beetle asks our hero to resist no more. He says that his defeat is inevitable and threatens him if he doesn't want to end up like the commoners who were treated like trash. But the poor beetle is screwed, because our hero begins to remember the friends he made until he got there. Wang Xiaofeng laments, saying he promised to protect everyone. They are like he was in the past. Wang Xiaofeng shouts with determination that he will not let that happen. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng's body begins to glow, emanating a powerful energy. Wang Xiaofeng, furious, says he can't let that happen. Our hero begins to emanate a powerful light in the heavens. The glow is so intense that it resembles the sun itself. The stag beetle watches Wang Xiaofeng and wonders if he has leveled up. He then scoffs, saying that even if he has advanced to 1 star, he will not be able to defeat him. But then, Wang Xiaofeng charges forward and yells at the stag beetle to get out of his way. The stag beetle wonders how that is possible and feels the dragon aura of the Star Dragon clan. The stag beetle, shocked, shouts that this is impossible. Then the beetle takes the most powerful punch he has ever taken in his life, making his face contort. Wang Xiaofeng, imbued with the dragon's aura, charges forward after the blow. The stag beetle falls unconscious. Several creatures are surprised by the blow. One of them asks them to look at the sky and warns them that it is the stag beetle. The flower mantis watches in disbelief at the defeated stag beetle and wonders if Wang Xiaofeng defeated him. The moth and her sister cheer, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is amazing and that it's a miracle. The mud wasps watch the scene in shock and wonder how that is possible. A giant wasp despairs and orders the others to chase after Wang Xiaofeng and not let him escape. The stink bug cheers, celebrating that our hero made it. He finally managed to get rid of the wasps. The other insects celebrate in the midst of battle. Then Mao Mao, who was almost giving up, orders everyone to stop the remaining wasps. In the sky, our hero watches what he just did. The information sheet shows our hero's current power level, disaster level, Native monster wasp, weight 3,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what power just came out of him, but no time to think. Wang Xiaofeng is worried about the approaching mud wasps. As he flies, he says that the celestial island is just ahead and calls out to B Li, B Mang Mang, and B Man Man, asking them to come teach him quickly. On the outskirts of the celestial island residential area, B Li asks what the situation is and if they have found him. The other bees say they haven't found him. B Li wonders where he could have gone. B Mang Mang warns B Li that a group of mud wasps is flying towards Celestial Island. B Li is surprised by the news and wonders why this is happening at this time. B Li tells the others to get together and see what is going on. B Man Man asks about Wang Xiaofeng, questioning if they are no longer looking for him. B Li replies that he doesn't seem to be around and that they should stop looking for now. Meanwhile, our hero desperately runs for his life. The giant wasp orders them to capture him. Then finally, the giant wasp catches up to Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero crashes into the busty wasp's breasts. The giant wasp curses him for causing so much trouble for her. Wang Xiaofeng, angry, says he can't stop there. But lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place. Our hero wonders why the power isn't coming out. While being hanged, he decides to try again, saying that he is almost emotionally ready. The giant wasp asks what he is doing and tells him to stop messing around. But it is then that one of the wasps, frightened, alerts her sister that they are in trouble. She warns that they are surrounded by the good wasps. B Li asks if the leader of the mud wasps is among them. She observes her and questions why the male of the wasp clan is with them. The blonde, Sirius, asks for an explanation. The giant wasp says it's a misunderstanding, that they were just trying to entertain him. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng pleads for help from B Li, saying that they kidnapped him and forced him to have children with them, and asks her to save him. The blonde wasp orders them to arrest them all and let the elders of the wasp clan sort it out. Then, the good wasps immobilize the mud wasps and order them to drop their weapons. The giant wasp watches in terror at the spears pointed at her. On the other side of the battle, the other creatures are being taken away by the wasps and lament that they have been completely wiped out, wondering if the yellow bee will come to save them. The stink beetle reassures Mao Mao, saying that surely the dung beetle will come, as he is a trustworthy insect. But in fact, not only was the dung beetle captured, but the flower mantis as well. Mao Mao laments being afraid and wonders if they will be fed to the larvae. The stink bug gets annoyed with her and reiterates that Wang Xiaofeng will come to save them. It is then that Yue spots something in the distance and asks her brother to look. The little moth asks what that is. Then Yue says that it is a group of wasps approaching. Wang Xiaofeng approaches the other creatures, who are being led into the tree, and warns them that he made them wait, but that he is back, and that Wang Xiaofeng brought the yellow wasp clan to save them. The creatures celebrate the arrival of Wang Xiaofeng and the yellow wasp clan. Our hero asks the moth and her sister if they are okay. He apologizes for being late, saying that they must have suffered. The moth replies that it was nothing and that they knew Wang Xiaofeng would succeed. But then she asks our hero what is that thing stuck to his chest. He comments that he didn't even notice when it appeared. He tries to remove the thing stuck to his chest without success and comments that it is strange. Mao Mao screams in fright as the other creatures watch. Wang Xiaofeng asks Mao Mao what is wrong. Mao Mao, frightened, says, "It's that thing on his chest." She exclaims that it is the royal seal. The wasps watch in amazement at the royal seal on Wang Xiaofeng's chest. B Li says that now that the creature mentioned it, it really did look like it. Our hero, not understanding anything, asks what the hell this royal seal is. The moth explains that, according to legend, a monster with royal qualities, once recognized by the will of the universe, will have the royal seal appear on its chest. A golden drone with a bright mark on its chest floats in space, illuminated by an intense light. And a monster with the royal seal can not only protect their people, but also obtains unique abilities granted by the will of the universe. Wang Xiaofeng asks if he really is that powerful. The little moth affirms, with conviction, that there is no doubt. Then, our hero remembers when his chest felt warm during the fight against the stag beetle, and that crazy thing happened. The moth deduces that he must have used the power of the royal seal to defeat the stag beetle. Wang Xiaofeng agrees and thinks of the queen bee, who is also the leader of the wasp clan, and wonders if she has something similar on her chest. Then our little worker bee says that in the world of wasps, only female wasps can become queen, and that it is strange that a male wasp like him has the royal seal. Thoughtful, the moth agrees with his statement. Then, Bee Li asks for calm and says that the queen bee is worried about Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to come back. The blonde wasp says that they haven't settled their score yet and reminds Wang Xiaofeng that she told him not to run around and wait until she dealt with him. Then, after this long adventure, flying home, the blonde wasp invites everyone to visit her when they have time. Mao Mao, licking her lips, asks the stink beetle if that thing on the yellow bee's chest is really the royal seal. And well, the beetle's only response to her was to make that disapproving face. Then, finally, the dung beetle and the mantis arrive after being released. He asks where Wang Xiaofeng is and says he needs to thank him personally. Mao Mao tells him that he just left with his sisters. Mao Mao asks the dung beetle what he thinks of them having their own king in the underground mining area. The dung beetle then asks her in surprise, "A king?" Mao Mao confirms and says that not like the mud wasps, but a real king with the royal seal. The stink beetle freaks out at Mao Mao's excitement and says her expression is scary. Now, in the queen bee's chamber, the queen orders Wang Xiaofeng to eat slowly and says that he has suffered a lot out there and that he cannot run away again. Then our little worker bee confirms the queen mother's order as he eats that delicious fruit. Well, I don't know what that is. Bee Li asks the queen bee if that mark on Wang Xiaofeng's chest is really the royal seal. The queen bee confirms, then Bee Li says that he is a male wasp and asks how he can be a king. The queen, with a smile on her face, says that Wang Xiaofeng has an extraordinary talent and has been blessed by the will of the universe. Wang Xiaofeng asks the queen bee if he can ask a question. He asks if the insects in the underground mining area, who are so pitiful and constantly bullied by the mud wasps, can take over the mining area. The queen bee then reminds him that when Celestial Island was established, the brutal mud wasp was rewarded with the title of King of the Underground Mining Area for resisting the dragon beast, and that, since the wasp clans do not interfere in each other's affairs, they could only pretend they did not see what was happening in the underground mining area. If the mud wasps hadn't messed up this time, the yellow wasp clan would have to face judgment for recklessly mobilizing troops in the underground mining area. Now that they are about to face judgment by the Council of Elders of the Wasp clan, the matter of who owns the underground mining area will have to be decided through negotiation between the clan elders. She explains that not even the Queen Mother can decide to take possession on her own. Wang Xiaofeng thinks to himself that if he had the royal seal, if he could use its power, maybe he could protect them. The queen bee, happy, says that Wang Xiaofeng is such a kind child. She advises him, saying that since he has recently transformed, he needs to grow up safely in the hive, and that it is too early for him to protect others. Then he accepts the queen bee's advice. But it is then that a worker wasp warns the queen bee about the presence of two mud wasp warriors outside the hive requesting an audience. The queen bee asks in surprise, "Mud wasp warriors?" Outside the hive, the dung beetle and the flower mantis introduce themselves to the queen bee. Our hero is excited to see them. The queen bee asks the reason for the mud wasp clan's visit. The dung beetle says that the two of them represent all the insect beasts of the underground mining area, and that they have come to pledge their allegiance. The blonde wasp and the queen bee look at each other. He says they humbly request that Lord Wang Xiaofeng lead the people of the mining area, and that they are willing to defend his honor with their lives. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised. He asks how they can pledge their allegiance to him, since they are all comrades who have shared hardships. The dung beetle explains that this is the unanimous wish of the residents of the underground mining area. Wang Xiaofeng shyly apologizes, saying that he is not ready yet, as he needs to learn to control his power and needs time. The queen interrupts him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng has already given his answer and that they should leave. The dung beetle apologizes and acknowledges that they were hasty. Now, in the underground mining area, Mao Mao comments that, from what Wang Xiaofeng said, it didn't sound like a refusal, but not exactly an acceptance either. The stink beetle asks if he thinks they are good enough, then the moth reassures him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is not not that kind of insect. Mao Mao laments, saying that it is not easy to get the Yellow Wasp clan to take over the underground mining area. She thinks to herself that since Plan A failed, Mao Mao says they'll have to go with Plan B. Yue asks what Plan B is. Mao Mao replies that as the most beautiful insect in the mining area, if she uses a little charm, she asks them if that wouldn't make the yellow bee fall into her hand. She says it's the most foolproof plan of all. With that, disappointment weighs heavily on everyone in that place. Mao Mao questions the other creatures as to why they are not saying anything. Then the other creatures ignore her as Mao Mao kicks her feet in the background. The moth suggests they go back and ask Wang Xiaofeng directly. The dung beetle agrees and says that guessing won't help. Now, in the Dragon King's chamber, Wang Xiaofeng floats unconscious inside the viscous liquid. He then opens his eyes. But when he realizes that he is submerged in the liquid, he begins to thrash about so as not to drown. Wang Xiaofeng then realizes that he can breathe normally and, looking at his arm, rejoices that it has been regenerated. Then he turns his head a little and realizes that there is something colossal behind him. Wang Xiaofeng screams, and desperate, he tries to swim away from the Dragon King. Then he finally gets out of that crazy liquid. He wonders if the monster didn't chase him because it was seriously injured. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates being alive one more day in that body, and putting on his clothes, looks at the pool of water and says that it must be for the monster to restore its flesh, and is impressed by the regeneration. Our hero shows off his new arm and says that the water not only helped him regenerate his arm, but that he feels his entire body has been strengthened. But he comments that the print on his arm is a little scary. Wang Xiaofeng, with a mischievous look on his face, wonders if he has been strengthened. Then our hero looks around to see if anyone is there, and the little devil starts admiring his potentially strengthened goose. It is then that Wang Xiaofeng hears a strange noise and wonders what it is. He observes a giant blue monster devouring pieces of meat in a cave. Wang Xiaofeng, frightened, comments on the size of the creature. Then he decides that for now, it is safer to stay inside the cave. Half an hour later, the giant blue monster yawns. Our hero is startled by the shaking of the place and wonders if it is an earthquake. Then, the monster lies down on the ground near the meat and sleeps. Wang Xiaofeng decides it's time to escape, but he looks at the monster's meat and comments that it smells very good. He says he hasn't eaten in a long time. Boy, one of the most valuable things I learned playing Dark Souls is don't be greedy. Just a tip. Wang Xiaofeng says the food is too high up. He laments not having a ladder. He looks at the hanging meat and wonders how he can get it. It is then that he observes the monster drooling with some pieces of meat running out of its mouth. And well, the world of dragons is so immensely large that just a small piece of leftover meat is bigger than the protagonist himself. It is then that a piece of meat falls to the ground. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates, saying, "Woohoo! Time to feast!" He picks up a piece of meat and enjoys it. He comments on the taste and says it is so fragrant and tender that he can't stop eating. A few moments later, our hero with a pregnant belly says he is full. But then out of nowhere, Xiaofeng feels a sharp pain. He feels his stomach burning and comments that it is as if all the energy in his body is boiling. He fears that he will explode. It is then that a few drops of blood begin to run from his nose. Warning: the meat of the 5-star disaster level. Volcanic bull is rich in energy substances. Please do not overeat. Now, back in the hive, Wang Xiaofeng is awakened by a worker wasp, told to hurry up and get to class. At the Sky Island Bee Academy, Wang Xiaofeng watches several bees gathered in rows. The instructor warns the students that as worker bees, the most important skill is combat. Wang Xiaofeng observes the number of bees and wonders if he will participate in classes there. Bee Li explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the worker bees are receiving basic education and that, as for Wang Xiaofeng, she will teach him personally. Bee Mang Mang warns our hero to watch out for Bee Li, as she is a tough trainer, and that, because of what happened the day before, she is in a bad mood. Wang Xiaofeng, scared, questions Bee Mang Mang about the last part of the sentence. B. Li, irritated, asks Wang Xiaofeng why he is still standing there and threatens him. Our poor little bee, terrified, tries to dodge B. Li's attack. B. Li, irritated with Wang Xiaofeng, attacks him with her spear and tells him to focus. One of the bees who was there is surprised to see Wang Xiaofeng training and says that there is a little male bee fighting with Sister Feng Li. The little bees praise the little male bee, saying that he is very cool. Bee Mang Mang is impressed by Wang Xiaofeng's moves and asks if he is really that strong, since he is dodging all of Feng Li's attacks. Bee Man Man agrees and comments that it is amazing, asking if this isn't Wang Xiaofeng's first training session since he emerged. Then they start cheering for our hero. Wang Xiaofeng wonders why it is so hectic around there. Then our hero delivers his first attack on B. Li, who deflects it with extreme ease. B. Li asks if he still has the strength to counterattack and questions if that means he hasn't reached his limit yet. B. Li, smiling, challenges Wang Xiaofeng, telling him to show her everything he's got. Our hero is surprised by B. Li's sudden attack. B. Li increases the speed of the attack, and well, obviously Wang Xiaofeng is finally hit. B. Li praises Wang Xiaofeng's agility and good judgment, saying that she is truly impressed. The worker bees praise Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is amazing and that Sister Feng Li praised him. Wang Xiaofeng thanks them shyly, but says he still has a long way to go. He recalls his enhanced skills at martial arts school and says that actually gave him a helping hand there. The blonde wasp announces the end of the first stage of the course and prepares for the second stage. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what the next challenge will be. In the outer city of Celestial Island, B. Li comments to the other wasps that it has been a few days since the last cleanup and that the dragon beasts are back. Then, our hero deduces that these must be the planet's dragon beasts. Two-horned dragons graze in the forest. Disaster level, cosmic monster, horned dragon beast. Weight, 18,000 tons. And after living a long story with dragons, he comments, "So that's how big insects are on this planet." B. Li, watching the horned dragons, decides to use them as material for the second stage of the course. Wang Xiaofeng is astonished. B. Li asks B. Mang Mang and B. Man Man to do a demonstration for Wang Xiaofeng. They agree, saying that they will take care of it. Our protagonist shows concern, asking if they will be all right, as those dragon beasts look powerful. B. Li reassures him, telling him to pay attention. B. Mang Mang and B. Man Man fly towards the horned dragon, ready to attack. Then they are enveloped in a bright glow, and out of nowhere, weapons appear in their hands. The bees, now in their most powerful forms, stare at the horned dragons. Then B. Manman attacks the horned dragon with her spear. The horned dragon, feeling something on its back, roars. Then the horned dragon fires its horns at high speed towards the purple-haired bee. B. Mang Mang swings her scythe and returns the attack to the beast. Man, poor thing. The little dragon just wanted to graze a little. Wang Xiaofeng watches in admiration and wonders what that was. B. Li explains that this is the star armor and that the cultivation limit of the Zerg warrior himself is 3 stars, however. By pledging allegiance to a sovereign king, the Zerg warriors can quickly gain star power through a connection with the Zerg king, transforming their forms and easily wielding a strength that surpasses their own limits. She adds that this is why Zerg warriors must pledge allegiance to the Zerg king. Wang Xiaofeng comments that it seems like the ancient generals who needed to pledge allegiance to their lord in order to receive troops and supplies to make full use of their strength. B. Li tells our hero that the standard for passing as a worker bee in 2 weeks is to master his star armor, and that the second stage of training is to master the star armor in 3 days and defeat a 1-star dragon beast, Wang Xiaofeng exclaims, saying that Sister B. Li is a demon. 1 month later, on Celestial Island, a fierce battle shakes the ground and fells some local trees. Now, a little more trained, our hero is a 1-star wasp beast. He possesses the following stats and powers: royal techniques, space manipulation, weak, king's wealth, weak. The space manipulation power gives him the ability to switch positions with any object within his perception range. King's wealth, which allows him to use the abilities of any of his subjects. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates celebrates finally having the ability to protect others, stating that he will never be a burden to anyone again. But hold on, not everything is so easy. He falls to the ground and laments, commenting that the star armor only lasts for about 5 minutes. He says that due to lack of energy, the drawbacks are still very obvious. B Mang Mang and B Man Man praise Wang Xiaofeng's performance. They acknowledge that mastering the star armor and royal techniques in just a month is very impressive, with one B calling him a genius. Then, B Li announces that the training ends there and asks our hero to go with her to the palace, as the B tribe's council of elders will meet that day, and the other clan leaders want to meet him. He wonders if she is talking about the other leaders of the B tribe. Now, in the palace meeting hall, the Queen Bee apologizes for making everyone wait, while the guard bees and other leaders wait in the room. The Queen Bee asks Wang Xiaofeng to greet the clan leaders. So, our hero introduces himself to the other bees. Oh my goodness. Every day that passes, my desire to buy a doll of this little worker bee only grows. One of the leaders is delighted with Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is so cute. Another bee asks if he is the legendary male bee with the royal seal. The bees whisper among themselves, commenting on how cute Wang Xiaofeng is and how they want to have the best babies with him. Another bee laughs and asks the others if they are scaring Wang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, supreme embarrassment invades the mind of our protagonist. Look, I would be having a field day in his situation. Then, a wasp approaches and announces that the queen bee is arriving. The imposing bee, with red hair and gold and black armor, appears in the meeting room. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, bumblebee queen. Weight, 27.500 tons. The queen bee introduces Wang Xiaofeng to the bumblebee queen, saying that she is from another important branch of the bee clan. Then the little wasp, who accompanied the queen, introduces herself to Wang Xiaofeng and greets him. She says that she has heard a lot about him. Our hero greets Princess Vivi, who wonders why that name sounds so familiar. The other bees comment that Wang Xiaofeng is very polite and remind her that she is quite powerful as well. The wasp queen says that she is the fastest learner of star armor among the younger generation and that she is very talented. She then introduces Princess Vivi to Wang Xiaofeng, saying it's her first time in that place, and suggests that he show her around. Our hero suggests that they play in the garden, as there are many beautiful flowers there. Princess Vivi agrees to the idea. Suddenly, the wasp queen feels sick. The queen mother asks if her old wound is hurting again, and the bumblebee queen confirms, saying it is an old problem she is used to. The queen mother looks worriedly at the blood on her hand. She laments, saying she hopes Vivi becomes a qualified successor before she falls, and thinks about how much time Vivi has. Now, in the palace judgment hall, the Mud Wasp Lord kneels before the queens. The queen informs the Mud Wasp clan leader that the ancient Bee clan has discussed their actions, and the Wasp Queen states that the punishment for the Mud Wasp clan has already been decided. The Mud Wasp Lord defends herself, saying that she was momentarily overcome by greed and begs the majesties to show mercy. The Wasp Queen informs the Mud Wasp Lord that the Mud Wasp clan has committed an unforgivable crime, and that from that day forward, the Mud Wasp clan will be permanently banished from Celestial Island. The Queen Bee and the Bumblebee Queen confirm the sentence. The Mud Wasp Lord laments and questions if simply kidnapping a male wasp is really such a serious crime. The queens reprimand the Mud Wasp Lord, calling her a foolish insolent, and inform her that the kidnapped is the future third king of Celestial Island. The Mud Wasp Lord, surprised, wonders if that little male is the new king. She thrashes about as the guards hold her hands, lamenting that it can't be and that there must be some mistake. She questions how a male wasp can be king. Now, in the back garden of the palace, the princess comments on the amount of beautiful flowers. Then, our clever little bee wastes no time, approaches her, and offers her a flower. She asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is trying to declare himself to her. Wang Xiaofeng, completely ignoring her question, swallows the flower and says that it is a red flower, suggesting that she try it because it is delicious. Vivi asks if he is treating her like a fool and questions if he is playing hard to get. Our hero says it's troublesome to persuade children and wonders why Vivi seems nervous. Then Vivi suggests that they play hide and seek. She thinks to herself that, after all, he is just a child and likes childish games. But in truth, our hero's dissatisfied face is notable. But that's when our dear Moth arrives at the scene. The guards watch from atop the wall and comment that the day is the day of the Bee Tribe's Council of Elders meeting, and that strangers are not allowed in the palace. The Moth says that she just wants to see Wang Xiaofeng for a bit. The Dung Beetle asks if they can help them send a message to Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero from atop the wall watches everything, saying it's for the little Moth and the others. Princess Vivi asks if he knows those creatures. Wang Xiaofeng apologizes to Vivi, asking permission to speak with his friends. Vivi, with a smile on her face, allows it. Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to Vivi and promises to be back soon. Vivi, thoughtful, comments that Wang Xiaofeng left the royal heir behind to greet some commoners and calls him a strange guy. Strange is you, girl. He's simply talking to a damn red beetle and the nicest moth on the planet. Who are you in the breadline, my dear? Bee Lee and the queen watch the other wasps from above. Then, our hero appears and calls for the queen. Wang Xiaofeng says that he has come to say goodbye to the queen bee. The queen is surprised. She wonders why Wang Xiaofeng called her Your Majesty and talked about leaving. Wang Xiaofeng tells her that he wants to leave that place and establish his own territory. The queen, surprised, asks if he is sure of his decision. Our hero then confirms. The queen holds Wang Xiaofeng in the air and comments that he is a kind child and that the queen bee likes that about him. The queen then tells Wang Xiaofeng that she knows he has always wanted to help his friends, but that he is destined not to belong there, and that now that he can control the king's power, he is ready to go his own way. The queen bids farewell to Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to go, saying that this will always be his home, and inviting him to visit when he misses her. Wang Xiaofeng, crying, hugs her. Then, the dung beetle and the flower mantis appear from the skies. They call him king and say they have come to escort him. The queen says goodbye to Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to take care from then on. Wang Xiaofeng promises that he will take care as he calls her Mother Bee Queen. Our hero says goodbye to Mother Bee Queen, promising to visit her often. Then, the bees watch our little bee depart. The queen remarks to Bee Lee that it was the first time she really felt what it's like to be a mother. Bee Lee agrees, saying that she is already their mother. Then, the queen asks Bee Lee for a favor. She responds by saying that a queen's command cannot be refused. The Bumblebee Queen, curious, asks Vivi what she is thinking. Vivi replies that she is not thinking about anything. Then she watches Wang Xiaofeng move away and says that he really likes to show off. Wang Xiaofeng, alongside the dung beetle and the flower mantis, announces that the bee clan leaders have agreed to give him the underground mining area. Princess Vivi, hidden, observes the conversation. Wang Xiaofeng comments that the place is very arid and not suitable for living, and asks for help to build a new city outside the territory of Celestial Island. The dung beetle is surprised by our hero's comment. The praying mantis asks, "In the dragon beast's habitat?" Wang Xiaofeng perks up and says that he has fought countless times with the dragon beasts in the last month, saying that with the king's power they are not unbeatable and that they will no longer be prey. He asks for the help of the flower mantis and the dung beetle to achieve his goal. The flower mantis and the dung beetle kneel before Wang Xiaofeng, swearing loyalty. Princess Vivi watches hidden behind a tree and thanks Wang Xiaofeng. As she flies, she thinks to herself that he is just a child, but speaks like a great man. Vivi predicts that Wang Xiaofeng will end up in the mouth of the dragon beast sooner or later. Now, in a faraway place, little aphids cry for help. A creature warns them to run as the dragon beast is there again. The creature flies, roaring and destroying houses. Two smaller creatures watch in shock as the dragon beast steps on and stops right in front of them. The dragon roars, preparing to swallow them as the small creatures tremble in fear. But wait, our heroes don't wear capes. They are a bunch of varied and colorful insects. The dung beetle, Wang Xiaofeng, and the praying mantis fly above the dragon beasts. Then they advance towards the dragon beast. Wang Xiaofeng shouts for the beast to stop, saying that he will not let it harm his people. Then, our hero begins to emit an insane glow resembling the sun. The dragon beasts watch in shock at such brightness. Surely an extremely powerful blow must come out of that, right? No, that was just a superhero landing. Wang Xiaofeng watches and warns the dung beetle, saying, "Toucan, your opponent is here. Star armor weapon. Praying mantis ability, blade. Star armor weapon. Dung beetle ability, giant strength, resistant armor." Wang Xiaofeng watches and orders the dragon beast to release the aphids. He challenges the beast, saying, "If you have the courage, come and get us." The tusked dragons fly towards them. The dung beetle prepares to fight the tusked dragon. Then he holds the beast's attack with his bare hands, absorbing the impact as he grabs its beak. The dung beetle, holding the dragon's beak, throws it at each other. Then he calls for the flower mantis to finish the attack. The flower mantis attacks the tusked dragons, who fall immobilized. This is the dream team we were talking about, folks. The flower mantis runs at high speed. She brakes slowly and observes the danger ahead. The aphids scream for help as the huge dragon falls on top of them. The flower mantis is startled. Then Wang Xiaofeng appears and says to leave it to him. Our hero transforms and uses his star armor weapon in dung beetle mode. He uses his spatial control power to save the aphids, who are being attacked by a tusked dragon. The creatures are surprised by the change of positions. Wang Xiaofeng prepares to face the tusked dragon, activating his giant strength. Then he grabs the beast with his unusual strength. Wang Xiaofeng asks the aphids if they are okay. The aphids, relieved, thank the insect king. Now, in the underground mine aphid village, one of the creatures tells the residents that it was the insect king who saved them. The aphids wonder if the insect king has come to reclaim that decadent area. Wang Xiaofeng explains that he is not, and that he is there to take them. He says that he is there to open a safer residential area for everyone. The aphids celebrate, saying it's great because they won't have to worry about the dragon beast anymore. Then we go back in time, more specifically to the planning of our hero's headquarters. A few days earlier, at the underground mine temporary command post, Wang Xiaofeng says that for the past few days, they have been examining the surface area around Celestial Island. So he shows a map and explains that the terrain there is flat, food is abundant, and there is a small lake. He concludes that it is the most suitable place to live near Celestial Island. He mentions that the area around the lake is surrounded by a dense forest, and there are signs of dragon activity. He warns that if they want to investigate further, it will be extremely risky and time-consuming. The dung beetle suggests that her tribe might be able to help with the investigation. Wang Xiaofeng asks what tribe she is referring to, and the flower mantis replies that he will know when the time is right. Shortly after, our hero complains about the bad smell of the place and asks why they are there. The dung beetle explains that it is the feces of a young dragon beast, something her tribe adores. Our hero, just like us, understands absolutely nothing this crazy beetle is talking about. The dung beetle announces that the creatures have arrived. A swarm of flies approaches, excited, saying, "Woohoo! Delicious food!" Disaster level, none. Native monster. Fly beast. Weight, 50 tons. The flies feed on the feces while Wang Xiaofeng, disgusted, throws up. The leader of the flies greets the dung beetle and asks if she needs anything. The dung beetle introduces herself to the leader of the flies and informs him that her king has a request. The leader of the flies, surprised, remarks that a wasp with the royal seal must be impressive. Then, the leader of the flies licks his hand and tries to greet our little wasp. Wang Xiaofeng introduces himself to the leader of the flies timidly. With his hand covered in spit, the leader of the flies says it is an honor to work for Lord Wasp. He boasts, saying that just by tasting a bit of someone's feces, he can discover their gender, race, age, strength, if they have children, and what they have eaten in the last 2 days, all with perfect accuracy. Wang Xiaofeng, shocked, listens to the fly leader's explanation. Then, our hero cuts the fly's rambling short and asks for his help, requesting that he investigate the dragon beasts around the eastern lake. The leader of the flies is interested in the request and asks if he is planning to take over the eastern lake territory. Wang Xiaofeng confirms and says he wants to establish an insect tribe settlement at Eastern Lake. The leader of the flies accepts the request and calls his subordinates. He orders his subordinates to follow him to investigate the dragon beasts near Eastern Lake. The flies gather and prepare for the investigation. The dung beetle, Wang Xiaofeng and the little moth watch the fly leader and the others leave. Our protagonist washes his hands in the lake. He smells his hand and comments that it still seems to smell. Mao Mao and the stinky beetle approach Wang Xiaofeng. She says she has heard that he is going to establish a new insect tribe settlement and that they have all come to help. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the presence of his friends. Mao Mao says that the insect beasts have formed a team of almost 1,000 insects to face the dragon beasts at Eastern Lake, and that there will be no problem at all. Our hero watches, dumbfounded, at the number of insects gathered. Behind Wang Xiaofeng, an insect carrying a baby also comes forward to help him. The other insects are delighted with the baby and comment on how cute it is. Then a ladybug and some other insects appear and say they want to fight the dragon beast alongside Wang Xiaofeng. Then our hero turns and asks what the insect behind him was holding. The ant, holding kitchen utensils, explains that they are his cooking tools and says he can use them to crush the dragon beast. Wang Xiaofeng is embarrassed and stops him, warning that the group is just cannon fodder for the dragon beasts. Wang Xiaofeng adds that they cannot be led. But wait, because the Powerpuff Girls enter the game to save the day. B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, and B. Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng and introduce themselves. Wang Xiaofeng asks what they are doing there. B. Lee explains that they are there under the orders of the Queen Bee to protect him. And what protection? Right after she says that, the Wasp Tribe's 5th Squadron appears before Wang Xiaofeng. B. Lee says that the squadron will be under Wang Xiaofeng's command. My goodness, what a team, my friends. What a team. Bring it on, Dragon King. Shortly after, the brief training of Wang Xiaofeng's insect companions begins. The dung beetle, with his arms tied, asks them to pull him and give it their all. The insects try, but it's not even enough to make him take a single step. Then, the Ronnie Coleman of insects begins a turning movement. And it's a strike. Half a second later, all the insects fly away. Poor things. F in the chat. But the dung beetle doesn't care. He gives everyone a hard time, saying that the dragon beast's power is not limited to his alone. He yells at them to get up and keep fighting. B. Lee, observing everything, praises the progress of all the warriors. Our hero shouts excitedly, saying that they are all improving a lot. She explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the task of establishing a new home should be entirely done by them, the Wasp Tribe. But why did she have to say that? The praying mantis rebels against B. Lee's words and says that the Wasp Tribe is certainly strong, but that the other insect tribes are also striving for their future. B. Lee retorts by saying that if effort were important, what good would talent be? Then, the praying mantis gets closer and says that even without the Wasp Tribe, they can create a new home with their own strength. B. Lee and the flower mantis glare at each other, while Wang Xiaofeng tries to defuse the situation, saying that they are all comrades and asking them to stop fighting. The praying mantis says it's none of his business. B. Lee scolds him, telling him to stay out of it. The praying mantis tells them not to underestimate them. B. Lee says that only the weak like to pretend they are strong. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng sneaks away, terrified. He thinks to himself that angry females are terrifying and that it is better not to provoke them. Now, in the underground mine temporary meeting hall, the fly leader explains that there are many dragon beasts in the Eastern Lake area, with the Tyrannosaurus tribe being the strongest. They have almost 20 beasts, and most of them are at a 1-star disaster level. The leader of the Tyrannosaurus tribe is a 3-star dragon beast that has developed strong auxiliary arms, becoming the true king of the Eastern Lake area, and that their power is feared even among the dragon beasts. Then, our hero tells everyone that this is the situation and that he will announce the battle plan. So, the plan begins. First, they will investigate the daily movement routes of the Tyrannosaurus tribe. Then, everyone must find a suitable ambush spot, and the mine insect tribe will lie in wait on both sides. Then, the fly leader explains the second part of the plan, which is to use ropes to trap the 1-star dragon beasts at the end of the line, splitting the group in two. The insects tie a rope to the foot of one of the tyrannosaurs, which falls, unbalanced. The other tyrannosaurs make fun of the one that fell, calling it stupid. Look, I would do the same. The fly leader, observing the tyrannosaurs caught in the rope, explains that just like in training, the mine tribe uses ropes to keep the one-star tyrannosaurs in place. One of the tyrannosaurs wonders where that rope came from. Then, the strongest wasps will eliminate the tyrannosaurs one by one. So here is the last part of the plan. Use the numerical advantage to quickly eliminate all the one-star dragon beasts. A tyrannosaurus watches, confused, as a bright light forms in the sky. B. Lee, now in her star armor, prepares for the attack, positioning her spear and shield. As for the leader of the tyrannosaurs, the dung beetle and Fengli will prevent him from helping the others. A 3-star tyrannosaurus with red armor charges forward to attack our hero. He comments that it's just a few insects getting ideas. 2 tyrannosaurs are hit by an energy attack from the flower mantis, which is moving at high speed. The flower mantis stops abruptly while the other beasts watch in despair. Wang Xiaofeng wonders why the tyrannosaurus is not falling. The praying mantis explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the wound is superficial and that he is relying too much on his own strength. She advises him to use weight and inertia to his advantage. Our hero thinks to himself that the king's wealth only allows him to acquire the abilities of his companions. To fully unleash their power, he needs to hone his own qualities and techniques. B. Mang Mang and B. Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng. B. Mang Mang celebrates the success of the plan, saying that everything went exactly as he planned. But there is no time to lose. Our protagonist suggests that they go help the dung beetle and Fengli. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus advances towards the dung beetle. The dung beetle positions himself for the attack. He recognizes the strength of the Tyrannosaurus, calling it strong red treasure. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus roars in front of our team's tank. Then, the dung beetle is brutally hit by a ferocious attack from the beast. But don't worry, he manages to minimize the damage with ease and comments that the beetle is too slow. B. Lee advances towards the 3-star Tyrannosaurus and attacks it with her spear. The Tyrannosaurus blocks B. Lee's attack without difficulty. He mocks the wasp tribe, claiming they are not as strong as the rumors say. Then, he continues to mock the wasp tribe as he advances to attack B. Lee. He recalls the rumors that the wasp tribe was a terrifying race, where everyone was 5 stars. B. Lee struggles to hold the shield against his attack and exclaims, "Damn it!" The Tyrannosaurus, laughing, asks B. Lee if her star power has run out. But then our hero arrives in full force. The dung beetle lands a powerful punch on the crazy dinosaur's snout, but the Tyrannosaurus recovers quickly and says that the blow was only superficial. The battle reaches its climax. B. Lee and the flower mantis encourage the dung beetle, telling him to hold on and that they are coming to help him. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus ignores the arrival of B. Lee and the flower mantis, calling them little chicks, as he unleashes a powerful iron tail attack on both of them. B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, and the praying mantis try to recover, dazed. The dung beetle warns Wang Xiaofeng that he is still no match for the Tyrannosaurus. B. Lee orders him to retreat quickly. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, is left without knowing what to do. The beast tells them not to worry, as he will deal with the 2 of them, and only then will it be our hero's turn. Wang Xiaofeng watches and thinks that even together, they cannot defeat the enemy. He concludes that if the fight continues like this, they will surely lose. Our hero analyzes the attack, defense, range, speed, and star power stats of the dung beetle and B. Lee in detailed graphs. He concludes that the dung beetle is a tank warrior, suitable for frontal combat, while Fengli is a balanced type with no obvious weaknesses. The problem, according to him, is that they have no coordination. Wang Xiaofeng analyzes the stats of the flower mantis, B. Manman, and B. Mang Mang, represented in similar graphs. He says that if he adds the flower mantis, who excels at speed attacks, B. Man Man for long-range support, and B. Mang Mang, who is good at surprise attacks, the situation will improve if they all work together. Then, our hero, with a determined look, claims to know how to defeat the Tyrannosaurus. B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, and B. Man Man look at Wang Xiaofeng, surprised by his statement. Wang Xiaofeng states that they need to collaborate, building on their strengths. The dung beetle asks, "Collaborate?" Wang Xiaofeng explains that each of them has a unique ability, and that if they combine their strengths as a team, Meanwhile, he transforms, activating dung beetle mode. He believes that together they will be invincible. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, Bi Man Man, the flower mantis, the dung beetle, and Wang Xiaofeng, now with a plan, position themselves to face the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus, observing the group of insects, confident in his strength, challenges them, saying, "Interesting, let's see what you can do." My goodness, it's just like I told you, this is better than the Avengers. Wang Xiaofeng orders the dung beetle to resist the dragon's attack. Then, the dung beetle prepares to face one of the horned dragons, defending itself from its punch. Immediately afterward, our scarlet-red hero catches the Tyrannosaurus's bite with his own hands. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus, unfazed, says it doesn't matter what tricks they use, as nothing surpasses its absolute power. Then, it questions them if it's possible to know the outcome of something without trying. Wang Xiaofeng orders Bi Li to help the dung beetle interrupt the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's movements and instructs Bi Manman to find an opportunity to use her poison needle and paralyze the Tyrannosaurus. He also tells Bi Mang Mang to join forces with the flower mantis. They must use their speed to attack the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's vital points. Bi Li, ready for combat, warns the team that it's time to act. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus laughs menacingly at the invaders while crushing our poor beetle into the ground. It claims to be the owner of the territory and that anyone who dares to challenge it will die. Then, Bi Li steps forward and challenges it, warning that its opponent has arrived. The Tyrannosaurus is surprised by a powerful energy attack unleashed by Bi Li. Then it roars as it is sliced in half. Bi Mang Mang wastes no time and fires her energy attack, while Bi Man Man strikes the enemy with her spear. A powerful explosion engulfs the area, but the attack is not enough to bring it down. Bi Mang Mang observes the Tyrannosaurus and comments that their coordinated attack is working. Bi Man Man comments that the 3-star Tyrannosaurus is really powerful, as it wasn't brought down by their attacks. The dinosaur gets irritated, saying that the insects keep coming, one after another, endlessly. Then, it says it didn't expect a 1-star insect alliance to be so difficult to deal with. It realizes that its energy is depleting, and its only option is to try to defeat them one by one. But without time to breathe, the Tyrannosaurus, astonished, notices the flower mantis watching it and asks what it's looking at. The Tyrannosaurus roars, and the flower mantis attacks it with a powerful energy blast that hits it squarely. The mantis passes by and complains about the resistance of the dragon's armor. Annoyed by the insect's persistence, the Tyrannosaurus decides to start attacking the flower mantis and orders it to die. But it didn't expect our hero to be able to teleport with someone and use the power of all the insects in combat. So Wang Xiaofeng switches places with the mantis and prepares to withstand the blow using the dung beetle's power. The dinosaur strikes Wang Xiaofeng with a powerful blow and roars in fury. The flower mantis calls out to Wang Xiaofeng, worried for his safety. Then, sunken into the ground, he calms the team and assures them he is fine. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus roars and fires a blast of fire from its mouth. Our hero, watching the fireballs approaching, warns Bi Manman to be careful. Bi Manman is startled by the attack and doesn't know what to do, but then Wang Xiaofeng switches places with her and says he will defend her. A colossal explosion occurs as the attacks collide. Bi Manman asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is okay, concerned about the impact of the explosion. Then, amidst the smoke, our hero appears all burned, claiming to be fine and saying that the battle is as sweet as a piece of cake. Bi Mong Mong cries out for Wang Xiaofeng, asking for help as she is about to be crushed by the Tyrannosaurus's paw. Then, our hero uses his spatial transition power to switch places with Bi Mang Mang at the last moment, saving her from the Tyrannosaurus's attack. Then, Wang Xiaofeng, tired of switching places all the time, points at her and says that she clearly could have dodged that last attack. Bi Mong Mong sarcastically says that she also wants to feel the sensation of being protected. After hearing this, our hero, crying, advises himself not to get irritated by small things, remembering that problems are temporary and that it's not worth risking his health over temporary emotions. He concludes by saying that, as Buddha taught, it is better to remain calm and deal with things gently, like clouds floating across the sky. The Tyrannosaurus, panting, wonders where that resilient little monster came from and how it withstood all of its attacks. Exhausted, it complains that if the fight continues at that pace, it will eventually be defeated by the insects. But it is then that the flower mantis launches another attack, ordering it not to even think about running away. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus falls to the ground and begs the insects to stop fighting. The Tyrannosaurus, in a tone of surrender, asks to be left alone, as it no longer wants the territory of the East Lake. It begs the insects to just go away and promises never to provoke them again. Bimangmang warns the group not to believe the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's lies. Li agrees with Bimangmang and says that dragon beasts have a strong sense of vengeance. She orders them to finish it off once and for all. The dung beetle grabs the beast from behind and orders it not to even think about escaping. The horned dragon, furious, curses the insects and claims that the dragon clan will never forget the attack. It shouts, explaining that if its allies find out that the insects dared to attack the dragon clan, they will be completely exterminated. But without listening to its words, the dung beetle lifts the horned dragon and orders its allies to attack. Then it throws it as the bees join the combat with their energy attacks. Li, flying over the defeated Tyrannosaurus, had just delivered the final blow with her spear. Bimangmang celebrates the team's victory. Li, thoughtfully, comments that eliminating the group of 3-star dragon beasts without any casualties is an overwhelming and unprecedented victory in the hundreds of years of war between wasps and dragon beasts. Li, looking at Wang Xiaofeng, reflects on his intelligence, quick adaptability, and responsibility. She wonders if Wang Xiaofeng, who shows so much care for his allies, is really a wasp that just went through metamorphosis. Then there he is, our hero boasting, saying that the battle was very easy and that everything went according to his calculations. And well, the fool says that with his face full of bruises, this guy is amazing. Bimangmang praises Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is impressive for having dealt with the 3-star dragon beast so easily. Then, Bimangmang questions why she is being ignored as our hero walks away, bidding her farewell. Bimangmang apologizes for her previous behavior. She asks to be forgiven. Now, at the East Lake, the creatures observe, impressed, the beauty of the place. Wang Xiaofeng observes the East Lake and proudly declares that from that day forward, that will be their new home. Oh man, that's so cool! The insects are finally going to get out of that slave underground created by the mud wasps. This small part of my life is called happiness. Wang Xiaofeng addresses the insects, reminding them that this is the first territory conquered by insects outside of the Celestial Island, and that this moment will be remembered by history. He explains that the territory that was taken by the dragon beasts hundreds of years ago will finally be reclaimed by them. Our hero declares that everyone can choose a piece of land and build a new home. That place will become everyone's Eden. But before he could finish his speech, the insects celebrate and run towards the new territory. One of the insects warns the others to run, because if they are slow, the best places will be taken. Wang Xiaofeng, forgotten in the middle of the crowd, asks them to wait a minute, as his speech is not over yet. The other insects ignore Wang Xiaofeng and continue running to choose their places. So our hero confesses that, besides not understanding anything of the speech, they just wanted to choose their lands freely. The moth and her sister approach Wang Xiaofeng, who has been completely crushed. Poor thing. Now at the Star Dragon Clan's nest, Wang Xiaofeng stealthily approaches, carrying a basket on his back. He observes the surroundings carefully. 3 star dragons are sleeping soundly, while Wang Xiaofeng observes a large amount of food gathered. Then, Wang Xiaofeng decides to collect the food, saying, "I'm starting!" Our hero, excited, starts to collect the food, filling his basket and storing the food inside his container. He says that since he started consuming the Star Dragon Clan's food, his physical quality has been improving every day. Wang Xiaofeng, with his basket full of food, descends from the monster's table using a rope while thanking nature for its gifts. Our hero reveals that during those days, he explored almost the entire area during the Star Dragon Clan's sleeping hours and announces that he has found a treasure. Wang Xiaofeng, going through that pile of technological junk, finds a motherboard and claims that he can still use it to build a the washing machine. But suddenly, our hero hears a strange noise and wonders what it is. Wang Xiaofeng approaches the bottom of a dark cave. He yells, asking if anyone's down there. Princess Wei Wei is the one down there, scared and crying. She hears Wang Xiaofeng. The princess realizes that the voice belongs to a human. She gets up, feeling a surge of hope. Princess Wei Wei introduces herself as Vivi, the 133rd princess of the Galactic Empire. Wait a minute, Princess Vivi? Does this crazy woman have two bodies? Someone thinks. She orders the human to save her immediately, offering 500,000 star coins as a reward. Wang Xiaofeng, carrying his basket of food, looks down at Princess Wei Wei. Our hero notes that the princess was crying but changed her tune upon seeing someone. He walks away, pretending he didn't see Princess Wei Wei, even as she raises the reward to 1 million and begs him not to leave. Looking at his list of goals, our hero observes 100 friends complete, 1,000 square meters big house. He gets excited, realizing that the goals he thought were impossible to achieve in the insect beast world might suddenly come true. Wang Xiaofeng, downcast, mutters that the remaining 2 goals are difficult. He can't marry an insect beast, and his parents would be terrified. Suddenly, a devilish Wang Xiaofeng appears behind him, pointing out that there's already a woman right there. Our hero freaks out, saying no way, he already saved her once, and she abandoned him without a second thought. Wang Xiaofeng asks how he could marry such a malicious woman. He argues that she lives for thousands of years, while he only has a few decades. Wouldn't she cheat on him every day after he dies? The demonic figure tells Wang Xiaofeng that he won't care about such things when he's dead. Our protagonist insists that's not the point. The demonic figure asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's sure, questioning if she had no choice but to abandon him due to other reasons. Could he bear to let her die because of a misunderstanding? Evil Wang Xiaofeng reminds him that there are only 2 humans in this dragon's den. What will happen to her if he doesn't save her? Our hero hesitates, conflicted about the decision. The devil gets annoyed with Wang Xiaofeng, asking what he's hesitating for and telling him to hurry up and save her. Our hero throws a rope down to Princess Wei Wei, who's sitting at the bottom of the cave, dejected. Wang Xiaofeng, at the top of the cave, holds the rope and tells Princess Wei Wei to hold on tight. He'll pull her up. The princess, surprised, recognizes Wang Xiaofeng. As she climbs, Princess Wei Wei apologizes to him, saying she talked nonsense before. Wang Xiaofeng tells Princess Wei Wei that she doesn't need to say anything more, just give him her hand. She thanks him. Princess Wei Wei bows and says he's a really good guy. But before she can finish her sentence, she yells, "Ghost!" Wang Xiaofeng, startled, asks, "Huh?" as Princess Wei Wei loses her balance and falls from the edge. But our hero doesn't wear a cape. He's only 2 meters tall and considered short by society. Wang Xiaofeng catches the princess's hand before she falls. Wang Xiaofeng tells Princess Wei Wei to hold on tight as he climbs up the rope with her. Our hero warns Princess Wei Wei that the dragon beasts are resting and asks her to be quiet. Some time passes and, well, Princess Wei Wei eats non-stop the food that our hero had gathered. She comments that he is really incredible for going through all that disaster and still being alive. Wang Xiaofeng observes her and says that he is not only alive, but has also experienced some incredible things. He says that his height even increased significantly. Then our protagonist offers water to Princess Wei Wei and asks her to drink some so she doesn't choke. The princess thanks him. Princess Wei Wei drinks the water. While she drinks water, our hero asks how the dragon beast kept her in the lair. She replies that it is related to royal secrets. Wang Xiaofeng says that if it is inconvenient to talk about it, then he will not ask. He says that she still seems hungry and that he will go find a dessert. Princess Wei Wei thinks about how excessive she had been with him before, and that even so, he held no grudges and even saved her again. Compared to him, she questions who she is. Then, she calls out to Wang Xiaofeng, who is in the corner of the cave with his back to her. Our hero, confused, asks what the princess is doing as she takes off her clothes. The minx says she wants to show him something. Wang Xiaofeng, covering his eyes with his hands, says it was still in the plans, but the progress is too fast. But contrary to all our expectations, she stops and says that it is her royal mark. She explains that the royal family with this mark is qualified to inherit the Galactic Empire. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, questions what the royal mark is. He says he didn't know humans could have the royal mark. Princess Wei Wei says that the royal mark attracts powerful monsters and that eating its flesh would considerably increase the monster's power. She reports that she originally intended to use the royal mark to attract monsters and then use all the outpost's forces to eliminate them at once, thus increasing her political influence. She laments that who would have thought the outpost was so fragile. She says that she was terrified at that moment and her mind went blank. She only realized she had made a big mistake when she took the spaceship away. Then, the princess approaches our hero, repentant, says she is willing to do anything for Wang Xiaofeng, and begs him to forgive her. Wang Xiaofeng, not understanding, asks, "Huh? Anything?" Then he puts his hands on her shoulders and says he understands and that it's okay. Wang Xiaofeng asks if anything really goes. Princess Wei Wei, excited, says that as long as he can get her out of there alive, anything he wants is just a word from this princess. Our hero, with his back to the princess, affirms that he understands and that he will do his best to protect her. Then, he changes the subject and offers the princess a slushie, saying it's his new creation. Princess Wei Wei, surprised, asks if that is really slushy. She asks where he got ice. Wang Xiaofeng replies that of course he got it from the fridge. The princess, even more surprised, asks if he really built a fridge in the dragon's touch and comments that he is amazing. Wang Xiaofeng scratches his head and explains that there is a robot graveyard nearby where he usually gets parts to build things. Princess Wei Wei, excited, tells him to take her there immediately, as this may be their chance to escape. Our hero agrees to take her. The princess, holding Wang Xiaofeng's hand, smiles in relief. Now, in the robot cemetery, Wang Xiaofeng points to a pile of destroyed robot parts and explains that this is the place, the spoils of war of a dragon. Princess Wei Wei watches, impressed by the number of giant robot parts. She excitedly states that these are level 5 or higher robots. The princess suggests that even damaged with a few parts, it would be possible to build a robot capable of getting them out of there. Then she asks Wang Xiaofeng to build a new robot with those parts. Wang Xiaofeng adjusts his glasses, perplexed by the princess's request. Walking away, he explains that each part weighs tons and that it would be impossible to move them without special equipment. He states that he is not a monster. Princess Wei Wei, confused, asks where Wang Xiaofeng is going. Then, in a flash of genius, he mutters, "Wait, monster!" Now, Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp body, floats in the air surrounded by a bright aura as he shouts, "Spatial domination!" Then, he shrinks in size and becomes human again, saying, "Success." Wang Xiaofeng observes the palm of his hand, surprised. He comments that, as expected, when changing bodies, the size also changes. He looks around and says that he feels like he has arrived in a land of giants. He wonders if his wasp body has always been that size. He comments that it's the first time he's seen it from that angle and that it's quite different. Then the little butterfly approaches and says, "It's time to change Wang Xiaofeng's bandages." Well, the poor butterfly is startled to see our hero that size. As it gets closer, our hero wonders, what is this scary pressure? The butterfly runs and shows the little Wang Xiaofeng to her sister, saying that she captured this strange creature. The insect sister explains that Wang Xiaofeng was seriously injured fighting the 3-star dragon beast and scolds her, saying that instead of taking care of him, she is just playing around. The butterfly retorts, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is not in the room. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng claims that he is the Wang Xiaofeng. The sister orders her to look for Wang Xiaofeng immediately. The little butterfly holding Wang Xiaofeng says she understands and asks her not to be angry. Oh my God, look at our hero's face with his cheeks stretched. I really want a doll of him now. Now, a group of insects, including the dung beetle treasure, the flower praise, Mao Mao, and the stinky beetle, are walking through the forest. Ronnie Coleman observes other insects and asks what they are doing there. He warns them that this is the place where the king rests. The red insect replies that of course they came to see the insect king. The giant beetle informs them that the insect king was injured in the last battle and cannot receive visitors. He asks the guests to withdraw. The female insect is surprised and asks how they let the insect king go into battle and get hurt. Another beetle, annoyed, questions what the incompetents are doing. The dung beetle orders them to withdraw if they have no further business. Excuse me, everyone, but I can't take Mau Mau's face seriously. Look at that. Irritated, she states that since they can't protect the insect king, it is better to leave him in their care. A frame appears informing who she is. Disaster level, native monster, colorful mosquito. Weight, 6,600 tons. Ability, sugar blood lightning. The other crazy one says that indeed, it is safer for them to take care of the insect king. Disaster level, native monster, armored elephant. Weight, 15,000 tons. Ability, iron armor piercing. Then the other insect says that if they insist on stopping them, they will be forced to offend them. Disaster level, native monster, green wings. Weight, 8,200 tons. Ability, swift metal wings. The dung beetle, determined to defend the king, orders the flower mantis to prepare for battle. The flower mantis confirms ready for combat. The flower mantis flies at high speed towards the cyborg insect. She is startled by its speed. The insect activates its metallic wings. Then, the clash of the fastest begins. The praying mantis unleashes powerful attacks with its energy blade, while the cyborg insect defends itself with its metallic claws. The might-armored elephant launches itself towards the dung beetle with its spinning attack. He shouts, "Try my drill!" Then, our insect Ronnie Coleman holds that attack with just one hand, saying that there is no point in this fight. He states that the difference between them is obvious as he pushes the armored elephant away. The dung beetle, feeling the impact of the armored elephant's blow, is surprised and says, "Oh, he really does have some power." Ronnie Coleman, confused, observes the damage to his armor and mutters. The colorful mosquito spits blood and complains about the horrible taste. She states that dragon beast blood is much tastier. Bee Mang Mang, pensive, observes the fight. Then the bee shouts excitedly, "They're fighting! Fighting!" Bee Mang Mang comments that the newcomers are quite capable, as they have already been resisting for some time. Bee Lee comments that they have some skill, but their coordination is weak. She states that they will fail sooner or later. Now, leaving the fight aside, the little butterfly looks at our little protagonist and asks if he is really Xiao Feng. Wang Xiao Feng confirms, saying, "Yes, yes." She asks him why he looks like that and if he is hurt. Wang Xiao Feng replies that it is difficult to explain. Wang Xiao Feng, in the butterfly's arms, thinks about whether he can say that this is his original form. Meanwhile, the flower mantis attacks the green-winged insect at high speed. The armored elephant attacks the dung beetle. The colorful mosquito observes everything from afar, doing the containment, and the other idiot insects watch everything without helping at all. Then, the butterfly arrives with Wang Xiaofeng in her arms and asks what is going on. Mao Mao explains that some insect warriors came looking for Wang Xiaofeng, but the stinky beetle stopped them, and now they are fighting. The stinky beetle states that they have been fighting for quite some time. Our incredulous hero wonders, "They are looking for me!" Wang Xiaofeng, worried, says that if the fight continues, someone could get hurt, and he needs to stop them. The little butterfly looks at Wang Xiaofeng in her arms and questions why he is sleeping. Is our protagonist some kind of narcoleptic? But calm down, it was all strategy. Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp form, emerges from a red pool, sighing with relief. He comments on the effectiveness of the pool in his recovery, stating that his body has almost fully recovered in a short time. He smiles and says that his star energy has also been replenished, and it is time to return. Then our hero, in his star armor, appears in the forest and shouts, "Stop!" Wang Xiaofeng stands between the group of fighting insects, ordering them to stop immediately. He states that, as Insect King, he orders them to stop this pointless fight. The colorful mosquito laughs, confirming the rumors about the Insect King. The armored elephant, surprised by his presence, asks if he is the Insect King. The colorful mosquito and the cyborg insect stop fighting and watch Wang Xiaofeng, bowing in reverence. The colorful mosquito approaches our hero and greets him. Wang Xiaofeng asks, astonished, if they were not there to cause trouble. The colorful mosquito, impressed, talks about the rumors surrounding Wang Xiaofeng. She says that he abandoned his noble status, led the lower-class insects, resisted the oppression of the nobles, swore to annihilate the dragon beasts, and reclaim the land of the insect beasts. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks where they heard these things. The cyborg insect explains that he saw a pamphlet and decided to join Wang Xiaofeng. The armored elephant asks the insect king to sign the pamphlet for him. The colorful mosquito says that all the flying insect clans are spreading the word about Wang Xiaofeng's heroic deeds. Our protagonist looks at the pamphlet, surprised by the content. He reads, "Recruitment order for the annihilation of the dragon beasts, reclaiming the ancestral land of the insect beasts, restoring past glory, and recruiting talent." Wang Xiaofeng asks Mao Mao and the stinky beetle if they know who made that pamphlet. Mao Mao, with her hand on her head, trying to play it off, asks if there really is a pamphlet about him and that there must be someone who admires him. The stinky beetle states that Wang Xiaofeng is now famous. Then, a flying ladybug tells Mao Mao that all the pamphlets are gone and asks if they should print more. Mao Mao asks the stinky beetle where to put the statue they are carrying. Wang Xiaofeng watches all this, surprised and speechless. Then, Mao Mao, ignoring that Wang Xiaofeng is right in front of her, orders them to keep printing the pamphlets non-stop. Our hero, perplexed, asks her what that statue and those pamphlets are. Mao Mao replies that it is a long story. The stinky beetle adds that it really is a long story. Mao Mao, panicking, warns the stinky beetle to run away because they have been discovered. The stinky beetle and Mao Mao start running away. Wang Xiaofeng, stunned by what had just happened, calls Mao Mao and the stinky beetle idiots. Meanwhile, the colorful mosquito approaches, smitten with our hero. So, prepare your time machines, because now we're going back to the past, to the flower mantis's past more specifically. The little praying mantis cries out for her parents as they are impaled by huge pieces of wood. The little flower mantis looks at the bodies on the ground, crying because she has lost the ones she truly loved. That's when our hero, the dung beetle, arrives, thanking God that there are survivors. The poor insect begs him to save her parents. The dung beetle tells her that they are already dead and that this place is dangerous, ordering them to leave immediately. The praying mantis refuses to leave, stating that she wants to stay with her parents, while a giant silhouette appears behind her. Then, she wakes up, startled by the terrible nightmare she just had. She gets up and comments that she had that dream again. Then she goes outside and observes her new family, the insect kingdom built by Wang Xiaofeng. The insects work together to form a more prosperous society in that place, except for this girl here. I think she's a little angry about something. The flower mantis watches everything from behind a tree. She turns and asks, "Xiaofeng?" A creature approaches Wang Xiaofeng and the group of insects. It explains that they are refugees from the borderlands, and that, upon hearing about the great bee king, they have come with over 200 insects to pledge their allegiance. Then our hero says that because they trust King Xiaofeng, he guarantees that he will take good care of their people. The creature thanks the mighty bee king. Then Wang Xiaofeng says that they are all a family of insect beasts and that there is no need for formalities. Our hero, surprised, comments that more and more insect beasts have been coming to seek refuge lately. The dung beetle comments that there must have been another battle on the front lines. B. Lee explains that the front lines are where the 5 insect kings gather every 5 years to form an army with all insects of 2 stars or more to fight the dragon beasts. She states that next year, she and the beetle will go there. Wang Xiaofeng comments that it is no wonder that most of the insects there are not even 2 stars. She adds that everyone is fighting the dragon beasts on the front lines. Our hero, surprised, asks if there are 5 other insect kings besides him. B. Lee says yes, and explains that insect beasts that live near Empty Island or the coast do not have to worry about dragon beasts, as they are protected by the insect kings. She adds that the rest of the realm is divided into 3 large regions, all facing threats from the dragons. Then she explains that the bees protect the eastern region, with 3 bee kings. In addition to Wang Xiaofeng, there are the Yellow Jacket Queen and the Bumblebee Queen. Yellow Jacket Queen, disaster level, 5 stars, native monster, Yellow Jacket, weight, 27,000 tons, ability, Mother of the Realm, Bumblebee. Queen, disaster level, 4 stars, native monster, Bumblebee. Weight, 27,500 tons. Ability, Imperial Guard. B. Lee explains the Yellow Jacket Queen's Mother of the Realm ability. Information communication without distance restrictions. The exchange of star energy between blood relatives within the sensory sensory range is unrestricted. She also explains the Bumblebee Queen's Imperial Guard ability. Within the sensory range, any blood relative will have their injuries reduced by half. Beely explains that the northern region is protected by the Stag Beetle King and the Rhinoceros Beetle King. Rhinoceros Beetle King. Disaster level, 4 stars. Native monster, Rhinoceros Beetle King. Weight, 82,000 tons. Ability, Sovereignty. Stag Beetle King. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, Stag Beetle King. Weight, 90,000 tons. Ability, Great Prowess. B. Lee explains the Rhinoceros Beetle King's Sovereignty ability. Forces a one-on-one duel between any opponent and a chosen member of his side within a set range. Only one can survive. She also explains the Stag Beetle King's Great Prowess ability. All allies gain a self-destruct ability, fueled by their star energy. The Western Plains are protected solely by the Locust King, whose tribe is the strongest among all the insect kings. Locust King. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, Locust King. Weight, 48,000 tons. Ability, Royal Crusade. B. Lee explains the Locust King's Royal Crusade ability. All subjects within the sensory range enter a state of frenzy, with all attributes enhanced. Wang Xiaofeng, impressed, asks how the insect beasts continue to lose territory when the insect kings are so strong. Then, the flower mantis offers to explain the situation. She explains that the insect kings are facing 4 dragon generals, each with even greater power, an astronomical disaster level of 6 stars. Wang Xiaofeng is scared to hear that the dragon generals are 6 stars. She states that the dragon generals receive terrifying powers from the Dragon King himself. Disaster level, 6 stars. Cosmic monster, red extinction. Weight, 890,000 tons. Disaster level, 5 stars. Cosmic monster, Wuxiong. Weight, 550,000 tons. Disaster level, 6 stars. Cosmic monster, Tide Mirage. Weight, 1,050,000 tons. Disaster level, 5 stars. Cosmic monster, 1,000 miles. Weight, 710,000 tons. Our praying mantis says that it is said that the Dragon King has discovered another hunting ground and has gone there with most of his elite forces. Besides the 4 6-star dragon generals, there are even more terrifying creatures out there. The praying mantis states that she will soon reach 2 stars and join everyone on the front lines. Ronnie Coleman, hearing this, says that she is still young and asks her not to be reckless. Then, our hero states that he will train hard and become stronger so they can fight together. B. Lee addresses him and says that since Xiaofeng is so eager to get stronger, they will increase the intensity of training from the next day onwards. Haha, sucker, go on. Keep being funny. Wang Xiaofeng asks if there isn't a faster way to get stronger. B. Lee slaps him and asks if he really doesn't like her training, but she explains that there is a faster way to gain strength, by consuming the flesh of high-level dragon beasts. She states that the stronger the dragon beast, the more effective it is. She says that the 3-star dragon meat and the 1-star dragon meat they recently acquired have a good chance of producing some 1-star insect warriors. Wang Xiaofeng thinks about the high-level dragon beast meat. After all, he only eats that in his other body, and speaking of which, the other Wang Xiaofeng states that they have plenty of material and energy to build robots now. He explains that the problem is the robot's blueprint. He says he's only repaired robots, never built one. He concludes that without understanding the detailed construction, it would be impossible. But then our hero is startled by something. Then our hero leaves the robot cemetery and asks what happened. Princess Wei Wei, lying on the ground, replies that it was the Star Dragon King. She asks why the Star Dragon King is there. Wang Xiaofeng, surprised, exclaims, "The Star Dragon King?" Princess Wei Wei asks if he is referring to that monster. Then, facing the Dragon King's lair, they observe it. Our hero asks her not to worry and explains that the Star Dragon King has been recovering in that pool for a month, and his knees haven't healed yet. But then, Wang Xiaofeng stops and comments that if they let the Star Dragon King recover, it would be a problem. Then, in a moment of sanity, he wonders if that's not high-level dragon meat ready to eat. Wang Xiaofeng reassures the crying girl, stating that he will not let him recover before they leave, while she clings to him in fear. And well, anyone who wants to to can take a screenshot of this immensely beautiful scenery. I'll wait 5 seconds. You're welcome. Our hero asks Princess Weiwei to let go of his arm. Then she pulls away and apologizes. But inside, our protagonist confesses that it was a good feeling. The princess wonders what she is doing and remembers that she is Princess Vivi. She states that she cannot act like a little girl. Meanwhile, behind them, our hero shows off saying, "Ugh, my irresistible charm is too much to handle." Then the dragon turtle appears and pours a liquid into the red pool again. It observes the pool and comments that after all this time, the wound on the Dragon King's leg should be almost healed. Then the poor thing is startled to realize that the Dragon King's leg is gone. The creature states that the dosage of the medicine was correct, questioning why it had not healed. Then the old turtle decides to increase the dosage of the medicine. Now, Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp form, states that he really did cut off a piece of the Star Dragon King's flesh. Wait, now I understand. With the spatial power of his wasp form, besides being able to switch places with any body, he can also teleport inanimate objects that are within his reach, like the dragon meat. That's so cool. Wang Xiaofeng cuts the meat with a fork. He asks how many stars the Star Dragon King has. Then our hero decides to eat the meat, stating that it doesn't matter how many stars the Dragon King has. And well, upon eating the meat, a strong pulse takes over his body. Wang Xiaofeng, enveloped in an aura, startles everyone with a strong light emanating from the treehouse. Wow, our hero is going to transform into the fucking Exodia with the Insect King's star and consuming the flesh of the fucking Dragon King. No one will be able to stop this guy. Hold him back. In Greystone Canyon, on the eastern Sky Island, someone yells for everyone to hurry up and ask the Wasp tribe for help. The first line of defense of Greystone Canyon has completely fallen. Dragons soar through the sky. General Lord Tao leads the great army of the Dragon tribe towards the second line of defense. Female warriors of the Bee tribe lie defeated in Greystone Canyon. They all fell trying to protect their homeland. Now, leaving the battlefield, we return to the peaceful and humble abode of our insect lord, Yue, and the little moth are astonished by the glow and explosion coming from our protagonist's house and ask about Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng coughs in his room. The little moth and Yue approach worriedly and ask if something is wrong. Xiaofeng says he is fine. Disaster level, 2 stars. Weight, 5,000 tons. Our hero apologizes for causing a mess. And my God, what the heck happened to him? For a dwarf, he's quite big now, isn't he? Yue and the little moth are surprised. Spatial manipulation, basic. Can switch positions with any object within the range of his perception. King's wealth, basic. Can simultaneously use the abilities of any 2 subjects. Yue says that Xiaofeng is taller and asks if he leveled up. Xiaofeng replies that it seems so. The little moth is astonished and comments that Xiaofeng went up 2 stars in just 1 month. She asks how he did it and calls him a genius. Xiaofeng is embarrassed and says he trained hard every day. In his mind, he affirms that he can't simply say that he was cheating. Now, at the insect meeting, Bee Mong arrives with another bee on her shoulder and warns Bee Li that they found a wounded bee from the bee tribe near the forest, and that she needs to see the queen of the wasps urgently. Bee Li, Mao, Stinky Beetle, and Dung Beetle look at each other in surprise. Bee Li is startled and asks what happened. A wounded warrior from the bee tribe? This is unacceptable. The bee explains that Tao Yan, one of the 4 dragon generals, led the dragon army in a surprise attack on Greystone Canyon, and that the first line of defense has already fallen. She asks for reinforcements from the Wasp tribe immediately. Bee Li, Mao, Stinky Beetle, and Dung Beetle are extremely shocked by what they just heard. Bee Li says she will send someone to inform the queen immediately. She orders Bee Mang to take the injured bee to treat her wounds, and for Bee Man to notify the residents to be prepared to evacuate the location at any time. Bee Man confirms the order. Dung Beetle is surprised to hear that Greystone Canyon, known as the strongest defense of the insect tribe, easy to defend but difficult to attack, has fallen. He wonders how it fell so easily. Bee Li explains that the bee queen was ambushed by the dragon army and seriously injured. which weakened her power. The star armor of the B-tribe warriors had its usage time reduced, leading to a decrease in their strength. She claims that defeat is natural, but it is then that, surprising everyone, our hero arrives and states that he is against the evacuation. Dung Beetle says that Xiaofeng leveled up again. Our hero tells them to leave that aside and asks why they should abandon the lands they fought so hard to recover. Bi Li replies that they will not give up. It is only a temporary evacuation. Xiaofeng says this will take them back to square one, and that if he can't protect that place, what's the point of the insect beasts that joined him staying there? Bi Li says there is no choice as Tao Yan, one of the 4 dragon generals, has come to attack personally. She explains that even though Lord Tao's main target is not them, whenever the dragon beasts pass by, their 3-star dragon beasts mercilessly slaughter all insect beasts. Although it is very frustrating, they are still unable to face an army of 3-star dragon beasts. Mao Mao tells Xiaofeng to forget about it, and states that everyone is already used to it. Stinky Beetle says they will return after the dragon army is gone, but Xiaofeng refuses to allow the dragon beasts to destroy his home and says it will not happen. Our hero states with conviction that it is absolutely forbidden to let this happen. Bi Li scolds him and tells him to stop being stubborn and that the regular dragon army is not the same as the dragon beasts that lurk near the border. Xiaofeng says he knows, but they are the ones who should actually leave this land. So Xiaofeng orders Mao Mao and Stinky Beetle to gather all the insect beasts willing to fight, as he has something important to do. Mao Mao and Stinky Beetle confirm and say goodbye to Xiaofeng, leaving afterwards. Xiaofeng asks the little moth and Yue Yue if they didn't want to know how he advanced 2 ranks in a month. They reply yes. Then our hero tells them to follow him, that he will tell them the answer. And man, what a brilliant idea. Our hero simply told Yue Yue to prepare a delicious Dragon King soup, and now he's going to distribute it to all his allies. Mao Mao, Stinky Beetle, and some insects approach. The little moth asks everyone not to rush and to take one at a time. Stinky Beetle complains about the small amount of soup and asks for more. The little moth says that it's not for filling your belly. A spoonful is enough. Stinky Beetle agrees. Bi Li asks why Xiaofeng made so much soup. Bi Mang Mang comments that her bowl has a lot of meat. Bi Li thinks that in terms of level and quantity, the insect beasts there are no match for General Tao's army, and that Xiaofeng was blinded by the easy victory he had over the tyrannosaurs. Then she takes a bite of the meat from the soup, and as she eats, she claims that she needs to stop him before he does something stupid. That's when Bi Li's eyes widen in shock, and she says that the meat is not normal meat. Mang Mang and Man Man look at Bi Li and ask what's wrong. Then, Xiaofeng asks everyone to listen to him. He warns that a group of dragon beasts is about to invade their lands. Several insect beasts listen to him attentively. Xiaofeng says he is sure that everyone is tired of this wandering life, tired of their kind being slaughtered by the dragon beasts. Xiaofeng says that beneath that land lies the resting place of their ancestors and that they are the true masters of that place. The colorful mosquito, totally in love with Xiaofeng, says that just like the rumors said, this is the powerful Hornet King worthy of her loyalty. Xiaofeng states that he will drive out all the invading dragon beasts. Then he invites anyone willing to follow him to drink the soup, and then go into battle together. The insects shout for the Insect King. Not only the most powerful on the front line, but all the insects of that tribe drink the soup. Stinky Beetle complains that he's hot. Mao Mao tells him to endure, as it's not spring yet. That's when something happens. Stinky Beetle, enveloped in a powerful aura, says he can feel the power. Disaster level, 1 star. Local monster, Stinky Beetle. Weight, 10,000 tons. Ability, Stinky Bomb. An insect from the crowd says that his body is glowing. Another says that this is star power. A ladybug says that she suddenly transformed into a warrior insect. Dung Beetle and Flower Mantis exclaim that it's a miracle. Disaster level, 3 stars. Local monster, Dung Beetle. Weight, 35,000 tons. Abilities, armored power, gigantification. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Flower Mantis. Weight, 8,600 tons. Ability, Swift Blade. Bi Li states that the meat is from a 6-star dragon or higher and wonders where Xiaofeng got it. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man also increase their levels. Disaster level, 3 stars. Local monster, Feng Li. Weight, 9,000 tons. Abilities, Bee Sting, Bee Venom. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Feng Mang Mang. Weight, 8,000 tons. Abilities, Bee Sting, Bee Venom. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Feng Manman. Weight, 8,000 tons. Abilities, Bee Sting, Bee Venom. The blue wings insect also increases its strength. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Blue Wings. Weight, 11,000 tons. Abilities, Divine Speed, Steel Wings. The armored elephant and the colorful mosquito as well. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Elephant Beetle. Weight, 36,000 tons. Abilities, Armored Power, Drill. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Colorful Mosquito. Weight, 7,600 tons. Abilities, Teleportation, Blood Control. Then, after everyone increases their powers, Xiao Feng orders everyone to attack. The insects, with a warrior spirit, shout to defeat the dragon beasts. A swarm of insects flies across the skies. As they fly off to attack, they all shout, "Let's go!" to the new world. The insects fly over a forest. Meanwhile, Mao Mao asks why they are being left behind. Mao Mao sadly feels bad for not being able to fly. Disaster level, local monster, Mao Mao. Weight, 15,000 tons. Abilities, Spit Gluttonous Silk. Bi Li asks Wang Xiaofeng if he has a battle plan. Our hero explains that, according to the map, that is the only river channel in Greystone Canyon that can accommodate the Dragon Beast army. He states that the river fork can restrict the movements of the Dragon Beast troops and that several villages on the edge of the battlefield can solve the supply problem. Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man ask Wang Xiaofeng why he is so downcast. Bi Li says there is no need to worry too much, as after the upgrades, their legion now has the strength to fight the 3-star Dragon Beast Legion. Wang Xiaofeng replies that he is not worried about their current fighting strength. In fact, he is worried about the possibility of the villages being destroyed by the dragon beasts before they arrive and asks if they can hurry up. Bi Li replies no, as letting the legion face the dragon beast army while exhausted would lead to significant losses. She advises Wang Xiaofeng, saying that she understands that he wants to hurry to save his fellow insects, but leading troops into battle cannot be done on impulse. She states that a single act of recklessness by a commander can lead the entire legion to disaster. But Wang Xiaofeng states that he cannot stand by and watch his fellow insects be slaughtered. He asks Blue Wings, Colorful Mosquito, and Elephant Beetle about their abilities. Then the most powerful insects reply that they are at his service. Meanwhile, the canyon village is in flames. A dragon breathes fire as insect beasts flee desperately. An insect pleads with the dragon beast lord to spare his wife and children. The insect offers to become the dragon beast lord's slave, saying he can do anything. Then, the dragon beast lord says he is in a good mood and that he will give him a chance to be his slave. As he holds his wife and child, the dragon states that, as a stinky insect, he can only choose one person. The insect, totally shocked by the situation, asks, "One person?" The dragon beast lord wonders which one to eat, saying it's so hard to choose. The wretched creature asks the insect why he doesn't decide which one he wants to be saved. The insect, nervous, stammers. Then the dragon beast lord says he has made his choice. He decides he will eat the little one. The little one, desperate, cries out for his father. But our hero doesn't wear a cape. He's not a bird or a plane. He's a bee that flies at supersonic speed. Wang Xiaofeng is called while distancing himself from the group. Our hero copies the ability of the Blue Wings, Divine Speed. That's when he arrives just as the little insect is about to be eaten and shouts, "Switch!" Wang Xiaofeng uses the powerful fist ability of the dung beetle, distorting the dragon's entire face with an incredible punch. The dragons, astonished by the strength of our incredible insect Xiaofeng, shout, "Boss!" And well, sorry folks, but I have to comment on the face of this idiotic dragon. The two insects fall as Xiaofeng prepares to catch them. Holding the two, our hero exclaims, "I got you!" The little insect, surprised, addresses Wang Xiaofeng as the Hornet King. Our protagonist says that he will take care of the situation and asks everyone to retreat quickly. The insect father thanks him. The idiotic dragon, still recovering, complains and asks who ruined his mood. Wang Xiaofeng, with a killer look, asks the celestial dragons why they did that to the villagers and the group of soldiers who were clearly doing their best. One of the celestial dragons asks what he is talking about. Our hero states that they were clearly doing their best to fight. Then, the dragon asks what nonsense he is talking about. Angered, Wang Xiaofeng wishes death upon all the celestial dragons. The celestial dragon asks if only Wang Xiaofeng, a mere 2-star insect, wants them dead. That's when our hero, in an Avengers-like scene, states that he's not the only one who wants them dead, but they do too. The dragon asks what that is. The celestial dragons observe something falling from the sky and wonder if it is a meteor shower. Then, one of the celestial dragons realizes that it is not a meteor shower, but the insect army. The insect army, led by B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, B. Man Man, Mantis, Blue Wings, Dung Beetle, Colorful Mosquito, and Blind Elephant, approaches the celestial dragons. Astonished, the dragons shout, "Enemy attack!" The lead dragon asks where these insect troops came from and scoffs, saying they are bluffing. Then, the celestial dragon orders them to forget about the insect troops and focus only on killing all the villagers. The celestial dragons, shouting, order their minions to kill all the villagers. Then, the wretched creatures roar and charge into the attack, led by Tao Yan. The battle between the insect army, consisting of 5,200 insects, and the dragon army, consisting of 870 dragons, begins. B. Lee warns Wang Xiaofeng that he can no longer be reckless and asks him to find a safe place to hide. The Dung Beetle states that Feng Li is right and that they should leave this to them. Our hero apologizes but says he is no longer the coward he used to be. B. Lee, worried, asks Wang Xiaofeng to wait. Then, B. Lee notices that the idiot Xiaofeng went straight for the lead dragon and asks Mang Mang and Man Man to follow him to protect the insect king. B. Mang Mang and Man Man confirm. One of the idiotic dragons on the front line notices, surprised, that there are 2 3-star insects. Then one of the dragons concludes that one of them must be the leader. The other idiotic dragon, mocking the insects, states that the 1-star insects are boring and made him sleepy. Sacred Wind, Dragon Disaster Level, 3 stars. Weight, 230,000 tons. Lizard Dragon Disaster Level, 3 stars. Weight, 610,000 tons. Stegosaurus Disaster Level, 5 stars. Weight, 420,000 tons. B. Lee despairs and questions why they appeared right now. Meanwhile, our hero combines the abilities of Blue Wings and Mantis and threatens the face of some dragons in front of him with a fierce lunge. Wang Xiaofeng uses the Divine Blade ability, cutting down several enemy dragons at once. Our hero thinks to himself that combining the abilities of 2 subjects yields far better results than just adding them together. Then Wang Xiaofeng names his new ability Grass Cutting Mode. But to his surprise, the most powerful enemy appears behind him and exclaims, "Found you!" The dragon general, generating an immense mass of energy in his hand, observes Wang Xiaofeng from above and deduces that he is the source of the insect army's star power. Our hero exclaims, worried. Tao Yan prepares to attack. Then, the dragon chief uses the celestial thunder strike. Xiaofeng is hit by the attack and screams as he is thrown down. The creature states that if they kill Wang Xiaofeng, the insect army will collapse. Disaster level, 3 stars. Cosmic monster celestial dog dragon, weight 180,000 tons. After being hit by the attack, our hero coughs and comments that the dragon can fire lightning bolts. He realizes that the dragons are stronger than the 3-star dragon beasts of East Lake. The celestial dog dragon says that the elementalization of star power is a sign that he has reached the 4-star rank. He claims to be different from the mediocre dragons who are content with the status quo at the borders. Then he starts throwing lightning bolts at Xiaofeng as he orders him to die. The celestial dog dragon praises Wang Xiaofeng's speed and proposes a new challenge. A dragon, afraid, exclaims that the boss is going to go all out and asks them to run. The dragon releases a strong electrical discharge. The celestial dog dragon prepares to attack Wang Xiaofeng with a lightning spear. Another dragon questions what his colleague is afraid of, stating that the boss's thunder spear can target its prey. He believes that Wang Xiaofeng is doomed. The scared one agrees. Then the two smaller dragons prepare to hunt down the remaining insects. And well, the scaredy cat's fear was not for nothing. Suddenly, our hero switches places with him using his spatial swap. The other dragon is completely clueless. The dragon general wonders where Wang Xiaofeng is, while the poor smaller dragon is pulverized by the lightning bolt. Oh my god, this job for the smaller dragons must pay very well because the risks are very high. Farewell, idiotic green dragon. We will miss you. One of the dragons, massive and powerful, soared above our heroes. At the same time, B Mang Mang and B Man Man attacked it with their energy lances. Meanwhile, the flower mantis dashed forward with incredible speed, landing a few blows. With a nimble move, B Lee blocked an attack from a land-based dragon and then jabbed it with her lance. The dung beetle, using his armor and monstrous strength, slammed into one of the smaller dragons that was closing in. The red dragon, with a cocky smirk, claimed their attacks were useless. The dung beetle punched him. The dragon, confident, said his hide was notoriously tough and the bug wouldn't be able to hurt him. Then, the dung beetle activated his gigantification ability, now gigantic. The dung beetle asked the dragon how he felt about the new situation. The dragon freaked out at the insect's Ronnie Coleman-like size. He questioned how a mere insect could possess such an ability. The dung beetle charged forward, hitting the dragon square in the gut, sending him flying back and smashing through a huge rock. Grabbing the dragon by the throat, the dung beetle told him to die. Held in the beetle's grip, the dragon admitted things were looking bad, and that he'd die if he kept taking direct hits. The dragon used his molt ability, shedding his skin and escaping from our powerhouse, who was left holding only the old, wrinkled hide. Smaller now and without his armor, the dragon said he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. He then complained about the insect's superior physical strength and how he couldn't face him directly. The dragon decided to use a different strategy. He started digging a hole in the ground. The cowardly dragon burrowed into the earth. The dung beetle watched this pathetic display and wondered if the dragon had used earth escape. He then questioned if he'd gotten away. Suddenly, the dragon emerged from the hole, claiming it was a good opportunity. He tried to strike the dung beetle from behind. To the beetle's surprise, the dragon bit his arm using his phantom bite ability. The dragon complained about the hardness of the beetle's exoskeleton. The dung beetle said his tough exoskeleton wouldn't be damaged so easily. The dumb dragon challenged him, asking if he could handle this. He immediately bit down harder and twisted, trying a death roll like a gator. Or a croc. Sorry, I don't know which one does that. But yeah, it didn't work at all. Our powerhouse just flung the dragon away. Meanwhile, the dragon celebrated managing to rip off a tiny piece of flesh from the beetle's arm. The dumb dragon then gracefully fell back into his hole. He declared that he would soon tear the dung beetle to shreds. At the same moment, the dung beetle realized his exoskeleton had been pierced. Our hero cursed the dragon and got back on his feet. B. Lee, seeing that the dung beetle was in trouble, couldn't help him because she was facing another dragon of equal strength. The dragon, swinging its tail, launched some spines at B. Lee. Our B used her Star Shield ability to defend against the attacks. Enraged, the dragon focused a powerful energy to attack B. Lee with even larger spines. B. Lee dodged the attack by quickly dashing to the side. As she flew, B. Lee watched the dragon approach and realized it had entered her attack range. The bee told the dragon to die and attacked with her lance. Suddenly, the dragon deflected B. Lee's attack using its tail. B. Lee was surprised by the dragon's speed and strength. The dragon's tail then slammed into our bee. The impact sent B. Lee skidding across the ground as she struggled to regain her footing. She admitted that the dragon's strength and attack range were superior to hers, and that he was very difficult to deal with. Over on the other side of the battle, a dumb flying dragon taunted the insects, calling them trash. B Mang Mang, B Man Man, and the mantis prepared to attack. B Man Man and B Mang Mang complained about the strong wind hindering their flight. B Man Man added that she could barely open her eyes. The dragon mocked the heroines, asking if a couple of two-star insects dared to challenge him. The dragon increased the wind's intensity, blasting the bees and sending them flying. B Mang Mang and B Man Man yelled out in confusion. Meanwhile, the flower mantis remained unfazed by the gale, steady steadily advancing and carefully observing the dragon. The three simultaneous battles then converged. The dragon, still airborne, ordered the insects to try harder, as he wasn't satisfied yet. The dung beetle, bee lee, and the other insects watched as more dragons approached. The brown dragon mocked the insect race, calling them weak, while the mole dragon asked which of them wanted to trade places with him. Bee Mang, Bee Man, the dung beetle, the mantis, and Bee Lee exchanged glances. They all simultaneously realized that if the fight dragged on, Wang Xiaofeng would be in danger. Suddenly, the three smaller dragons freaked out as one of their comrades crashed down in front of them, knocked out cold. One of the dragons asked if that wasn't Terror Claw, the one in charge of the two-star dragons, and wondered how he could have been defeated. The downed dragon, lying before the insects, warned the leaders to be careful of the two-star insects. Finally, their real champions arrived on the battlefield. The green-winged insect observed from above, mocking the two-star dragons, saying they weren't anything special. Then, the colorful mosquito, riding the armored elephant, retorted that a dozen two-star dragons weren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. The colorful mosquito recognized some of the fighters, asking if that was the leader of the wasp tribe squad and the guy from the mine area. Then, sarcastically feigning concern, the colorful mosquito commented on how tough the battle looked for them. Looking at their battered heroes, she remarked that those three looked like three-star dragon beasts and offered to help. The armored elephant chimed in, saying it would be fun to mess with some three-star dragon beasts. The green-winged insect, colorful mosquito, and armored elephant prepared for combat. Meanwhile, the flying dragon thought, outraged, that these three insects had actually taken out over a dozen two-star dragon beasts. The mole dragon lamented the time spent gathering the elites, only for them to be easily defeated. Infuriated, the three dragons flew towards the insects. The insect warrior, green-winged insect, drew his sword, while the colorful mosquito got ready. The armored elephant rose up, claws blazing. The armored elephant told his sister, Colorful Mosquito, that she would taste dragon blood that day. Bee Lee warned the others to be careful, as the newcomers were reckless. The Colorful Mosquito reassured Bee Lee, stating that while they might be average among their own kind, they were experts at dealing with dragon beasts. Bee Lee, surprised, asked if they were truly dragon beast experts. A dragon charged forward, declaring he wanted to see what they were made of. The green-winged insect turned and advanced towards the dragon, who attacked him with a gust of wind. Scoffing, the green-winged insect asked if that was all the dragon had, just a breeze. Calmly, he added that it was nothing to worry about. He then attacked the dragon, who cried out in surprise. As he suffered a cut to his neck, the dragon exclaimed in astonishment, complaining that green-winged insect had used a flight technique to rise against the wind and break his barrier. He said that even so, the attack's power was weak, as a full-on blow had only caused a small scratch. But the mighty green-winged insect said that was enough. The dragon panicked, realizing he was bleeding, and cried out in despair. Suddenly, the colorful mosquito absorbed his blood, saying that as expected of her brother, she wanted to see what she could create with three-star dragon blood. She smiled and said, "Done," as she produced some kunais. The insect warriors watched her manipulate the blood. Bee Lee, surprised, asked what that was. Bee Manman said that her lance was suddenly stained red. The mantis was also astonished to see her katanas completely coated in blood. The colorful mosquito explained that her stellar armor ability was called Blood Blade, which could be applied to weapons, causing wounds that accelerated bleeding. Even if it wasn't a fatal blow, the dragon beast would eventually die. The flying dragon ordered the others to deal with the mosquito first. The earth dragon charged towards her like a rhinoceros. The colorful mosquito yelped, saying she was a support type, not good at fighting, so she'd leave it to them to deal with the enemies. Bee Lee commented that the newcomer really knew how to steal the show. She then said her mission was to protect Xiaofeng, and she'd be in trouble if she took any longer. Our bee decided it was best to end things quickly. Bee Lee spun her lance and yelled, activating her battle mode. She fought for the honor of the Wasp clan. Our amazing bee boss told the dragon beasts to get ready, and so the fight of one of the mightiest was about to begin. Bee Lee dodged the dragon's attack by flying over him. Startled, the dragon realized she had gotten faster. As Bee Lee flew, the dragon suddenly attacked her with spines. Our powerful bee deflected the spines with her lance. Spinning in the air with her lance, Bee Lee shouted the name of her attack, Lance Cut, Downward Strike. Then she slammed her lance down with absurd force right on the center of the dragon's head. And well, after that, the dragon fell unconscious as Bee Lee landed. Without wasting any time, Bee Lee continued to pierce the already defeated dragon. After that, Bee Lee turned and told the colorful mosquito that the rest was up to her. Promptly, the colorful mosquito began to suck all the blood from the dragon. The poor dragon roared, demanding his blood back. The armored elephant asked, "Are you hiding here?" as the mole dragon burst through the ground in a straight line. The armored elephant pierced the ground, finally finding the dumb dragon. The armored elephant laughed at the dragon's state. The dragon complained of pain. The armored elephant asked the dragon how it felt to experience 1,000 years of death. The dragon cursed the insect. He then got up and yelled that he would crush the insect. Suddenly, the dung beetle's hand stopped him. The startled dragon wondered, "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" The dung beetle finally found the cowardly dragon and exclaimed that he had finally caught him. The terrified general stared at the powerhouse, panicked, lamenting that it was over and he was doomed. Crushed into the ground, he surrendered, begging the dung beetle to wait, saying he yielded and wouldn't invade the insect beast territory again. However, our relentless dung beetle pinned the dragon down with his foot and commented that the last one who said that already had a grave with 6-foot-tall grass on it. Immediately after the taunt, enraged, our hero unleashed a powerful barrage of blows against the dumb dragon. And well, there goes another dragon. Goodbye, cowardly dragon, we'll miss you, or maybe not. Wang Xiaofeng, after defeating the 2 idiot dragons without even striking a blow, just using his substitution power, sits atop one of them in the middle of a burning forest. Then he thinks that facing a 3-star dragon alone is too risky. Our hero says he's at 2.5-star strength with only half of his star power remaining. Therefore, he decides to wait for the dung beetle and Sister Fengli to finish their fights so they can then deal with the dragon together. Suddenly, Wang Xiaofeng observes several insects flying beside him, ordering them to attack and kill the dragon beasts. While a busty bee is hit with an electricity attack and the stink bug is knocked out, Wang Xiaofeng promptly stands up and calls them. Our hero then comments that everyone is fighting with everything they've got. And well, the cause of the knockouts in sequence appears. The heavenly dog dragon flies in front of him. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what he's doing. After all, that's a battlefield. Then he states that if everyone is fighting hard, he can't back down either. The heavenly dog dragon observes Wang Xiaofeng and his defeated subordinates on the ground. Next, our hero asks the big idiot where he's aiming. Wang Xiaofeng says that his grandpa insect is there. The dragon, furious, tenses his muscles and calls him a brat, saying he's flirting with death. Wang Xiaofeng then starts running while the heavenly dog dragon tries to catch him. The dragon, while energizing himself, asks where Wang Xiaofeng is running. Meanwhile, our little bee, or rather, wasp, sorry, I can't tell the difference, wonders if the dragon has infinite star power. Then, the heavenly dog dragon shoots electric rays towards Wang Xiaofeng, who dodges using his speed. The dragon then realizes that Wang Xiaofeng is hiding in the forest to survive and says that's smart. However, our hero replies, saying that as long as he keeps him busy there, it's enough. Then, he thinks that this is the perfect time to act. Wang Xiaofeng tells the heavenly dog dragon to save his taunts for when he manages to catch him. At the same instant, he uses his divine speed to dodge and move to the other side of the dragon in a blink of an eye. Our hero, mocking the animal's face, asks where the idiot dragon is looking. Then, Wang Xiaofeng takes advantage and attacks the heavenly dog dragon's shoulder, making a small cut. And well, the demon gets furious and states that he deserves death. While our hero distances himself, a significant amount of blood gushes from the enemy's body. Be careful with the colorful mosquito, kid. Wang Xiaofeng laughs and says the dragon will never catch him. Soon after, the dragon energizes himself and shoots a beam towards Wang Xiaofeng, who deflects it with his enhanced speed. The cut even slices a colossal tree in half. However, it doesn't cause a scratch on our protagonist. Next, the dragon comments that he's quite fast, but asks how long he can maintain that speed with his star power. The heavenly dog dragon, furious, wonders where Wang Xiaofeng is hiding. Then Wang Xiaofeng activates colorful mosquito mode and says he needs to weaken him before the dung beetle and Sister Fengli arrive. Suddenly, the heavenly dog dragon looks at his shoulder and observes his blood being sucked from his body by Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Little Slippery. Soon after, he realizes he's getting more tired and wonders why. Then he exclaims, "My blood!" At the same instant, Wang Xiaofeng appears on a cut tree trunk in front of him and, startled, exclaims that he found him. The heavenly dog dragon asks where Wang Xiaofeng thinks he's going as he flies towards him. Immediately, Wang Xiaofeng realizes it's too late to change his ability mode. Then the dragon energizes his hand and attacks our hero, who quickly flies to dodge the blow. Next, the dragon uses his celestial light, creating a vortex of electricity around the area. The dragon states that no one has ever dodged that move and asks where he can hide. Wang Xiaofeng realizes that his speed is no match for the enemy and is soon struck by the lightning, sending him flying until he hits a tree. Then the dragon, furious, yells for him to dodge that and says he's treating him like a monkey, calling him a brat. He claims that Wang Xiaofeng is forcing him to use all his power. Thus, the dragon goes after our hero, still paralyzed from the previous attack. Our hero, worried, says he can't move. Soon after, the dragon curses him and grabs him by the neck. The dragon, boasting, celebrates that he finally caught him, calling him Little Mouse. Then he says that this is where it all ends for him. The heavenly dog dragon then orders Wang Xiaofeng to bid farewell to this world. Scoffing at our B hero, he says it was as expected. A 2-star insect losing to a 3-star was inevitable. Then, Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to everyone, saying that even though it was brief, he really enjoyed the time he spent with everyone. But, against all expectations, the dragon realizes that his last full power attack depleted all of his star power. Wang Xiaofeng then puts his hand on his chin and, seizing the opportunity, exclaims in surprise and says he can still use a little strength. Wait! Strength? Our hero thinks. Then he quickly activates dung beetle mode and uses gigantification. The heavenly dog dragon, impressed, wonders how many abilities that brat has. Soon after, the dragon goes on the attack, shouting that he needs to take care of him quickly and yells for him to die while delivering a powerful blow. But then, Wang Xiaofeng, without hesitation, defends the dragon's blow with a single hand without any difficulty. And well, it seems the tables have turned. Our hero comments that he is very weak. Wang Xiaofeng, now the size of the heavenly dog dragon, faces him and, in disbelief at the extent of his strength, wonders if it's an illusion. Then, the dragon tries to hit him, but Wang Xiaofeng blocks the attack again. The dragon, still thinking himself superior, says that Wang Xiaofeng managed to block both his claws and comments. Not bad, brat. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiaofeng thinks that the strength increase from dung beetle mode is strong, but not enough to overcome the 3-star dragon. Furthermore, he comments that the open-handed punch technique is too simple. Then he wonders if the dragon isn't good at hand-to-hand combat. The heavenly dog dragon, hearing the comment, asks what nonsense he's talking about and says he just underestimated him a little. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng smiles confidently and states that he can win. Thus, he goes after the heavenly dog dragon, flying over him. Then, in a quick movement, Wang Xiaofeng attacks the heavenly dog dragon with a 2-footed kick. Next, Wang Xiaofeng delivers a knee right to the dragon's stomach, followed by a powerful punch to the face, which sends him flying away. The dragon then threatens him, saying that as soon as he recovers a little of his star power, he will make him wish he were dead. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng smiles and says it's very good to beat a 3-star dragon. Our hero then asks him to relax, while applying a neck lock He says that reincarnation is only a matter of a short time. Soon it would all be over. The dragon gets irritated and wonders how he could die at the hands of a mere 2-star insect. Then the dragon energizes his body and uses the lightning fall ability to attack Wang Xiaofeng, but our hero quickly tightens his grip on his neck, making him stop instantly. With that, the heavenly dog dragon coughs up his soul, ending the fight once and for all. Wang Xiaofeng then wonders what that is. Our hero says he can't believe he beat a 3-star monster, and says he needs to take a picture but wonders where his phone is. And well, it's another dragon that goes to the world of the dead. Our hero's KDA is simply relentless. Goodbye, idiot electric dragon, we'll miss you. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, the alligator dragon and the stegosaurus fall to the ground defeated. Meanwhile, the flying dragon observes his 2 companions, incredulous at the power of our insect army. Soon after, the sacred wind dragon, furious, curses them. Then, he propels himself upwards and prepares to attack the green wings insect, who soon notices his movement behind him. Immediately afterward, Green Wings is hit by the sacred wind dragon's attack, being crushed into the ground. At the same moment, the flower mantis proposes a plan to Mang. She should stand on the tip of her blade, so she can propel her against the wind barrier. Mang considers the strategy daring, but accepts the mantis's proposal. Then, Mang quickly climbs onto the blade of the flower mantis, who soon asks if she is ready. She answers yes, and then Mang is hurled up towards the dragon. Mang, in midair, focuses her power and unleashes a powerful energy attack with her spear against the sacred wind dragon. The flower mantis announces that the wind field has disappeared and orders everyone to attack immediately. Then, all the insects on the front line advance to make a combined attack. The flower mantis then uses her sliding crosscuts attack against the dragon, while Man attacks with her purple energy blast. After the attack, the sacred wind dragon falls to the ground, defeated. Mang, and the mantis land and observe the enemy. After defeating the last dragon, asks if anyone has found Xiaofeng. The stink bug then replies that he searched the entire battlefield, but couldn't find him. Man reports having seen Xiaofeng being chased by a 3-star dragon into the forest. Despairs upon learning that the leader of the 3-star dragons was chasing Xiaofeng. She laments not having warned him properly. However, the dung beetle calms her down by at least knowing that Xiaofeng was still alive, as he was still able to maintain his star armor. Then, while flying, the stink bug says that he immediately sent the insect beasts from the mine area to continue searching for him, and Man says that she will inform everyone in the Bee clan. Immediately afterward, the gecko crocodile dragon mocks them and comments that Xiaofeng must be wishing he were dead now. The crocodile dragon then warns them that the leader is the strongest among them, and that, even if they work together, they may not be a match for him. He states that the boss likes to play with his prey before killing them, and that as soon as he gets tired and comes to his senses, it will be their turn to die. Then, the colorful insect shouts, stating that Xiaofeng is their insect king and that he will be fine. Suddenly, an imposing and menacing figure appears in front of them. The flower mantis, and the dung beetle, curious, wonder who that figure is. The gecko crocodile dragon then cackles, warning that the boss is back and that their time to die has come, and that if they leave immediately, it might be more comfortable. Then orders everyone to prepare for battle. But suddenly, our hero Wang Xiaofeng emerges from the shadows, lifting the already fainted dog dragon with one hand. He asks what is going on and why everyone is so nervous. After all, hadn't the battle ended? Then, the dung beetle celebrates that the insect king is all right. then asks what happened to that 3-star dragon. Then Wang Xiaofeng throws the defeated dragon on the ground and exclaims, "Here!" asks, surprised, if he defeated that 3-star dragon beast alone. Xiaofeng, while shrinking in size, replies that he never thought he would be able to kill him, and that he only wanted to hold on until everyone could help him. He then states that he doesn't know how, but he ended up managing to deplete all the beast's star power and defeat it. Bi Li asks if that was all, and Xiao Feng replies yes. Meanwhile, the crocodile dragon comments, incredulous, that a mere 2-star insect defeated the boss. He says that's impossible. He then despairs, because if the boss was defeated, they are all doomed. Bi Li then orders the gecko crocodile dragon to tell her the marching route of the troops and their strength, and that, in exchange, she will cut off only one of his limbs and spare his life. However, the Stegosaurus dragon wakes up and refuses to obey. He says he would rather die than surrender. The sacred wind dragon agrees and states that the dragon clan will never bow to the insect beasts, and that they can kill or mutilate them as they please. The gecko crocodile dragon, desperate, asks what they mean by that and why they included him if they wanted to die. Then, changing his mind, he says he is willing to provide information, but for that, he asks that they spare his life. Bi Li warns Xiao Feng, saying that that dragon beast has threatened them several times before, and that this sudden change of mind is probably a trick. Xiao Feng replies that he already knows. Then, the dragon states that it's all just a big misunderstanding. After that, the gecko crocodile dragon is cursed by the other dragons for betraying the dragon beasts. He retorts by asking them to shut up, because the two of them may not want to live, but he still does. Then, the Stegosaurus questions him how he can surrender to the insect beasts and what happened to the pride of the dragon clan. The gecko crocodile dragon defends himself by saying that he is different from those two idiots and that he only recognized the situation they were in. He adds that if they want to know anything, they can ask freely, as he will tell them everything he knows. Meanwhile, he thinks that he didn't expect to find the newborn insect king there, and that this was very lucky. He concludes that as soon as he recovers his strength, escaping will be easy, and that by reporting this, he will not only be safe, but will also gain some credit. Xiao Feng then observes the crocodile dragon and considers so much proactivity suspicious, but concludes that he definitely needs the dragon beast's information. Xiao Feng then orders the colorful mosquito to suck the gecko crocodile dragon's blood and not let him escape. She replies yes, and that he can leave everything to her. The gecko crocodile dragon then says that that wasn't really necessary. On the battlefield, many insects were slaughtered. Xiao Feng laments the casualties of the insect army, which total 318. The dung beetle comments that this was their first time facing the dragon beasts directly, and that the survivors will be strengthened to become a powerful army. However, our hero laments that they could have survived. Xiao Feng then wonders if he made a mistake, and that if he had chosen to flee, they would not have died. The dung beetle then says that that would only bring them back to the past. The limited space on the Sky Islands cannot support many insects, and the heavy taxes cost the lives of those who are too old, sick, or weak to work. He then states that Xiao Feng gave them a new choice. Next, he states that this is the path that everyone chooses, and that the insect king doesn't need to blame himself. Xiao Feng asks if it really is like that. The dung beetle says yes, and that he should listen to the voices of everyone behind him. "Behind me?" asks our hero. Then a crowd of insects approaches and calls him Insect King. Soon after the great victory, the insects celebrate having defeated the dragon beast army thanks to the Insect King's leadership. An insect celebrates having personally killed a dragon beast and avenged his family. The dung beetle then shows the villagers they saved, thanks to the Insect King's leadership. The villagers thank the Insect King for saving them, and state that if Xiao Feng had not led them to eliminate the dragon beasts, they would probably all have died in that attack. Then, the entire Lacewing clan thanks the Insect King for saving their tribe. Wang Xiaofeng is then hugged by the dung beetle, who states that no insect beast there regrets following him. Soon after, the other warriors arrive and agree, stating that even though they haven't been with him for long, swearing loyalty to the Insect King was the best decision they ever made. Then, the dung beetle, the flower mantis, the colorful mosquito, the elephant beetle, and the green wings kneel before Xiao Feng and declare that they are his loyal blades, and that they are willing to offer their lives to defeat all the enemies before him. Then Xiaofeng thanks everyone but says there is no need to sacrifice their lives as he doesn't have many friends and hopes that everyone stays alive. Everyone replies in unison, "Yes, Insect King." The insect father then asks what they want for dinner. The insect child replies that he wants to eat crispy fried leaves. While watching the villagers leave, the mantis comments that it's great to have a family and that they must be very happy now. Then she thinks it would be great if they could go back to that time, and that it would be great if Xiaofeng could have come down from the sky like he did now. While she says this, Xiaofeng feels something strange in his head. Suddenly, Xiaofeng returns to his human form and is teleported to a different dimension. Confused, he wonders where he is. Back at the insect camp in the past, the dung beetle orders the flower mantis to maintain a firm stance and attack mercilessly. She is then hit by a piece of wood that the dung beetle was holding and falls to the ground. He orders her to get up again, and she obeys. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng exclaims, "There's the dung beetle and Sister Hua." The flower mantis then cuts down a tree. She continues training non-stop, trying to improve more and more. Xiaofeng feels a wave of unknown memories flooding his mind. Now, back at the Star Dragon Cave, confused, he wonders what those scenes from the mysterious space are, and if it is a dream. Xiaofeng then wonders how he could have had such a strange dream. Our hero then cuts a carrot. Meanwhile, Princess Wei Wei celebrates finally being able to take a bath. She complains that she was stuck in that cave for a long time and that her skin is all wrinkled. And well, I know how you, my noble subscribers, are, so I'll leave 3 seconds without changing the scene for anyone who wants to take a screenshot. Thank me in the comments. While getting out of the bathtub, Wei Wei feels a tremor and soon asks what happened. And well, I think our hero is getting too strong. Xiaofeng, while cutting the carrot, ended up cutting everything in front of him unintentionally. He wonders if it was really him who did that. Then Xiaofeng calls for Wei Wei. The princess responds and turns to him, still in a towel. Immediately afterward, our lucky hero has a nosebleed. Princess Wei Wei, surprised, stutters upon seeing Xiaofeng. Embarrassed, she questions him about what he is doing there. Xiaofeng, nervous, runs away and shouts that it wasn't on purpose. The princess then gets dressed and accuses him of spying on her. She says it's impossible for a kitchen knife to cut through a steel wall from that distance and questions him if he wants to lie and deny it. Then, Princess Wei Wei, crying, curses him and calls him trash. Xiaofeng then says that everything he said is true and that he really didn't do it on purpose. Then, she asks Xiaofeng to compensate her with 100,000 star coins and that she will forgive him. He quickly replies that he has no money. She retorts that she doesn't care and that since he spied on this princess's body, he must compensate her. Xiaofeng, trying to calm her down, says he understands. Then, he hands her a paper, or rather, a makeshift receipt. Princess Wei Wei then analyzes it, holding it up. Xiaofeng says that he doesn't have all that money now. She warns him that he can't back out of the deal and that if he doesn't pay, she will punish him when they return to the galaxy. Xiaofeng replies, "Understood, Your Highness." He then thinks that he doesn't even know if they will be able to return and asks what the point of asking for money is. Then the princess rubs the receipt on her face and shouts excitedly, 100,000! Man! If I were Xiaofeng, I would leave her there and survive alone after everything she did to him. I think she deserves it. Using the crocodile gecko dragon's guidance, several squads of small dragon attacks were successfully ambushed the following week. 1,132 enemies were killed in one area and in another 997. A little further ahead, 1,437. And well, some time passes and Xiaofeng is sitting on top of the crocodile gecko dragon, his possible new pet. The poor dragon exclaims that he is exhausted and can no longer move. Then, our hero urges him on, saying that it is not yet time to rest. Xiaofeng then asks if he still wants to live. Hearing this, the crocodile gecko dragon replies that he is powerless and that even if they kill him, it will be useless. Then, Wang Xiaofeng suggests to Feng Li, who is flying beside him, that they rest in that place for a day. Feng Li agrees, saying that the dragon beasts wandering nearby have almost all been eliminated and that beyond that is the main battlefield. She then suggests that they set up camp there, and well, all our insects take a break. Meanwhile, Wang Wang Xiaofeng calls for Feng Li atop a mountain. She asks what happened. Wang Xiaofeng then asks if the queen bee and the other bees will be all right. She reassures him, telling him not to worry, and that she heard that the two queen bees will fight together this time, and that they will be fine. Wang Xiaofeng then suggests to Feng Li that they do something, but she quickly replies that no, and says that she already knows what he is planning, and that this is not a battle in which they can get involved. Soon, our hero, scoffing, says that she hasn't even said anything yet. He then asks if Feng Li isn't there. He wonders what could be dangerous if Feng Li is nearby. Then our little Wang Xiaofeng hugs her and asks Feng Li to stay away and observe, promising that he will not get close. Feng Li thinks for a while before answering. But soon, Wang Xiaofeng begs and asks Feng Li to let him learn from the combat experience of other armies. Feng Li thinks for a moment and agrees, saying that if it's just observing from afar, it's fine. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates, saying that she is the best. Feng Li asks Wang Xiaofeng to remember not to leave her sight, and he agrees, but at the same time states, so Sister Feng Li prefers a kinder approach. Then, changing location tens of kilometers away, the Dragon Beast Army is composed of 15,000 soldiers. An army of dragon beasts marches towards a village. In the sky, several types of dragons fly over the region. It is then that our powerful and beautiful bee army appears. The two queen bees lead the army, which positions itself for battle. And well, the wasp army is composed of 12,000 soldiers. The bee army is composed of 13,000 soldiers. The two armies unite and watch the dragon beast army arrive. Then the queen bee activates her ability, Mother World's Blessing. The bees position themselves in formation for battle. Their shields shine, energized by the queen's ability. Meanwhile, the dragon beast army advances towards the insects. The dragons then spit powerful energy rays, causing a strong explosion on the battlefield. Then the flying dragons attack the insect army, trying to hit the frontline bees and wasps first. The bees then prepare an attack formation with their spears, bows, and shields. The queen orders them to fire, and soon, a rain of spears and arrows is fired at the dragons. Several bees and wasps mounted on other giant insects attack the dragon army. Suddenly, a wasp attacks a red dragon, hitting it with its spear, and thus the war truly begins. Then, the wasp queen uses her ability, Imperial Guard. Suddenly, a bee is hit by a giant claw that breaks its spear into pieces. She is also hit in the stomach, suffering a cut. But immediately afterwards, the wound heals quickly. 3 dragons are hit by explosions and fall from the sky. The smaller dragons watch in amazement. Then, one of the dragons falls to the ground with everything, while the stupid dragon's eyes widen. The queen bee then looks to the side and observes something approaching. She then tries to see further in the distance. Now, from the top of a tree, Wang Xiaofeng and Feng Li observe the battle, impressed by the strength of the bee army. Wang Xiaofeng comments that the dragon beast army is being directly suppressed. Feng Li explains that this is the elite force of the bee tribe, which is stationed on the border fighting the dragon beasts all year round. She continues, saying that the lineage of the bee tribe has been intertwined for dozens of generations, allowing the army to benefit from the simultaneous enhancements of both queen's royal abilities. Feng Li says that both queen bees have offspring, and that they usually take turns protecting the area near the border. She states that this is the first time she has seen both appear at the same time. She adds that although the queen bee's strength is not the strongest among the insect kings, she has never lost a battle when leading a legion. Wang Xiaofeng, lying on the tree branch, comments that the queen bee is amazing. The queen then smiles as she deduces what Wang Xiaofeng is doing. The wasp queen then asks what is wrong, and she replies that Xiaofeng is nearby, and that after a time apart, he has grown considerably. Then, from the top of a hill, the dragon general observes the battlefield and curses the defeated army, saying, "Useless trash! Being defeated by insect beasts!" The big guy orders them to get out of his way, that he himself will take care of it. Several dragons fly around him. Meanwhile, down below, the beasts ask if they heard correctly that the dragon general plans to act personally. "I heard that too," affirms one of the stupid dragons. Suddenly, the peace-loving dragon notices something and is startled. The smaller dragons scream desperately as they run away. Meanwhile, the shadow of a giant creature looms over them. It is is then that the two look up. The two beasts scream at the same time as they observe the dragon general flying over them. And well, the general, as he advances, crushes everything in front of him. The fat guy is giant, but he has a lot of speed, and he approaches the battle taking graceful ballet leaps. The two lucky dragons are unharmed, but impressed by the size of the crater the general left behind. The smaller dragon and the lizard dragon tremble with fear as one comments that if he is hit by that, he will certainly die, while the other says he wants to go home. Wang Xiaofeng then observes the general advancing to enter the battle. He comments that that crazy guy is really very big and wonders how he manages to be so agile despite his size. Then, the queens order everyone to retreat, while several wasps and bees mounted on insects flee the battle. The bees then quickly form a strategy and divide themselves with their energy shields. Then, the dragon general jumps from above and falls on top of the bees' formation. He uses the ability Crushing Descent. The queen bee quickly orders, "Concentrate fire, convergent formation." Meanwhile, the giant lands right in the middle of the formation and takes a super powerful attack together from the bees. Immediately afterwards, the big guy is thrown away. At the same time, the bees' powerful energy attack explodes in the sky. Suddenly, the dragon general falls to the ground with everything. He tries to get up and groans, still a little dizzy. Then, as he flies again towards the bee army, trying to dodge their combined attack, he states that it is not easy to dodge that, but soon he is hit by one of the attacks. The dragon general spits blood. Meanwhile, he is surrounded by bees and wasps. Suddenly, the bees' spears begin to levitate and glow red. They wonder what is happening. Then the spears begin to spin in the sky surrounding the wasp queen. Soon after, the queen prepares her attacks as the projectiles begin to align. Then a powerful rain of spears is fired. The darts then hit the dragon general, who tries to protect himself by putting his hand on his head. Now, from above, Feng Li comments that it is strange that the situation is so unfavorable for the dragon beasts, but strangely, the general shows no intention of retreating. She asks what he is planning to do. Xiaofeng wonders why Feng Li is so worried if they have the advantage. Then the queen begins to cough as she flies. Her problem returns again. Nervous, the queen bee asks Ling Ling to rest, that she will take care of it. Queen Ling Ling begs and asks her not to do that. After all, if they cannot repel the dragon beasts that day, there will be no survivors in the nearby villages. Then, the general gets up, grumbling as he is stabbed. He gets angry, stating that he did not come there just to get beaten, as he prepares to fight. Then, he screams and orders them to attack. Suddenly, a flock of flying dragons emerges and advances towards the bee's shield. The queen bee comments that those are the dragon beasts that were wandering around there earlier. Then, the big guy orders the attack. In the sky, the dragons then prepare to attack the bees. At the same time, the general charges a powerful energy attack. While swallowing the energy, he thinks that finally they have shown a weakness. Then, the general fires the blast. Then some bees and wasps are hit by the dragon's attack as they scream. And in the sky, our bees get the worst of it. Several of them are bitten by the dragons and hit by energy blasts. Some bees fall to the ground tired. One of them says she can still fight, while the other complains of pain. The wasp queen then thinks she needs to hold on and resist a little longer, but immediately afterwards, she is reprimanded by the queen bee, who says that is enough. She begs and says she can continue. Then, the wasp queen, unable to hold on, falls from the sky, while the queen bee screams. But the other bees quickly catch her. They despair and ask if she is all right. Feng Li and Xiaofeng watch the scene in amazement as they wonder what happened to the queen bee. Feng Li then gets angry and curses the dragon beasts, saying that was their goal from the beginning. She continues explaining that, among the various insect kings, the queen bee is the kindest, and she generally overextends herself to repair the damage to the bee swarm. As a result, she was ambushed and injured by the dragon beasts, with many tiny fragments left around her organs that could not be removed. So Beely explains that if the Bumblebee Queen doesn't recover, Her Majesty Feng Huang will have to guard the front lines. And with both rulers unable to reproduce, the Bee clan will face decades of decline until a new Bumblebee Queen takes over. Xiao Feng, pensive, sitting on a tree trunk, begins to understand how things really are. Soon, he thinks that the Bumblebee Queen's injuries are nothing with current human technology. But there, it's something fatal. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him and wonders if he just heard Mother Queen Wasp's voice near his ears. Then, the Queen Bee appears and asks him to come to her, as she will take him to meet some uncles. Soon, they arrive in a dark room with spider webs. Xiao Feng asks Mother Queen Wasp where they are. She replies that this is where Mother Queen Wasp meets with the other insect kings. Xiao Feng asks if the uncles she referred to are the other insect kings, and she confirms. And well, hanging from the ceiling are the web spiders, which can transmit distant sounds and shadows through their silk threads. Soon they enter a room where three powerful figures are sitting, projected as holograms through the devices. One of them, a large and imposing insect, asks the Queen Wasp what happened and how Ling Ling is. The Queen Wasp says that her injuries have returned and that she needs to rest and recover for a while. Xiao Feng, surprised, confirms that they are the insect kings. Soon, the Locust King, Fai Huang, says that the large-scale invasion of the dragon beasts is really not simple, as they must have discovered their weakness some time ago. Then, the Rhino Beetle King, Li Ao, complains about resting and recovering again, and the Deer Beast King, Jiao Man, states that she is too weak, and that he already said before that she should never have gone to the battlefield in that state. Then, the Queen Wasp explains that all the dragon beasts were expelled from the territory, and Dragon General Tao Shen was seriously injured. Their forces suffered almost no casualties, and this is the result of Ling Ling's efforts in the battle. Furthermore, the Bumblebee Queen has already chosen a successor, so there is nothing to worry about. One of the kings then questions if they are saying they should wait until the new Bumblebee Queen takes the position, and asks how long that will take. Soon he explains that he heard that the successor, chosen by the Bumblebee clan, barely has the strength of 1 star, and he questions how she can bear such a heavy responsibility. Meanwhile, our little bee starts to climb one of the thrones, and then, while our little Xiao Feng watches, sitting, the discussion begins with them saying that, at the moment, they are in a period of weakness, and in their opinion, it would be much better to find a powerful clan so that the transfer of the king's power could happen sooner. But the Queen Wasp opposes. The insect kings ask what the reason for the opposition is. Then she explains that she wants to wait for the king's power to be passed down, as it is a force inherited through generations, exclusively suitable for each clan, and yet, transferring it hastily to another clan may not necessarily release the same level of power. Xiao Feng agrees with his mother and says that what they are doing is clearly taking advantage of the situation. The Rhino Beetle King, surprised, asks who is speaking. Suddenly, Xiao Feng asks them to take a picture of him. The Insect King asks Fei Huang if she brought that little wasp. Then she explains that he is the one who actually awakened the king's power by himself. The Insect Kings are surprised, as the rumors are true. Then Xiao Feng says he opposes, and that now it's 2 against 2. The Locust King says that this is no place for childish impulsiveness, and the Rhino Beetle King orders him to go play somewhere else, as he will send an insect to bring him sweet sap to drink. Then Xiao Feng and his mother watch them. Suddenly, Xiao Feng says not to try to use that with him, as he can treat Aunt Bumblebee's injuries, and he states that, in that case, they have no reason to take away Aunt Bumblebee's power. The Rhino Beetle says that he thought he was just having a tantrum earlier, and that if he causes any more trouble, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless with his iron fist. Then, Xiao Feng tells him not to consider himself his uncle, as they are not that familiar with each other. Soon the Queen Bee smiles as he asks if he really thinks she won't do anything, and she challenges him to come to her if he has the courage. Then, the Locust King asks them to stop arguing, and that, in that case, they will give the little wasp 1 month. If it doesn't work, they can always take away the Bumblebee Queen's power. Now, leaving the place, the Queen Wasp tells Xiao Feng that he was very reckless. Then, Xiao Feng says that he's not lying and that he really has a way to heal Aunt Bumblebee. But soon, he says he's not 100% sure. The Queen tells him to just do his best, as no insect will blame him. He agrees. Then we go back to a few days ago, one day after Xiao Feng left. The little moth and his sister are near the pots of a magic soup. The little moth tells his brother that there is still some of that magic soup left, and his brother asks why they don't drink it, as it can turn them into powerful insect warriors. The little moth tells him to drink it, as his physique is destined to never become a powerful insect warrior. The other retorts that physique is just appearance, and that in his eyes, he has always been very strong, and yet, if only he could become as imposing as Sister Hua. Then our little fluffy one asks if he really likes Sister Hua, and while dragging him, she tells him to stop hesitating and drink it already. Then the brother asks what she thinks about what he heard, that after becoming an insect warrior, they will awaken a unique talent. Soon he replies that they will only know after drinking it. Then the two drink the magic soup, and immediately afterward they look at their reflection in the water, noticing that apparently nothing has changed. Then, excited, Yue says that now they are also insect warriors. Yue has 1,600 tons of power and a web-weaving ability, while the little moth has 312 tons of power and a mimicry X-ray vision ability. The little moth, disappointed, states that he doesn't feel like his power has increased. Meanwhile, Yue states that the abilities don't seem particularly suitable for combat. The little moth says he knew it. Now, on the other side of that small field, the gecko dragon asks the dung beetle and Bee Lee to stop. The dung beetle tells him to choose between his hands and feet. Then Bee Lee says, it's not that bad. Soon, the gecko crocodile dragon asks for help as the dung beetle pulls him by the tail. Just behind, Xiao Feng wonders what they are doing. Then Bee Mang Mang and Bee Man Man explain that as a precaution, they will cut off a limb from cooperative prisoners before releasing them. This is a method of the insect clan to prevent them from rejoining the dragon army and fighting against them again in the future. They then explain that although they really want to kill them all, doing so would make the dragon beasts fierce and fearless of death and unwilling to surrender in the future. That's why they do that, to make it easier to deal with the dragon beasts in the future. Xiao Feng says he understands and wonders if this is the wisdom of the battlefield. However, he says that the efficiency is a bit low. Then Xiao Feng asks them to wait. He then asks Sister Feng and Uncle Dung Beetle to leave that to him. They then ask why he is stopping them. Xiao Feng says he has a better way to deal with it. Bee Lee says it's always been this way and that he can't interfere with it. Soon, the dung beetle says that since the insect king has spoken, they should let him handle it. Then, Xiao Feng tells them to listen to him and to release him right now. The gecko crocodile dragon asks if he's serious. As he gets up, Xiao Feng says that there must be other captured dragon beasts as well and asks them to release them too. The dung beetle asks the insect king if he heard correctly. Then, Xiao Feng confirms and tells them to do as he said. Bee Lee sighs and says to consider it a lesson for him. Then, in front of the gate, Xiao Feng asks them to listen to him, as he is the insect king, and that he is grateful to the gecko crocodile dragon for providing valuable information. In view of his contributions, he allows them all to leave with him. Then, the other dragons call him a traitor. The gecko crocodile dragon is booed by all his colleagues. Soon, a little bird dragon spits in his face. As all the gecko dragons flee, the crocodile dragon, irritated, says that if it weren't for him, none of them would have a chance to survive. Soon, Xiao Feng says goodbye, saying that after spending some time together, he almost considered him a friend. It's really hard to part ways, he says, and he wishes them to be careful on the road and that, if they have time, come back to visit him, as they are always welcome there. The gecko crocodile dragon asks who said they are friends, as that is just his delusion, but unlike him, our little bee wishes him to be happy. Meanwhile, Bee Mang Mang asks him why he is releasing them, since capturing them wasn't easy. Xiao Feng says that if that guy isn't an idiot, he'll be back soon. Bee Mang Mang and Bee Man 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 look at each other and ask who he's talking about. Xiaofeng then walks and says he'll be quite busy, so he won't wait for him. While running, the gecko crocodile dragon thinks that as soon as he brings the information back, he will be promoted immediately. But soon, he starts to feel strange. Suddenly, he stops and realizes that they released other gecko dragons too, and that Xiaofeng didn't just release one dragon beast. His information is no longer exclusive, he thinks. And once the other dragon beasts bring the information back, not only will he become useless, but all the dragon beasts will know that he betrayed them. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, B-Man-Man, and B-Mang-Mang build a gear. But soon, they are warned that a dragon beast has come to the village. Xiaofeng is surprised by his speed. Then B-Li asks what he is doing there and tells him to hurry up and leave so as not to be ungrateful. The dung beetle says that this is not his place, but he states that he wants to meet with the insect king as he has no bad intentions. The gecko crocodile dragon calls him a friend and says that he finally arrived as he is in a difficult situation and asks if he can stay there for a while. Xiaofeng promptly replies number. He states that he was just being polite, and yet questions why he took that seriously. He states that they don't accept idle dragon beasts there. Then, the dragon, sounding cold, states that he can work. Soon, our little bee asks Sister Manman if the village doesn't need someone to dig a water channel. Then, the gecko crocodile dragon says that he loves digging tunnels and holes, and our protagonist asks if that won't be too troublesome for him. But soon, he brags about his digging speed. Then, Gecko starts digging at full speed and asks our bee if it's good that way. Xiaofeng says it's super fast. The dung beetle asks how he convinced him. Xiaofeng explains that he had already perceived his intentions, as he was just waiting to die, and simply hoped that the others who knew the truth would die, hoping to exchange information for military achievements. Then, the dung beetle concludes that releasing the other dragon beasts was just to stop him. A smart move, he says. However, keeping a dragon beast there might prevent the insects from sleeping peacefully. Xiaofeng admits that he overlooked that. Meanwhile, Yue and his sister watch that 3-star dragon beast from afar, saying that he is huge. Xiaofeng tells them not to be afraid, and that is his captive. From now on, he will do all the dirty and heavy work. Yue and his sister are impressed and say that he is incredible, and it's no wonder he is the insect king. Xiaofeng, impressed, states that they are accepting everything very quickly. Xiaofeng says that next, they will make him stay outside the village and assign some insect beasts to take turns watching him. That way, there shouldn't be any problems, he says. Then, he asks Yue and his brother to gather everyone there and spread the news. They reply that it's no problem, and that everyone should know how amazing Xiaofeng is. Then, Xiaofeng explains the current situation to the crowd of insects. He says that the dragon beasts are also mortal flesh like them. They capture their relatives to serve as workers, and they can do the same. There's really nothing to fear from them. The dung beetle congratulates Xiaofeng and says that from now on, this place will no longer fear the dragon beasts. Xiaofeng replies that he hopes so. Then, Yue and his brother watch the water wheel working. Soon, they run to the end of the new channel, where the water flows to the fields on its own. Meanwhile, the insects enter the makeshift house they built and wonder what Xiaofeng is doing. Mao Mao says it looks like he's making tools. And soon, the stink bug asks if that's another new invention. Then, the stink bug says that lately, Xiaofeng creates something new every day. Mao Mao states that there are some new things he knows, like paper, the telescope, and something that shines, called a lamp. The caterpillar, excited, says she knows, and states that it must be the result of her daily and nightly prayers, as the god of the universe showed mercy and granted them a wise insect king. The stink bug then asks when she actually prayed. The little moth says that's just how things are. Meanwhile, back in the workshop, Xiaofeng says he's finished making the new equipment. Then he states that with those tools, it will be enough. Soon, he calls everyone to come in. The stink bug is impressed and says that house is made of wooden planks joined together. The caterpillar agrees that it seems surprisingly sturdy. Then, they come across a suit of armor hanging from the ceiling and ask what it is. Mao Mao says it's huge and asks what it's for. Then, Xiaofeng explains that it's a mechanical suit of armor, a weapon specifically used to deal with dragon beasts. Yue and his brother are surprised to learn that the armor can be used to fight dragon beasts. Xiaofeng says that according to his expectations, weapons, he should be able to handle a 5-star dragon beast. But it's not finished yet. Soon, Mao Mao approaches several other inventions and says there are so many interesting things there. Then, she picks up a spear and puts on a helmet. Xiaofeng states that if she likes it, she can keep it for self-defense, as those things are no longer useful to him. Then, the little moth asks if there is any suitable weapon for him. Xiaofeng tells him to wait a bit, as he will look for something. Suddenly, he puts his hand on his chin and starts rummaging through that pile of junk. Then, he hands a weapon to the little moth, only it's too heavy. Soon, the weapon falls on top of the little moth, who cries out in pain. Xiaofeng apologizes as there isn't a weapon that fits his size and asks him to wait a moment, as he will help him adjust one. Then, they do a shooting test on a target in the tree, and then the shots hit the tree, causing a large explosion. Then, the smoke clears, revealing the huge hole. Mao Mao is impressed and says that that attack just came out of that little thing. Such exaggerated destructive power. The little moth gets excited and says it's very powerful, while admiring the new weapon. Xiaofeng then says that next, they will increase the difficulty and try a moving target. The little moth gets excited and asks them to start soon. But Xiaofeng asks the little moth not to get so excited. Then the targets start moving quickly between the trees. Xiaofeng is surprised to see that the little moth hit all of them, even those that were hidden behind the trees. He asks how he managed to shoot them. The little moth replies that he can see them. Then he explains that this is his innate ability after becoming an insect warrior. He then says that one of them is camouflage and the other is X-ray vision. Unfortunately, they are practically useless on the battlefield. Xiaofeng, astonished, asks if he has X-ray vision and questions if it isn't an incredibly powerful ability. The little moth asks if it's really amazing. Then, Xiaofeng says to imagine the following. If he hides in a place where the enemy can't see him, takes a shot, and uses camouflage to disguise himself and change position, what would happen, he asks. The little moth says that in that case, the enemy won't be able to find him, and he can continue attacking them. Then, she replies that she understands now. Suddenly, Xiaofeng feels something strange. Soon, while walking through the forest, Yue says he is hungry, and Xiaofeng in astral projection form observes them, saying that this time, it's about the little moth. Then, the little moth says that as soon as he leaves him at home, he will immediately look for food for him. Leaving him at the entrance of the house, he asks him to stay there and promises to bring him something to eat. Yue agrees. Now, alone, he walks through the forest. Soon excited, he says they are mushrooms. While admiring the mushrooms, Xiaofeng warns him to run, as there is a dragon beast there. The lizard dragon approaches and throws its immense tongue against the ground. Then, the lizard dragon sticks its tongue out, trying to catch the little moth, who screams and runs away. Then, hidden in the bushes, he observes the lizard dragon while using his ability. Soon, he begins to silently distance himself. Arriving home, he says that he found a huge amount of mushrooms in the forest today and asks if he likes them. Yue smiles and says yes. Then, the little moth states that he will pick some more tomorrow. While the two are having dinner, our hero looks at the little moth and says that he is really amazing. Sometime later, Wang Xiaofeng and his group walk through the desert accompanied by the Fly King. The fly flies ahead, confidently pointing the way. She says the destination is just over there, inside a crevice. Wang Xiaofeng asks why they live there, since there's no shortage of land outside the border. The dung beetle explains that most of the fertile lands are occupied by dragon beasts, and that they are there to avoid them. He comments that this is a notoriously tumultuous land, full of conflict and danger. The Fly King adds that deserters, criminals, and those rejected by the insect tribes often seek refuge in that place. He says that after traveling everywhere, they found the best possible smell there. Still, he describes the place as barbaric, where survival depends on the strongest, and when food is scarce, they hunt each other, leaving a stench that never disappears. Inside a dark cave, some insects are served soup by one of the mud wasps. She wonders why they are eating again, something that looks like leftovers. She expresses her displeasure with that kind of food and throws the bowl on the ground to express her dissatisfaction. Another insect approaches and collects the pieces of the bowl while commenting that food is very precious in arid lands, but she firmly replies that as the leader of the mud wasp tribe, she would rather face starvation than eat something so despicable. A little later, Wang Xiaofeng and his group enter the cave, wave, greeting those present. The tribe leader immediately questions who would have the audacity to invade their territory without permission. Demonstrating authority, Wang Xiaofeng introduces himself as King Xiaofeng, while the dung beetle reminds the ant that it hasn't been long since they last met. Recognizing the beetle, she admits knowing who he is, but makes it clear that even in difficult times, she would not accept being intimidated. Wang Xiaofeng explains that he is there to give everyone an opportunity to leave that place and seek something better. The other wasps exchange surprised glances upon hearing Wang Xiaofeng's proposal. The mud wasp leader, with a disinterested tone, says there is no need for such a challenge since he has already come this far, and proposes that he accept the care of the older sisters. Wang Xiaofeng, with an ironic smile, replies that she hasn't changed a bit and seems not to learn over time. Firmly, he challenges, saying that if anyone can defeat him alone, he will stay. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain. The leader, without hesitation, orders the horned beetle to take down the brat, and he accepts the challenge without a second thought. Irritated by the mockery, the horned beetle advances, but Wang Xiaofeng calls him an idiot, provoking more anger in him. With an agile movement, the beetle attempts a spinning blow, but Wang Xiaofeng easily blocks the attack with just one hand. The horned beetle, surprised and shocked, begins to tremble. With his mind full of doubts, he wonders how Wang Xiaofeng achieves such strength and questions whether he is a one-star insect warrior or even stronger. Wang Xiaofeng reveals his true strength by showing that he possesses 2 stars. With a swift movement, he delivers a devastating punch to the horned beetle, flinging him away without difficulty. The mud wasps watch in silence, surprised by the immense strength displayed. Their leader, perplexed, questions whether that blow was really the only one he applied. Wang Xiaofeng approaches her with firm steps and says he is not there to negotiate. He explains that if it weren't for the usefulness of their skills, the king wouldn't even give them the chance to choose. With a powerful aura emanating from his body, he challenges the wasps to surrender or remain there, ordering them to decide quickly. Without hesitation, the leader and the other wasps kneel before him and swear loyalty to the insect king. The leader, touched by Wang Xiaofeng's strength, declares herself a humble servant, ready to serve the king. All the wasps promise not only to serve him but also to bear heirs with all their might. Wang Xiaofeng, embarrassed, tries to explain, saying that that wasn't exactly what he had in mind. Suddenly, the flower mantis appears behind Wang Xiaofeng, ready to protect him. The other wasps look at each other in surprise and wonder what she intends to do, not quite understanding what is happening. Without hesitation, she places her hand on our hero's shoulder and firmly states that he is the insect king. She adds that the others should have more respect, as he is now above them. The horned beetle, admiring Wang Xiaofeng's strength, asks how many levels he has, whether it's 3 or 2 stars, mocking his small appearance, but clearly impressed by his strength. Annoyed by the questioning, Wang Xiaofeng corrects him, making it clear that he has never been dead weight and that his size has never been an obstacle. Although still irritated, he calms down and says that his main objective is to recruit the Mud Wasp clan, and that if they don't want to follow, it makes no difference to him. With a firm stance, Wang Xiaofeng announces that they are leaving without further delay. Meanwhile, the confused dung beetle asks why the horned beetle isn't following him yet. The stubborn horned beetle refuses to leave, stating that he belongs to that place and that he has never been anything but a complete failure. However, the dung beetle, with an ironic smile, provokes him by asking if he is really willing to be buried there. The dung beetle mentions that they grew up together and believes that this attitude doesn't suit the horned beetle. He invites him to come back with him and leave behind the mistakes of the past, seeking a new chance at redemption. The horned beetle reflects on whether there is still a possibility to change, while the dung beetle extends his hand, encouraging him to follow a new path. Soon after, Wang Xiaofeng and his group reach the entrance of the Queen Bee's palace in the Bee tribe. The guards appear to greet them, announcing that they were waiting for His Highness Xiaofeng. The bees courteously guide them to the room where the Queen Bee is, showing respect and hospitality. One of them praises Wang Xiaofeng's vast knowledge of herbs despite his young age and expresses admiration for his reputation. Xiaofeng listens to the praise, but replies that he doesn't understand what she's talking about, denying any understanding of the subject. He then declares his true intention, stating that he intends to perform surgery on the queen bee. The bees show confusion upon hearing about surgery and ask what this strange term means. Wang Xiaofeng explains that it's a physical method where they first open the wounded area, perform procedures, and then close everything up with a needle. The bees show concern and question whether this method can truly heal the queen bee's injuries. One of them, indignant at the explanation, complains that Xiaofeng is treating the queen as if she were a mere rag doll. Nervous, this bee expels Xiaofeng and his group from the palace, throwing him onto the grass at the entrance. The moth and Yue, concerned about the fall, ask if Xiaofeng is all right and if he suffered any injuries. The guards then approach and say that the queen bee doesn't need his treatment and politely ask them to leave. They warn that if they don't leave the premises, they will be forced to remove them and begin to act hostilely towards Xiaofeng. Suddenly, the bee princess appears and watches them leaving. She asks what is happening and says that she heard about the arrival of the Wasp King to treat the queen and questions where he is. The bee explains that they expelled Wang Xiaofeng because he wanted to cut open the queen bee's body and stitch the wound with a needle. The bee princess thinks about the word surgery. Soon, she orders them to bring Wang Xiaofeng back. Xiaofeng flies away frustrated, wondering how he was expelled and reflecting that his plan was perfect. He thinks about whether he should go back and explain everything in more detail, but the moth and Yue reject the idea, saying that it was precisely because he explained too much that he was expelled. Suddenly, the bee princess appears, flying, and shouts for him to wait. She politely asks His Highness Xiaofeng to stay. She asks if he has already performed the kind of surgery he mentioned before, but Xiaofeng replies that he has only tested it on small animals. Soon, she becomes excited and asks if the tests were successful, and he replies that the success rate is about 80%. The bee princess then asks Xiaofeng to accompany her and perform the surgery on the queen bee, and he agrees without hesitation. Meanwhile, the other bees ask Princess Wei Wei to wait a moment and question whether she will really allow Xiaofeng to treat the queen bee. Wei Wei, the bee princess, clarifies that the wasps and the bees have a long-standing friendship and that the wasps would not harm the queen. She also expresses concern about the queen bee's worsening health. Then, she asks them to let them pass, saying that it is the only method available at the moment. The surprised bees look at each other, unsure of what to do, but the princess, firm in her decision, walks towards the royal palace. Wei Wei calls for Xiaofeng and his group and invites them to follow her. Inside the royal chamber, Wei Wei shows the queen bee lying in bed, and our hero comments that it looks like she is just sleeping. Then she turns to Xiaofeng and says that she will leave everything in his hands, showing confidence in his medical skills, and Xiaofeng replies that she can leave it to him. At that moment, Wang Xiaofeng orders them to begin the procedure, asking the small moth to sterilize the instruments, and Yue confirms that she is already taking care of it. Soon, Xiaofeng uses the abilities of the moth and the mud wasp and enters surgical mode. He applies an anesthetic toxin to the queen bee. Next, he activates his X-ray vision to examine the affected area. The small moth hands the scalpel to Xiaofeng, who uses it to make an incision. Yue wipes the sweat from our hero's face while the small moth holds a tray. Little by little, our hero places the waste from the queen's body onto the tray. Then he uses Yue's ability and enters weaving mode to prepare the sutures. Yue, surprised, exclaims that her abilities also have that function. But our hero states that it's not that difficult to do that, being just a simple treatment of the injury. Yue, impressed, exclaims that this is great, and then he states that he can teach them. Meanwhile, as he looks at a vial, he explains that his technique is still a bit crude, and that achieving 100% success still depends on that thing. Then, he takes a vial containing soup from the dragon spring, and pours the liquid over the queen bee. Xiaofeng says that as long as there is no infection, resting for a few days should solve the problem. Wei Wei thanks Xiaofeng for his help, but he says that it was she who truly saved the bee tribe, and that without her support, the surgery surgery would have had no chance of success, but she replies that she only did what she should have done. Soon, Xiaofeng, Yue, and the small moth say goodbye and leave. Meanwhile, Wei Wei thinks that she didn't expect the insect world to have developed to the point where surgery was possible. But on the other side, Xiaofeng states the same thing, and is also surprised that there was someone in the insect tribe who understood technology. Then, Wei Wei smiles and runs to where the queen is. Inside the room, she calls for the queen bee, who wakes up as she calls her mother. Wei Wei runs and hugs her, celebrating that she woke up and saying that she thought she would never see her awake again. Then, the queen begins to have some flashbacks of her surgery, where she remembers the faces of the little friends who saved her. Now, in the dragon's hideout, the other Wei Wei asks for another bowl of food. Xiaofeng asks if she is in a good mood and if something good happened, but she replies that it didn't. She praises Xiaofeng's cooking, saying that it's tastier than the palace food, and he replies that he learned from his mother. While eating, Xiaofeng thinks that he shouldn't have brought her back, as she is accustomed to a life of luxury and doesn't know how to do anything. He complains that now he has to wash her clothes, cook, and clean every day, and that he has become a housekeeper because of her. But soon he becomes silly and starts to think that both Wei Weis have the same name, but that the Wei Wei from the Bee clan is more graceful and has the personality he prefers. Xiaofeng announces that the robot armor is almost complete and in the final debugging phase. He says that soon they will be ready to leave that place. Wei Wei is surprised by the speed and asks if it will be in a week or tomorrow, but Xiaofeng replies that it's not as fast as she thinks and explains that they have never piloted a robot armor before and that it will probably take some time to train her. Wei Wei enthusiastically agrees. Soon, she thinks that they still have some time. Meanwhile, inside a simulator, Xiaofeng fights against dragon beasts piloting the robot. However, he ends up being defeated. Xiaofeng looks at the screen that displays the message, "You died," with a score of 335. Wei Wei asks if he lost again, but he comments that it is very difficult to pilot the robot. Then she offers to try, and Xiaofeng challenges her not to cry if she loses. Wei Wei sits in the command chair, and Xiaofeng begins to explain how the simulator works. But she doesn't pay attention to anything and blushes upon seeing our protagonist so close to her. Soon Xiaofeng asks if she remembers all the commands, and she confirms that she does. Now, inside the simulator, Wei Wei pilots the robot and defeats all the enemies. The screen displays the message, "Congratulations on completing the level," with a score of 977. She celebrates and tells Xiaofeng that she completed the level. He is surprised by her score, thinking that it is a score that not even many high-ranking pilots can achieve, and wonders if she is a genius. Then, he says that with her skills, they don't even need much more training, and that they will soon be able to leave that place. However, Wei Wei says that training and real combat are different, and that she is a little shy, so she is sure that she won't be able to do that. Then, Xiaofeng asks if the level of realism is not enough and offers to adjust it, but she replies that that's not it. Xiaofeng watches Wei Wei leaving and wonders what is happening to her, as she was the one who wanted to leave that place in the first place. And now that they can finally leave, he wonders why she is unhappy. Meanwhile, at Insect headquarters, one of the generals congratulates Queen Ling Ling on her recovery, but another general says that she has just recovered from a serious illness and should rest more. The queen thanks both of them for their concern. Meanwhile, our true hero Xiaofeng grumbles, saying that they never spoke like that before. The queen says that she knows their usual behavior very well, and that they were probably thinking of taking away her royal power so that their trusted subordinates could take her place. Then, one of the generals, embarrassed, says that at that time, they were also thinking about the entire insect lineage and asks for their understanding. But the other insect boss says to return to the main topic. He states that with the 5 original kings reunited, the addition of a new insect king, and a seriously injured dragon general, this would be the best opportunity they've had in a century. The bee queen asks if that is what they are thinking. Soon, the wasp queen asks if it is not too early for that. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng wonders what they are talking about and accuses them of being mysterious, asking what is going on. Then, the yellow general, whose name I forgot, says that they are forming an expeditionary force to hunt the dragon beasts. He says that the time is set for 2 days from now and asks for everyone's opinion. But the other general says that they will need at least half a month to reorganize the army and make preparations. However, the yellow one interrupts him and tells him to stop stalling and wasting this opportunity, then says that he will leave in 2 days, and if they are interested, he will be waiting for their army support, and he disappears from there. Meanwhile, our hero asks what they need to do to form an expeditionary force. Then the Queen Mother explains that they will recover the territory lost to the dragon beasts, and then each king will redistribute it, and adds that this is a great opportunity for Xiaofeng. Soon he is astonished and understands that his goal is to recover the territory and expand his domain. A little while later, Bi Li announces that it's time to gather an army. The stink bug celebrates along with Mao Mao and the others. The war tank beetle says that this is the first time this has happened in 100 years. But Bi Li says that not all members will be able to go, as some will need to stay behind to protect the insect territory from the beasts. Soon, the tank insect states that the few who will go are all experts in dealing with dragon beasts, and the colorful mosquito suggests that it is better to leave some of the weaker ones behind. Suddenly, the mud wasp asks what she means by that, but she replies that she is not targeting anyone specifically, and Bi Li says that among the wasps, Feng Mang Mang and Feng Man Man will stay behind, and for the others, let luck decide. The colorful mosquito says goodbye to the other insects, entrusting them with the responsibility of taking care of home. Her partners, however, begin to complain about the bad luck of being chosen to stay behind. Now, in the forest, Mao Mao warns that they are leaving, and Xiao Feng asks if she is going too. Meanwhile, the crocodile gecko dragon appears behind a tree and says that this is great news. Soon, our hero appears behind him and calls him. He explains that he has already talked to Sister Feng Li and that he doesn't need to draw lots, he can go with them, and even says that he will keep an eye on him. Then, the sucker dragon asks if it's true and starts to give a silly smile. A short time later, our insect heroes begin preparations for the war against the dragons, while Fei Huang thanks everyone for their presence. Next, he proceeds with his speech explaining that, for thousands of years, the dragon beasts have incessantly invaded their homeland, killing and enslaving their brothers, questioning whether they would be willing to accept the situation without reaction, which leads the insects, seized by fury, to proclaim that they will not tolerate such actions and that they will eliminate all the dragon beasts. Furthermore, they promise to make the dragon beasts feel all their wrath. Meanwhile, our hero Xiao Feng, impressed, observes the large number of insects and wonders if there are hundreds or thousands. But Bi Li reassures him, stating that it was common, since it had been a century since they attacked a dragon general. Then she explains that the battle was quite accelerated. The kings did not have time to train new troops, and that the forces mobilized were basically their direct armies, which leads our hero to question what exactly these direct armies would be. In response, Bi Li clarifies that these are the elite troops of each king, exemplifying first with the direct army of the Rhino Beetle King, known as the Titan Legion. She also mentions the army of Commander Golden Helmet, who has already eliminated 5 level 5 dragon beasts and 11 level 4. Then, she speaks of the direct army of the Deer Queen, the Feral Legion commanded by Fuzila, which boasts victory over 35 level 4 dragon beasts. Soon after, she highlights the direct army of Commander Feng Dingding of the Wasp Queen's army, which has in its history 9 level 5 and 30 level 4 dragon beasts felled. Next, the strategic map is revealed, which shows the main army, that of the Grasshopper King, advancing directly into the heart of the dragon beasts' territory in order to contain their forces, while the others disperse to eliminate the enemies on various routes before regrouping to face the dragon general together. Then, suddenly, some wasps, observing from afar, wonder if that would be the famous protagonist Xiao Feng, and one of them mentions having heard that, shortly after his arrival, he had already transformed into a 2-star insect beast, which arouses the commander's curiosity. Soon, Feng Ding Ding approaches and questions whether he is the Xiao Feng that the Wasp Queen talks about so much, and the little hero confirms the identity. Next, Feng Li, somewhat shy, greets Feng Ding Ding, commenting that it had been a long time since they met. At the same instant, our hero, noticing the unusual attitude of the furious and fearless Feng Li, questions whether that conduct is the same that he has always known. Soon, Feng Ding Ding mentions having heard that Feng Li was assigned to take care of the new insect king and that she was worried about his ability, but Feng Li assures that she has no doubts about his worth. Soon afterwards, our protagonist praises Sister Feng Li, stating that she is incredible and that she even defeated a 3-star dragon beast, which makes Feng Ding even more curious about the information. Next, our Princess Wei Wei also praises Feng Li, stating having heard that she is the insect beast, whose strength approaches that of an insect king, while her guard emphasizes that the only reason why she managed to kill more dragon beasts was because she was stationed on the border for longer. Afterwards, Feng Ding states that the Wasp Queen ordered that Xiao Feng, the insect king and fundamental piece for the tribe, not march alone, and that, for that campaign, he would temporarily be under her command, moving along with the army, to which Feng Li suggests that, if possible, he avoid participating, but he refuses to listen. Finally, the commander concludes that even a king needs to face challenges to grow, and that being quite open-minded, he can proceed with independent plans, but if he encounters an invincible opponent, just call for her help. Then, Xiao Feng exclaims that they should not underestimate them, because he and his army are strong. A short time later, Princess Wei Wei asks him to wait a moment, and invites him to go to her, because she has something to discuss in private. At the same time, our little fluffy insects wonder about the reason for running to the forest, and if there is something they cannot say in the presence of others, while the stink beetle wonders about what could be occurring. Simultaneously, our little cupids hide among the trees, imagining if the event would be a confession. While walking into the forest, Wei Wei hesitates and tries to express herself. In parallel, Xiao Feng, deluded, thinks that after 20 years of singleness, he would be about to receive his first confession. However, suddenly, the princess reveals that she already likes someone, leaving him confused and disappointed. Next, she asks if the two clans propose a marital alliance, he could refuse in her name. Our protagonist, completely without soul after so much heartbreak, only states that he understands. Soon after, she apologizes, calling him Great Insect Beast. At that moment, the protagonist collapses under a tree and is caught by the little spies, which makes Mao Mao approach to comfort him. Mao Mao steps forward and asks what afflicts him, suggesting that he leave the burden with her, but Xiao Feng politely refuses her help. Mao Mao continues saying that love demands facing trials and difficulties until the right person is found, using her own experience as an example, although our hero does not react. But Mao Mao does not give up, and states that she always knew that many thought she was not beautiful. Next, she concludes saying that, in fact, she is a beautiful butterfly, and that the difficult moment is just a setback that she must go through before emerging from the cocoon. But suddenly, Xiao Feng runs away, stating that he needs to find a quieter place to feel comfortable. However, before leaving, our hero cheers her up and thanks her for the metaphor, feeling a little better. Upon hearing this answer, Mao Mao is startled, and then shouts that what she had said was not a metaphor. Soon, our little insectoid friends laugh at Mao Mao, commenting that her metaphor was hilarious, while the stink beetle states that she is already big enough, questioning whether she can still go through metamorphosis, which makes her even more irritated and makes her frown. Completely changing scenery, far away, we find our crocodile dragon, Slave, or rather ally, working exhaustingly on a new construction. He complains that Xiao Feng is making him perform manual labor all day. Not only that, but he still complains about wearing a collar like a slave and threatens our hero, stating that his hour will come if he catches him goofing off. But, at the same instant, our fluffy heroes appear in front of him, and Xiao Feng himself explains that the collar serves to distinguish him from the enemy dragon beasts, because they are worried that other insect beasts may interpret it in a mistaken way and attack him. Soon after, he appeases the situation by saying that the measure is only temporary and hopes that he is not upset about it. However, the gecko dragon responds sarcastically, stating that there is no way to be upset and that, in fact, he feels grateful if that is worth anything. Then the little moth asks what is inside the box that the gecko dragon carries, questioning if that is the thing he was doing, and our little insect confirms. Excited, he states that it was finally finalized. With a wave of magic, he reveals his new warrior armor, and says that that is his first mech armor, and states that that expedition will be his best test opportunity. Next, our insect warriors, already well equipped, demonstrate all their confidence, saying for the dragon beasts to wait, because the battle is about to begin. Finally, our little insect warriors advance against the dragon beasts and provoke them to fight to the death. After this surprising attack, our psychopath Mao Mao shouts with confidence that the dragon beasts are nothing special. After witnessing this incredible war power, Feng Li, with excitement, says to Feng Ding that a 1-star insect easily defeated a 2-star dragon, and that, if they could arm the entire army, even the dragon generals would have to think twice. before facing them. But then, Xiao Feng brings them back to reality, stating that they are dreaming too high by wanting to arm the entire army because he is not an arms dealer to be able to do that. And well, on the third day of the march, the Wasp's army separates from the main force and heads northwest with extreme speed, and the Dragon Beast clans found along the way are dealt with quickly before they can even react. Then, after examining everything, the Fly King declares that the hundreds of kilometers around have all been searched, and that there was the sand terrain model they created. With that, the commander and Xiao Feng thank for the help. Soon, he reveals the location of the next enemy troops, stating that 80 kilometers ahead, there is a huge dragon beast clan with more than 5,000 members, known as the Iron Spine Dragons. And furthermore, they discovered at least 30,000 common insect beasts, which were captured and forced to work there to make statues. Then, the commander realizes that these are slaves, and that this will be complicated because any captured insect beast will have its wings torn off by the dragon beasts. She continues saying that, once the battle starts, the common insect beasts inside will be caught in the crossfire, unable to escape, and will become casualties. But our hero interrupts her, stating that these are tens of thousands of lives and that they need to find a way to rescue them. Then, the commander states that the area is surrounded by mountains and that rescuing a group of non-flying insect beasts is not an easy task, especially in military and war operations where emotions cannot cloud judgment. But before she could conclude, she realizes that Xiao Feng is no longer listening. But suddenly, he shouts that he had an idea. Then, our protagonist suggests digging a tunnel from the other side of the mountain to reach them. Next, he remembers that he captured a dragon beast specialized in excavation, and that it can dig until dawn. But Feng Dingding is curious and astonished with the idea of digging such a large tunnel. Although the commander thought the method was good, she ponders that organizing such a large number of insect beasts to evacuate in a short period of time will still be noticed. And meanwhile, Xiao Feng states that it was the best solution he could think of at the moment. Next, the little moth suggests that she herself infiltrate and enter silently because her camouflage ability allows her to sneak easily from the outside, stating that she can tell the insect beasts inside about the rescue plan beforehand so that the evacuation can be faster afterwards. Then, Xiao Feng says that that is very dangerous, but she insists, saying that she is not afraid and that now she is an insect warrior, and asks for him not to worry and to leave it to her. Now, in the quarry of the Iron Spine Dragon's territory, a statue of the dragon Tao Shen is being built by the hands of the poor enslaved insect beasts. The situation is critical because inside an insect beast falls to the ground from working so much, but right behind, the sucker dragon shouts for her to get up, asking who ordered her to rest, making the insects apologize. Cornered. Next, the dragon whips them, saying that if they do not finish Lord Tao Shen's statue that month, he will send them all to the dining table, and terrified, the insects promise to go back to work immediately. Meanwhile, hiding in the trees, our little spy is terrified, stating that that is very cruel. Under the darkness of the night and with the moonlight, some dragons fly over the place doing security. Then, in one of the accommodations, one of the prisoners says to have heard that another insect beast in the cell next door died of exhaustion, and the beetle states that he has already lost count of how many times that has happened. With this, the little insect expresses his sadness and desire to escape. Soon, the wise insect says that it is impossible because the distance to the territory of the sky insects is hundreds of kilometers, and along the way it is full of dragon beasts, and being caught means certain death. Soon, the little ones ask if there really is a place outside that belongs to the insect beasts, and the wise one answers yes. And upon hearing this, the blue insect asks why they do not come to rescue them. The wise one then sighs and remembers that in the past, the insect beasts were not weaker than the dragon beasts, but the three main factions separated and started fighting among themselves, and since then they have been losing ground little by little, so that they have never had a great victory over the dragon beasts again. Soon, the wise one wonders how they can come to rescue them when they cannot even protect themselves. But suddenly, from the outside, a voice arises, saying that what he said is true and that she can prove it. Then, our little moth states that she is an insect that came from the territory of the sky insects, and upon entering the cell, the surprised little insects wonder if she is real. Then she says that her name is Little Moth, and that she is a subordinate of the insect king Xiao Feng, causing them to question how a subordinate of the insect king was captured. But the blue insect notes that she is still with her wings intact, and the others confirm the fact. With a serene smile, she states that she is there to save everyone. Soon, the little moth reveals that the tribes of the sky insects have united in an expeditionary force, determined to retake the territories that they once dominated. Incredulous, the wise insect asks if such news proceeds, and the moth, taken by pride, confirms the information. Next, she explains that her allies are waiting beyond the mountains, which is why she arrived earlier to warn them to prepare. But even so, the wise one remains suspicious, emphasizing that they are trapped, as guards watching each exit prevent them from leaving on their own. He adds that the guards surround all the exits, making any escape attempt impossible. Soon after, the little warrior offers to face the guards, emphasizing that, although small, she is an authentic insect warrior. The little insect, with a confident smile, summons the others to join, as the opportunity to escape finally arises. Inspired, the other insects recognize that a true insect beast has arrived to rescue them, opening the way to freedom. The little moth then requests that the message be passed on to the other insect beasts. Promptly, the insects offer to spread the news, while the little moth expresses her deep gratitude. Next, she displays the equipment brought. Soon, she picks up an enigmatic cube, presuming that that unknown device is the locator mentioned by Xiao Feng. Shortly before all of this, Xiao Feng handed the equipment to the little moth, ensuring that her weapon was checked, and that he had included a spare magazine and even a dragon spring soup, subtly reminding her to keep the locator always nearby so that he could track her location at any instant. Then, when she was about to embark on her mission, Xiao Feng called her. Worried, he warns her to act with caution in the face of danger, emphasizing that her safety is the top priority. With a smile, she confirms that she understands the importance of caution. Already inside the cave, the little moth determines that, as soon as she neutralizes the guards at the entrance, everyone can leave immediately, although the insects warn her to be careful. Stealthily, she approaches the first guard, and with a precise shot that hits his head, the enemy falls to the ground. The sudden fall leaves the other dragons stupefied. One of them even questions if his colleague simply fell asleep, while another notes burn marks on his body. With no time for answers, the little moth invests with everything against the remaining guards, leaving only one who, alarmed, shouts the start of the enemy attack. Next, the dragon realizes that the attack is coming from above, but it is too late, as our little heroine shoots quickly towards the last dragon. Quickly, she hides among the trees. Upon noticing that her position has been exposed, she decides for herself that she needs to move to a new location urgently. At the same time, while following towards another point, she eliminates all the dragons she finds along the way, knocking down even those who approach too closely. Amidst this confusion, the enemies try to locate her in any way, shouting from all sides and questioning from where she is attacking. In parallel, our camouflaged elite shooter is eliminating one by one. With a smile on her face, the little moth celebrates the success of her mission. Now, even more alert, in the vastness of the starry night, the dragons begin to fly over in patrol, watching over the territory. However, one dragon questions himself about the unusual quietness, but suddenly, alarmed, he is warned that more guards have been attacked, which makes him speed up his flight. And then, he blows a horn, emitting a warning signal that echoes through the night. Meanwhile, underground, an instruction reaches the insects, asking them to remain calm, line up in a row, and slowly follow the path to the exit. And while our heroes were drawing up the plan to free the insects that were imprisoned, the colorful mosquito promised that, upon reaching the tunnel, everyone would be safe. But at the same instant, the dragons realized that the slaves were beginning to disappear. Fury takes over the dragons, who fly over in search of the fugitives, questioning whether escape was the only option and whether hope really resided in the slaves. With that, the commander realizes that it is necessary to act quickly because the Iron Spine Dragon's army has already reacted, which makes her intensify the speed of the escape. Then, the Crocodile Gecko Dragon is shaken to learn of this, since the leader of the present dragons was a 4th-level beast. Worried, the poor guy realizes the weight of the situation, since the dragon leader, a close friend of Lord Tao Shen, could end his life if he identified him. And it is at this moment that our hero Xiao Feng appears, full of confidence, proposing to solve the situation and assuring that everyone can trust him. Then, all the elite insects stop to observe the incredible armor that our our protagonist had manufactured. But suddenly, the dragons receive the instruction to finish off the slaves who had the courage to try to escape. However, a storm of debris begins to hit the dragons. One dragon is hit directly, being thrown far away while others try to escape the attack. Upset, our hero complains about having missed the throw. At this moment, the dragons notice his impressive armor and wonder what kind of creature is before them. Then, Xiao Feng prepares for the clash, activating the armor and getting ready to face the combat. Soon, our protagonist propels himself with everything, cutting through the skies and passing before the dragons in the blink of an eye, making the dragons impressed with the speed at which the armor moves. However, once again, his attack misses the target, and in the control cabin, he is surprised by the speed of the armor, commenting that if his body had not been enhanced, he would not have been able to react in time. Then he raises the gauntlets, deciding to test the armor's firepower, and in the blink of an eye, the entire armor arms itself. Then, ready for attack, our hero begins to charge a huge amount of energy through exhaust pipes installed on the armor's shoulders. He mentions that the armor's main cannon came from a 6-star mech that he dismantled, and with a devastating attack, he fires a massive energy beam at the dragons. At the same time, he starts to destroy everything in front of him, causing huge explosions. And inside the armor, he observes the controls attentively, planning his next move. Then, in an agile movement, one of the dragons appears in his blind spot, firing a burst of purple energy. And upon noticing his sudden arrival, our hero reflects on whether that would be the leader of the Iron Spine dragons. And he points out that he appeared at just the right time. Excited, he comments that he had not yet fought against a 4-star dragon beast, and decides to use the enemy to collect melee combat data from the armor. Then, he draws 2 short swords. Soon, the dragon attacks with its sharp claws, releasing more bursts of energy. Xiao Feng, in turn, counters the attack with his swords, firing bursts of white energy. And while defending himself, he wonders if he could use the sword techniques he had learned with his B form, but with that armor. Confident, he asks the enemy to attack again, while spinning his energy swords, releasing a strong red and purple trail. The dragon, in turn, does not back down and makes both their powers meet. But soon, the dragon tries to escape, and Xiao Feng wonders where he thinks he's going, advancing in a non-stop attack. Finally, Xiao Feng uses the armor's strength to deliver a devastating energy blow to the enemy, but it is then that the impact of the explosion ends up hitting Lord Tao Shen, who was standing right in front of them, just watching. Oops, it was actually just a statue, but upon seeing that Xiao Feng had broken it, the dragon falls into despair. Our hero accuses him of destroying it, wishing that he doesn't put the blame back on him. Then the dragon falls to his knees, trembling and lamenting what happened, since he had spent a lot to buy slave artisans and iron tools. And after months of effort, the statue was almost ready, and states that that would be his only chance to show his worth at Lord Tao Shen's 30th birthday celebration. Blinded by hatred, the dragon advances towards Xiao Feng with the intention of killing him, but our hero realizes that something is strange, since although the armor was made with materials from 5- and 6-star mechs, it was not able to crush the opponent easily as it should. Taken by fury, the dragon states that everything was over for him, but Xiao Feng continues to calmly observe the indicators and realizes that everything is normal, concluding that the problem was not with the armor. Then, our hero fires a devastating energy blast at the sucker, stating that he doesn't want to fight anymore, surrendering and justifying that, if the armor broke, he would have no spare parts. Finally, the insects managed to safely exit the tunnel, celebrating freedom. Relieved, they realized that with the statue broken, they were safe. At the same time, certain dragons try to escape, but the warrior wasps hunt them down. Then the insects look up at the sky, surprised by the strength that the insect kingdom had achieved with its army. Then one of the poor prisoners raises his arm, excited, wishing that they destroy the damn dragons, something that is soon accomplished. And finally, the insects seem cheerful after years of imprisonment. Xiao Feng and the little moth celebrate the success of the mission. Meanwhile, the leader of the dragons, wounded, coughs and gets up with difficulty. Annoyed, he wonders where such a strong opponent came from. Soon after, the commander of the wasps appears and deduces that he is the leader of the place. Then the dragon leader wonders who these annoying insects causing confusion would be. Finally, he provokes the wasp army, pointing out that they had several insect slaves there, and asking if they would have the courage to risk hitting them in the middle of the fight. The Wasp commander then challenges him to try. Surprised by her audacity, the dragon leader questions what was happening, since normally insects were too afraid to act so recklessly. Then, to ensure victory, he orders them to bring all the slaves, but his subordinate hesitates and explains that an entire army of insects appeared out of nowhere and that they had already defeated some of his brothers. And with that, he complains that now they are trapped outside, afraid to advance. But without giving them time to think, the Wasp commander uses her power to gather all the stones around and provokes the enemy, suggesting that if there are no more tricks to scare her, the fight could already begin. Then she thrusts her spear with everything in a devastating attack. Frightened, the sucker dragon begs for a minute, but it was too late. The accurate attack hit him directly, causing a gigantic explosion. Then, after the attack, the commander spins her spear, cleaning it of the remnants of dirt, and then she pulls it back to her hand. Finally, she orders her troops to advance and eliminate the remaining enemies. Xiaofeng suggests that they take the rescued insects back to their territory. The Wasp commander agrees, explaining that marching with them would be inconvenient and leaving them there would be dangerous, and that, since they cannot fly, it would take a few weeks to go and return. However, the other warriors complain, insisting that they came to conquer territory, not to fulfill tasks, eager to face the dragon beasts. Feng Li supports the commander's idea, saying that this way they would not need to risk entering enemy territory, which would make everything safer, making our hero question which side she is on. Feng Li then explains that if the news that the army has a 2-star insect king spreads, the dragon beasts will certainly attack them, and she would not be able to protect him. But our protagonist refuses to be protected. The chief comes up with a plan and suggests sending the insects to Xiao Feng's territory as followers, highlighting that being king, he would not leave them in the lurch. And well, these words end up making our hero hesitant, causing him to end up accepting the responsibility. 1 week later, Xiao Feng takes advantage of a moment of rest to eat, but in the meantime, he grumbles that everyone fears that he will get hurt, and questions what is so special about being a 2-star insect, recalling that he himself had already killed a 3-star dragon beast, and that with his armor, he could handle a 4-star one easily, and asks the flower mantis if he is not right. But she apologizes and reveals that she doesn't understand because she evolved to 3 stars 2 days ago, which leaves Xiao Feng frustrated. Suddenly, some wasps fly by in front of our protagonist. Xiao Feng then questions what they would be doing back at the border. Intrigued, our hero crouches behind a rock to observe the conversation, and one of them reveals that they encountered annoying enemies along the way and that food is scarce, requesting support from Feng Li. Then, without maintaining a shred of discretion, Xiao Feng appears and guarantees that he will help, stating that everyone is allies and should help each other. Then he explains that it is just a matter of taking supplies and questions if Feng Li disagrees. But she insists that they still have a task to perform. But he retorts, stating that they are already on the border and that leaving some insects to take them back would not be a problem. Then, our hero says that when they return to the battlefield, the decision will no longer be his, making the busty wasp accept the agreement. With that, a group of warrior wasps rush off to combat. They then unleash a barrage of arrows against a group of toads that spit energy back. Soon after, Feng Qiki prepares her special attack, the Rain of Arrows, and fires several arrows at once, causing a massive explosion that defeats several enemies. Impressed with her power, the leader of the toads praises her, recognizing her exceptional strength, but questions how long she could resist in his territory. Then, he orders the toads to retreat to the misty forest, and then the toads begin to flee, which leads Qiki to grumble about their nerve for trying to escape again. With the supplies gathered, the princess thanks Xiao Feng for the food provided, while other warriors move the abundance of boxes and barrels. Our hero, recalling the alliance formed, considered that the best path would be mutual collaboration, and intrigued, suggested that the dragon beasts might serve as a food source, envisioning a practical idea. But upon hearing this, the princess seems to hesitate at his suggestion. However, the commander turns around and scorns the enemies, calling them a bunch of trash who like to use dirty tricks. Then, our protagonist offers his help, but Feng Qiki, confident, refuses, stating that she, as a general, can take care of them in a few days, and that there's no need for a brat to worry. Next, she addresses Xiaofeng, saying that since he provided the food, she will let him accompany her and share some merits. But the princess reprimands her, reminding her that the opponent is a commander insect king, stating that Kiki is being very rude. Surprised, our hero can hardly believe that someone with that attitude is, in fact, a commander. Then, the princess demands that Chi-Ki apologize quickly, threatening to tell the Queen Mother Wasp everything if she continues acting that way. Annoyed, Chi-Ki gives in, complaining about how annoying it is, while Xiaofeng just watches her. Embarrassed, Chi-Ki murmurs an apology. Our protagonist, in turn, replies that it's all right. Mentally, he begins to make a comparison, thinking about Feng Li, who is beside him. Noticing the look, Feng Li asks what's wrong, but quickly, he changes the subject, saying it's nothing. Then, the poor guy sighs internally, lamenting that being an insect king like him seems to have no dignity at all. Then, the two lovebirds sit in silence on the grassy hill. Internally, our wasp thinks that, as expected, the mood gets awkward when they are alone. Meanwhile, the princess, blushing, wonders what she should do, remembering the words she said earlier. It's then that he breaks the silence, asking what kind of insect Wei Wei likes. But before answering, she starts thinking about it, describing Xiaofeng, mentioning that he is a bit short, but quite cute, and adds that he is great in the kitchen, very intelligent, and always invents all sorts of devices. And most importantly, according to her, is that he saved her before, which makes her consider him her hero. Hearing this, with a look of disdain, our protagonist thinks to himself if this would be a case of hero saving the damsel. But still not realizing that description was about him, Xiaofeng claims he can also do everything he does, and that there's nothing special about it, calling the so-called hero lucky. Next, finding the place boring, our hero suggests they take a walk around the area. The princess promptly agrees. Soon, the two take flight over a rocky gorge, and while flying side by side, she points ahead, warning that there lies the territory of the poison arrow dragon frogs. Curious, he looks down and observes several dead frogs in the river, making him wonder what had happened to them. Then, the princess explains that those are the poison arrow dragon frogs, and that their bodies are toxic and inedible. She adds that, from time to time, they come out of the forest and jump upstream, stating that the surrounding animals, which could be hunted, all ended up dying poisoned because of them. With this, our hero understands the reason for the food scarcity in the region. Then, he points to the forest ahead and asks if that area is the territory of the poison arrow dragon frogs, and the princess confirms. But she warns that that part of the canyon is surrounded by a constant miasma all year round, and that whoever enters there loses their sense of direction. Confident, our protagonist claims to have a way to deal with them. Curious, the princess asks what the plan would be. He then suggests that wouldn't be the perfect place to build a dam, which leaves the princess even more confused. Now, in the tents of the Wasp army, two warriors stand guard. Inside, Feng Chi-Ki, who was resting, asks what the brat, quickly correcting herself to Insect King, wants to talk to her about. She states that, as a general, she has been fighting for days and is very exhausted, asking him to say what he wants quickly, if he has anything to say. Then, our hero reveals he has a strategy to deliver a serious blow to the enemy, one that can resolve the difficult situation she finds herself in. However, Chi-Ki scorns him, calling him a brat and telling him to go play in the mud. She claims that mere poison arrow dragon frogs are nothing, and that she, as a general, can handle them alone, telling him not to worry. At that moment, the two warriors accompanying him intervene, telling him to leave the battlefield matters to them. One of them even suggests that the little insect king should spend more time with their Wei Wei, but Xiaofeng asks for a minute, insisting they listen to him. Then he begins to explain his plan, mentioning the construction of a dam upstream to store rainwater, but is soon cut off by the fool who yawns in the middle of his explanation. Annoyed, our hero leaves the tent and complains about Chi-Ki's arrogance, questioning how she managed to become a commander. Beside him, the princess apologizes for her attitude, but he states that it doesn't matter, and realizing she didn't intend to support him, he decides to take the initiative and handle the job alone. With that, our protagonist summons his powerful ant general, the dung beetle, who emerges ready for action. Without wasting time, he delivers a powerful punch against the rocky wall of the canyon, breaking the stone into several pieces that fall to the ground. Soon, Xiao Feng's best friends appear and begin to work, gathering the rubble for the construction of the dam. The crocodile gecko dragon dumps another load of stones from the cart, contributing to the construction of the dam in the gorge. From atop a rocky peak, he supervises the progress of the work, observing the valley below. Well, a few days later, the hard work comes to an end. Xiao Feng, exhausted but satisfied, thanks everyone for their dedicated effort. With that, everyone enthusiastically celebrates the completion of the construction, except the crocodile gecko dragon, right? Soon the sky darkens, and the heavy clouds announce the arrival of rain, which begins to fall over the region, and the water begins to accumulate rapidly, filling the reservoir created by the newly built dam. So, after a while, Xiao Feng discerned in the distance the glow of explosions and the buzz of warriors in confrontation. With that, he perceived that yet another battle had again begun. Through his binoculars, he perceives that the situation is the same as before, with the wasps still fighting arduously against the frogs. Confident, he concluded that, as he already imagined, it was still up to him, the insect king, to resolve that confusion. Then he turns to his companions, Feng Li, the dung beetle, and the flower mantis, and gives the order to start the operation. The dung beetle delivers a heavy punch, Feng Li attacks with her halberd, and the flower mantis executes a crosscut, all directing their blows against the dam wall. The three attacks hit the dam simultaneously, releasing energy on impact against the solid rock. Mao Mao observed the almost intact dam and asked if it wasn't too thick, but our hero explained that, without so much thickness, it would not contain the water. Seeing that the dam would not be breached anytime soon, Xiao Feng scratches his head, worried, and wonders what they should do, admitting to himself that he hadn't taken that difficulty into consideration. But soon he changes his mind, placing his hand on his chin and stating that he has another way. He then called the crocodile gecko dragon, asking it to approach and hand over the collar. The dragon roared in response, excited to be free once again. Then, Xiao Feng throws the crocodile gecko dragon's collar into the water near the base of the dam. The crocodile gecko dragon celebrated internally. After all, just when it was looking for a way to remove the collar and escape, Xiao Feng offered to remove it. The heavens seemed to be helping him. The collar sinks into the water, emitting an intense red glow as it descends. With a smile on his face, Xiao Feng picks up a small detonator and presses the button. Immediately after, a huge yellow explosion erupts underwater, shaking the structure of the built dam. The poor gecko trembles completely upon seeing what could have happened to its neck. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng just laughs, celebrating with the little moth. The force of the explosion opens a breach in the dam, and water begins to spout violently through the hole. Xiao Feng then turns to the scared dragon, telling it not to be sad and promising to make a new collar for it. The poor thing, sweating cold, perceived that behind the polite and friendly appearance, Xiao Feng was a ruthless brat, and much more dangerous than he imagined. At the same time, our hero ordered everyone to prepare to leave. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Feng Qi and the other warrior wasps continue the intense combat against the poison arrow dragon frogs, firing energy bursts against them. The leader of the dragon frogs observed the battle and thought to himself how the wasps, who should already be out of food, still fought with so much energy. Still, he felt confident, believing that the terrain advantage would put him in an invincible position against them. But suddenly, a roar echoes coming from the direction of the river, making the frogs turn around scared. Even Feng Qi, in the midst of the aerial combat, stops for an instant, wondering what could be happening. Soon, one of the frogs quickly turns around and widens its eyes upon seeing the torrent of water advancing, questioning if that could be a flood. Over the violent waves, Xiao Feng and his entire group emerge flying, with him ordering a large-scale attack against the now vulnerable enemies. Then, a gigantic wave formed, about to swallow everything. One of the frogs panicked, desperately shouting for everyone to run because the flood was coming. Several frogs are immediately swept away by the current. One of them desperately screamed for help, saying that he didn't know how to swim. Taking advantage of the chaos, our protagonist's best friends advance, attacking the frogs, following Xiao Feng's order to eliminate all dragon beasts. Just above, our hero, enveloped in his armor, ordered the warrior wasps to prioritize enemies trying to hide in the trees. And while the beams cut through the air around Xiao Feng, Princess Wei Wei watched him attentively. Only then did she realize, surprised, that he was wearing an authentic mech armor. She wondered, blushing and astonished, if that primitive planet had already managed to develop such advanced technology. Shortly after, one of the wasps approached Commander Feng Qiki, informing her that the enemy was defeated and asking what the next orders would be. Impulsive, Qiki ordered them to pursue the fugitives, stating that that was the moment to eliminate them completely. Wei Wei tried to warn the commander, explaining that fighting in the forest would not be advantageous for them, but Qiki scoffed, calling the remaining frogs mere defeated troops. Without listening to the warnings, the commander flew towards the forest, demanding that they follow her orders. While advancing, Qiki boiled inside. She was convinced that, with a few more days, she would have crushed the enemy alone. For her, the brat Xiao Feng had appeared just to steal the credit for the victory. But upon entering the dense forest, a hidden dragon frog launched its sticky tongue towards Qiki in an ambush. Caught by surprise by the sudden attack, the commander instinctively retreated, but it was already too late. The frog's tongue wrapped firmly around her, pulling her. Meanwhile, the two warrior wasps following her screamed in alarm for the commander's name. Faced with this, Xiao Feng, inside his armor, activates the thrusters, while Commander Feng Qiki screamed for the disgusting frog to release her, and through the cabin visor, he clearly spotted the face of the captured one, confirming once and for all it was the commander of the wasps. Qiki, in turn, perceived that she would not be able to string her bow in that uncomfortable position. Meanwhile, the dragon frog rejoiced, seeing how a stroke of luck it was to capture the enemy general just after the fall of his army. With repulsion, Qiki insulted the frog, calling it filthy and ordering it to take its disgusting and stinky tongue off her. The frog retorted, saying she was very foul-mouthed and that she would soon see how arrogant she would be inside his belly while pulling her with more force. Feeling her strength running out, the commander exclaimed that she couldn't put up strength any longer. But in the next instant, an energy beam cuts the dragon frog's sticky tongue, freeing Qiki from that situation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Feng propels his armor, flies quickly, and holds her firmly in the air, while the frog retreated surprised with its tongue severed. Holding the commander in his robotic arms, our hero sighed with relief for not having arrived even a second late. With her cheeks flushed because of the rescue, Qiki could barely react. She just thanked Xiao Feng in a low voice. Soon, Xiao Feng said that she didn't need to thank him, as they were allies and it was natural for them to help each other. But Qiki, with wounded pride, reacted with irritation, asking why it had to be precisely him to save her. Then, with an abrupt gesture, she pushed him, saying that was enough, telling our hero to release her at once. Already recovered, Qiki turned her fury towards the frog trying to escape. She cursed it, saying that it would not escape after having humiliated her like that, while pulling her bow, which began to glow with an intense blue energy. With her gaze fixed on the target, she aimed carefully, declaring that the frog would die. The dragon frog leaped desperately through the forest, believing that the distance would already keep it safe, but shocked, it perceived the blue energy arrow approaching at high speed and soon wondered how it could be so fast. In the next instant, the arrow hit it squarely in the chest, piercing its body. With the enemy fallen, Qiki relaxed her shoulders and let her bow lower. She looked at the frog firmly and said that, in the next life, it should not forget that lesson. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the dark, stalactite cave of the dragon's nest, two figures crossed the entrance of the dark cave. The one with blue hair and wings approached the luminous pool, where a larger, shadowy form rested, and asked its father how his recovery was progressing. Soon, the dragon general rose, questioning the terrestrial shark about the reason for the disturbance. The terrestrial shark, with urgency, warned his father that the insect beast army was advancing rapidly and was already almost upon their stalactite cave. Taken by fury, the dragon father roared against the fools who dared to challenge them, certain that they were seeking their own destruction. Before him, the sun knelt, supplicating the king to contain his anger before everything got out of control. The terrestrial shark then revealed having already gathered all the strong warriors of the territory, forming a new army, and guaranteed that those insect beasts would never return alive. With that, the general praised the good work. Then, the crazy one offered to lead the forces and block all enemies except the insect kings, humbly asking his father's permission. The general agreed, delegating the small fish to him, but demanded that he not disappoint him. The terrestrial shark and the winged creature beside him, Garuda, readily agreed with their father's order. As they walked away, she gave a laugh and congratulated her brother terrestrial shark. He then asked what she meant. Garuda explained with a smile that now all the powerful warriors of the region were under his command, and predicted that the battle between his father and the insect kings would be inevitable. If the father died, the brother would lead the dragon beasts. If they won, they would take the enemy territory. She called this a brilliant move. However, the terrestrial shark rejected Garuda's suppositions, said that that was just a hypothesis of hers, and that he had never said anything of the sort. Then, with his gathered dragon beast army, including names like Gamora, Harvest Bat, Fierce-Faced Dog, Battle Beast, Barbarian Horn, Purple Jiaolong, Pippi Dragon, and Garuda herself, the terrestrial shark ordered everyone to prepare for a grand welcome ceremony for the insect beasts. Determined, he reinforced the order, saying to ensure that the guests were deeply impressed with the reception. Meanwhile, far away, Princess Wei Wei pondered, hand on chin, wondering if that little bee king could be the great builder dwarf from her other life. She reflected, thinking until then that it was just a coincidence of names. But they both had survived the explosion, and she had gained a new body, so he must also have gone through something similar. Therefore, that would explain the surgery on the queen and his mechanical armor. Suddenly, she blushed intensely, remembering what she had said before. Annoyed and embarrassed, she muttered to herself, blaming him for everything, and saying that if only he had given some hint before, she would never have said those things. Soon, our hero asked the little moth if she didn't feel as if someone was watching her, but she denied it, focused only on her skewer on the campfire. Suddenly, the ground around the camp began to tremble violently, and a huge explosion erupted very close to them, throwing earth everywhere and making our two favorite insects turn abruptly in the direction of the impact. From the dust and debris emerged a slender and pink figure presented as Bush Cricket, one of the 4 insect generals of the grasshopper army. Xiaofeng observed her with curiosity, not knowing who she was, while the little moth approached, distressed, wanting to know if everything was all right with the strange newcomer. But upon seeing the small insect creatures, the general's eyes widened, and she found all of that very cute. She was enchanted by so many small insect beasts, questioning if that could be paradise, and quickly hugged them tightly, making Xiaofeng grunt. Then she tried to kiss Xiaofeng, who complained about her already arriving with so much intimacy, while the moths beside them seemed quite uncomfortable with the situation. However, the general's expression changed drastically upon perceiving an imminent attack, a rain of piercing arrows coming in her direction. Quickly, she pushed Xiaofeng and the moths aside, dodging at the last second. The energy arrows hit the spot where they were seconds before, exploding upon impact on the ground. Soon, the pink insect confronted Feng Qiki, asking why she had attacked so suddenly, and reprimanded her, saying that if she had reacted a little slower, she could have injured our small and cute insect beasts. But our commander guaranteed that that would not happen, because her archer skills were always accurate. With a smile, the bush cricket commented that Qiki continued confident as always, and greeted her saying that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Then the commander told her to stop with the excuses and demanded to know what she was doing there. But the pink general asked her not to be so aggressive, stating that she wasn't any fierce monster, and revealed having come there following direct orders from the grasshopper king. king. In the blink of an eye, the bush cricket disappeared from the spot in a pink trail. Xiao Feng, surprised, commented to himself about her incredible speed. Soon, she reappeared beside Cheeky, bringing reports from the scouts. The Dragon Beast troops had separated into two distinct groups, but it was still uncertain where the Dragon General was. She explained that one of the enemy groups would cross paths with Cheeky's forces after the armies merged, and as Lord Grasshopper feared that she couldn't handle it alone, he had decided to send her as reinforcement. With a mischievous smile, the bush cricket asked if she could travel with them and stay for a few days, but Cheeky, annoyed, told her to get lost and not even dream of it. However, the cricket insisted, saying that she would only stay for a few days and asked her not to be so stingy, as it wouldn't cost her anything. But the commander stood firm, ordering her to leave the camp, suspicious of her intentions. In response, the pink general created blue energy clones and provoked her, saying that, with that horrible temper, no insect beast would like her. At that moment, Princess Wei Wei intervened, asking Sister Cheeky to stop that, threatening to tell everything to the Mother Wasp Queen if she continued. Embarrassed, the commander finally yielded but warned that whatever happened next, she would not be responsible for anything. Wei Wei then turned to the bush cricket and apologized for Commander Cheeky's rude behavior. The general, however, minimized it, saying that it was all right and that it was just a joke between the two of them. The crazy one recognized Wei Wei as the future Wasp Queen and commented with slight envy that Cheeky was lucky to have such adorable creatures nearby. The princess shyly thanked her for the compliment. With a sparkle in her eyes, the pink general asked to caress the princess's cute little face, but Wei Wei instinctively recoiled. Seeing the situation, our hero Xiao Feng quickly intervened, offering the sister to stay with him. He explained that he also had a camp nearby and suggested that she stay there with him. Radiant, the bush cricket accepted the offer immediately, thanking her little brother. Meanwhile, in the background, Princess Wei Wei took advantage of the distraction and discreetly moved away. Soon, our hero formally introduced himself. He said he was the new insect king of the yellow wasp tribe and asked her to just call him Xiao Feng. And with all this situation, Xiao Feng smiled internally. He thought that with a 5-star insect warrior protecting him, Sister Feng Li would no longer have reasons to stop him from venturing. The pink general observed him with curiosity, commenting that she expected someone more imposing with the position of insect king. But Xiao Feng retorted, saying that becoming king had just been an accident. Then he outlined his plan, stating that what he needed to do at that moment was just to keep that powerful warrior firmly attached to him. With that in mind, he called Sister Moth Yue, who promptly responded. He then instructed her, explaining that her older sister would be staying there for a while, and asked her to take good care of the new guest. Xiao Feng reinforced to the bush cricket that Yue would be responsible for her during the stay. Animated, Yue added, saying that the general could ask for anything she wanted. Soon, the crazy one asked, with a sparkle in her eye, if it could be anything, and our moth confirmed with enthusiasm that she would do her best to take good care of her sister. With a mischievous smile and almost drooling, the bush cricket said that, since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back. Quickly, the crazy one invented an excuse and withdrew, saying that she had urgent matters. Our hero wished her to be careful and before leaving apologized to the moth for bothering her in the coming days, leaving the little insect somewhat confused. Now, back in his other life, Xiao Feng's clone found himself in front of an improvised table playing cards with the other Wei Wei. As she dealt the cards with a blushing face, Wei Wei couldn't get the idea out of her head that the one in front of her might be the same Xiao Feng from the insect realm. Soon, our hero revealed his hand, a powerful game of 3 aces and a pair of 3s. Sighing, Wei Wei admitted she wouldn't play anymore. After all, as expected from Insect King Xiao Feng, winning seemed simply impossible. And touching the tip of his nose confidently, he said he didn't carry the title of Little King of Cards for nothing. However, his expression changed instantly when he realized she had called him the Insect King. Xiao Feng, confused, asked what was that story about Insect King, but Wei Wei, with a smile, said he could pretend all he wanted, but his face had already given him away. Then she placed her hand on Xiao Feng's shoulder, visibly uncomfortable, and praised him, saying it was really amazing boasting that he had become a bee king while having the body of a male bee. With that, our hero asked if she also had another body in that world and who she was. However, she replied that it was a secret and that he should guess who she was. Our hero froze, surprised by the idea that she had always been by his side, and wondered in disbelief if that was really the Wei Wei he knew and not just someone with the same name. Desperate, Xiao Feng screamed that it was impossible. Meanwhile, the busty one just smiled, amused by his reaction, and touching her own cheeks, the princess let out a laugh. Meanwhile, back in the insect world, a huge army of dragon beasts gathered in a vast field, forming a frightening swarm that prepared for battle. Xiao Feng, observing the horde from above, estimated that there were between 50 to 60,000 dragon beasts, but noted shrewdly that the feared dragon general was not among them. At that moment, Cheeky appeared bored, while the other insect general grumbled about their bad luck, and the rhinoceros beetle lamented missing the chance to fight the dragon general. However, sitting carelessly on a rock, the field cricket commented that if they really wanted to face the dragon general, it wasn't as if there was absolutely no chance. And she explained the plan, outlining the path, showing that although they would depart alongside the Locust King, their route was shorter. And confidently, she said that if they defeated the beasts in 2 days, there would still be time to face the dragon general. Suddenly, before they could continue the discussion, Xiao Feng spotted a lone dragon beast advancing through the sky and warned that it was heading straight toward them. The winged creature landed before the insect generals, revealing itself as Garuda, and disdainfully called them mere insect beasts, while ordering them to pay attention. Then she took flight again, carrying a white flag, and announced that the dragon beasts would face them at noon. Soon she advised them to wash their necks and await death, enjoying the little time they had left. Faced with the provocation, the commander expressed her displeasure at the arrogance of a mere 4-star dragon beast, feeling they were being underestimated and declaring that she herself would be the first to teach them a lesson. The rhinoceros beetle then, with his imposing armor, stated with conviction that with his army at the forefront, they would massacre the enemies, leaving no survivors. However, Cheeky interrupted them, questioning whether Feng Dingoing and the rhinoceros beetle thought they could simply claim the credit for the vanguard, which led the commander to ask if she too wished to compete for such an honor. Soon, the Golden Helmet intervened, saying that although he didn't care much about who would lead, an army needed a proper formation for battle. The rhinoceros beetle, in turn, defended his position, boasting that his heavy force regiment possessed indestructible armor and strength to rival the dragon beasts, making them the ideal choice for the vanguard. Feng Dingoing, however, countered, stating that merely boasting would not be enough, and that records from previous battles should be the deciding factor, which led Cheeky to argue that she had only been stationed at the border for longer, and that if she had had the same opportunity, she wouldn't necessarily lose to her. While the generals argued, Xiao Feng merely watched, thinking to himself that they were truly fighting tooth and nail for a bit of credit, and decided that the best thing would be to stay out of it. Seeing the impasse, Feng Dingoing suggested that since it was like that, they should let the Insect King decide. Cheeky then reluctantly agreed, stating that at least he was better than her, while Xiao Feng was surprised by the mention of the title Insect King. And confused, the poor guy looked around, wondering if there was another Insect King there. Caught off guard, Xiao Feng could only stammer, asking if they were really talking to him. Cheeky then confirmed after all, there was no other Insect King besides him there. The field cricket, finding the situation very interesting, also agreed with the idea. Feng Dingoing then turned to Xiao Feng, saying it was time for him to shine and show the cleverness he had demonstrated before, but our hero internally felt it wasn't right for him to decide something so important. At that moment, the Golden Shell intervened, questioning whether those women were crazy, as he was too young to organize the formation, and Xiao Feng agreed vehemently. The rhinoceros beetle beetle also spoke up, agreeing that matters of marching and war weren't child's play, and that this was simply a female perspective. However, those words irritated them, and Feng Dingoing and Cheeky quickly asked if they were underestimating females, while Golden Shell, sweating, denied it, saying that wasn't what they meant, and wondered why those women who never got along suddenly seemed so united. But the rhinoceros beetle soon suggested they just listen and asked for attention. Xiaofeng then picked up a stick and began drawing lines on the ground, showing his strategy. Then he explained that way, everyone could face the dragon beasts simultaneously without the need for a specific order. Qi, however, asked why her army was positioned way at the rear, and Xiaofeng cleverly explained that it was because Sister Qi's army had great attack power and long range, and he hoped her army could safely take down more enemies from the rear. With blushing cheeks, she agreed, admitting that it made some sense. With that, the rhinoceros beetle burst out laughing and gave a strong slap on our protagonist's back, congratulating the little insect king. Then, the big guy apologized for having underestimated him before, stating that he would definitely become a battle-hardened insect king in the future. With that, the poor guy wondered what was wrong with those generals, since that slap almost sent him straight to the afterlife and made him reunite with his ancestors. Shortly after, atop a massive dragon with 90,000 power, the Earth Shark and Garuda waited for the right moment to strike. Then at noon, the Earth Shark rose, announcing that the time had finally come. Standing beside Garuda, he turned to his troops, asking if they were ready for the feast that awaited them. The dragon beasts roared in response, and with a wild roar, he furiously ordered them to go and tear them apart. And so, the massive army of dragon beasts charged across the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Dingoing ordered her troops to prepare for combat, and Qi commanded them to aim and fire, while the other insect generals advanced with their respective units. The two forces clashed in a brutal confrontation. Watching the battle begin, the Earth Shark started clapping and commented, surprised, that he hadn't expected to find specialists like those among the insect beasts, aside from the insect king himself, of course, finding it truly astonishing. With that, Feng Dingoing stepped forward, observing him, and asked if he was the leader of those dragon beasts. He then confirmed, introducing himself as the son of Dragon General Tao Shen. Next, he confirmed the insect's goal, which was supposedly the territory and the Dragon General, and stated that he had no intention of continuing that exhausting battle, revealing he had a good proposal. Garuda then ordered her minions to make way, and the smaller dragon beasts moved aside, confused. The Earth Shark explained that beyond the mountains was the dragon's nest, and that, if they left soon, they would still reach his father's army, stating he would leave the territory and no longer wanted to be disturbed. However, Feng Dingoing and Qi replied that he should kneel and beg for mercy first. Only then would they reconsider his proposal. The Golden Helmet said he never trusted the malice of dragon beasts and stated they must be plotting something dishonest. Then the rhinoceros beetle ordered that all dragon beasts be killed, with no negotiations. With that, the Earth Shark burst into laughter, telling them to forget it. And in a leap, he jumped onto the battlefield, questioning if they thought they were so strong just because they had defeated a few weaklings. Soon, he said that he even wanted to spare their lives, but didn't expect them to be foolish enough to insist on their own deaths, and in that case, he would see for himself what they were capable of. The rhinoceros beetle, outraged by such arrogance, charged with his spiked weapon, shouting for the enemy to feel the power of his hammer. And with a powerful move, he hurled the massive spiked mace toward the enemy. But the leader of the dragon beasts merely smiled with disdain, commenting that the beetle only knew how to use brute force while a purple spiral emanated from his hand. At that very moment, he stopped the mace's trajectory with just one hand. The energy intensified, holding the massive weight of the rhinoceros beetle's attack. Then, with a shout, the Earth Shark returned the blow, hurling the mace back with his skill. The weapon sped back toward its owner. The beetle looked in disbelief, wondering how that could be happening. In the next instant, he was struck squarely by his own mace, with devastating impact. The blow sent him flying, leaving a huge trail of destruction in its path. Worried, Feng Dingoing asked if he was okay, and the rhinoceros beetle warned them to be careful, as that enemy was was truly powerful. The Earth Shark, even more confident, invited them to attack together, saying he would show them the difference between higher and lower life forms. Feng Dingoing then ordered everyone to attack with full force to take him down, since he was alone, and the rhinoceros beetle reinforced that no matter how strong he was, his defenses had a limit. The insect generals and their armies advanced in a coordinated attack against the enemy. He, however, only scorned all of it, and he unleashed a powerful undulating force field that repelled all attacks and nearby enemies, creating an intense buzzing in the air that swept away not only his enemies, but also his allies. The shockwave hit Feng Dingoing directly, causing a massive explosion. With difficulty, they tried to hold their ground. Meanwhile, the Earth Shark remained motionless at the center of the crater formed by the impact, mocking that they couldn't even hurt him. Then, new dragon beasts appeared at his side, and he announced that it was time to start the second round. Feng Dingoing observed the dragon beasts that had survived the previous attack, noticing that none of them had been completely killed. With that, she laughed, and Cheeky said they just had to kill them again. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, watching through binoculars, wondered where that guy had come from to block the general's attacks, and the field cricket replied that he was a superior dragon beast, a being even more powerful than the others. Our hero then asked what a superior dragon beast was, and the pink general explained that the so-called dragon generals were merely mating partners, chosen by the dragon queen among the dragon beasts to cultivate powerful offspring. So, the superior dragon beasts were descendants that had inherited the dragon queen's bloodline. Then, she asked Xiao Feng if he was scared after hearing that, and he admitted he was a bit shocked. Seriously, the field cricket advised him, saying that if the situation seemed bad, he should get out of there immediately and run as far as he could. In the next moment, a powerful explosion shook the ground near our protagonist. With that, he realized that this opponent was not an ordinary enemy and that he couldn't just stand there waiting for death. Nearby, the crocodile dragon Gecko crouched down, saying that all was lost. After all, a crushing pressure emanated from where the dragon general stood, making the dragon beasts allied with him untouchable. Trembling with fear, he thought that Aura undoubtedly belonged to a child of the dragon queen, and feared that if he were seen allied with the insect beasts, he would surely be dead. Our hero then approached the poor guy and said that, if he wanted to leave at that moment, he would let him go. Surprised, the gecko asked if he was serious, and Xiao Feng asked if he thought he would be lying. In the next moment, the dragon's collar shattered into pieces, completely freeing him. Xiao Feng then declared that he was free, and said that, since they had known each other for some time, if the dragon beasts asked about them, he could tell them everything, as he didn't mind. The dragon, confused, began to wonder if he had been judging our hero wrongly all that time. However, he didn't think twice and quickly moved away, laughing. Princess Weiwei then approached Xiao Feng, asking if he would really let him go like that, and if he wasn't afraid the dragon would reveal information to the dragon beasts. Our hero, however, explained that if that distracted the dragon beasts, it would ease the pressure on the commanders. Then the princess asked if he wanted to use himself as bait, and Xiao Feng confirmed that was the plan, which left Weiwei speechless. Meanwhile, our hero, still suspicious, wondered if that was really the Princess Weiwei he knew. However, he soon tried to convince himself that it couldn't be her, but just a coincidence of names. Weiwei then stated that she would help him with the plan, and Xiao Feng asked her to wait a moment, as he was going to make some preparations, but as he walked away, the princess called out to him, asking to let her pilot his mecha armor, which left our hero surprised, but she quickly justified the request, reminding him that she had been much stronger than him during the simulation training. Completely shocked, Xiao Feng turned around and stammered, confirming even more that she also had a second body just like him. At that very moment, she smiled at him, amused by his reaction. Faced with the confirmation, Xiao Feng felt his affection level for her plummet, and with tears in his eyes, wondered how that could have happened. While our hero dealt with his emotional shock, the battle on the main field continued, and one of our generals faced the Earth Shark, who lamented that a power like hers was being wasted in that remote corner of the world, so the fool offered her a chance to survive. He then began to explain that the world was much vaster than they imagined, stating that the places they had stepped on in their entire life didn't even represent a small fraction fraction of that universe. And with a confident smile, he proposed a clear choice. Either they joined his command to fight by his side and explore that vast world, or they would die right there. However, the insect's response came in the form of an attack, and a blast of energy hit some of the dragons right behind him. And right beside him, a serpent coiled around one of his allies, who screamed desperately for help. And watching all those strange creatures that appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield, he immediately recognized that ability, identifying it as the power of a necromancer. Annoyed by the futility of it all, he released a powerful wave of purple energy that spread around him. The attack hit the serpent directly, which soon released the little dragon from its tail. The wave of energy didn't stop there, and also struck the dinosaur dragon, which was pierced by the explosion. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his minions, he then ordered the survivors to retreat, stating that staying there would only hinder the fight. Promptly, the two creatures behind him obeyed and backed off. With that, the golden helmet grumbled in frustration, lamenting that even his surprise attack had been useless. Faced with such arrogance, General Feng Dingoing lost her patience. She ordered the enemy to save his good intentions for hell, while the rhinoceros beetle shouted for him to die, as he also charged to attack. The earth shark, however, crouched in disdain, complaining that they had refused his proposal, calling them a bunch of ungrateful fools. The insect general didn't hesitate and delivered a powerful blow with her spear, but the earth shark dodged nimbly, causing the impact to hit only the ground and raise a cloud of dust. Seeing that the commander was the easiest target to handle, he changed his focus, and with a threatening gaze, declared that he would start with the necromancer. Without wasting time, the earth shark launched a direct attack against the golden helmet. However, at the last moment, the wild cricket appeared at high speed, intercepting the attack with precision and blocking the enemy's advance. She then mocked him, questioning whether, besides that wave ability, he had any other technique. The fool, in turn, was surprised by her agility, asking the same question back. Then, in a swift move, the insect jumped and delivered a powerful kick, sending a shockwave that hit the ground and created a massive explosion from the shark's impact. With the enemy momentarily neutralized, the wild cricket hovered in the air with a superior air and mocked her own allies, calling them useless for not being able to wound even a single enemy and suggesting they might as well retire early. Her mockery, however, awakened the wrath of Feng Dingoing, who, furious, suggested they should eliminate their ally first. Commander Chiki promptly agreed with the idea. Meanwhile, the Golden Helmet, already tired of it all, only lamented that this rivalry was starting again. The rhinoceros beetle, trying to calm the situation, asked everyone to unite, reminding them that a great enemy was right in front of them. Ignoring the tension, the Golden Helmet suggested a new tactic, explaining that the enemy's wave ability was hard to deal with, and that, therefore, they should take turns to drain his stellar power. Hearing the strategy, the earth shark exploded in rage, cursing all the insects. As the battle intensified, Garuda, riding her immense dragon beast, observed everything from afar, commenting on how difficult those insects were to deal with. Suddenly, a small green dragon approached, informing his lord Garuda that they had captured a 3-star dragon beast they had never seen before, and that the creature claimed to have escaped from the insect beasts. The news aroused Garuda's curiosity, who, intrigued, repeated to herself whether the creature had really escaped from them. Before her, the crocodile dragon Gecko bowed in respectful greeting. Garuda, however, looked at him with suspicion, and then asked the prisoner if he had by any chance surrendered to those inferior insect beasts. Gecko, sweating nervously, begged his lord to listen to him, explaining that he was only infiltrated among the insect beasts to collect important information. Meanwhile, back in her other life, the other Wei Wei woke up and stretched in her bed. She sat up, still drowsy, and wondered why Xiao Feng was that way and what had made him bring her back to that body out of nowhere. Suddenly, our hero appeared at the cave entrance, but at a colossal size, exclaiming that she was awake. Frightened, the princess grabbed her pillow tightly, asking if it was really their insect king. At that moment, she threw the pillow at his head, which he yelled from the impact, while Wei Wei, furious, said he had scared her. Our protagonist then explained that this was an ability he had gained after becoming the insect king, which allowed him to swap places between two spaces. Soon, he said he would explain everything everything she wanted to know later, but that, at that moment, it was more important to resolve things. Hearing that, a blush rose on Wei Wei's cheeks, as she thought to herself that things were finally getting interesting. Now, with Xiaofeng already holding the girl in the palm of his huge hands, Wei Wei asked what their next step would be, and she questioned whether he really intended to use his patched armor and his army of weak insects to fight the dragon beasts. However, confident, Xiaofeng replied that he had a plan. He then explained his strategy, saying that the day the Dragon King recovered was near, making the place dangerous. So he wanted to bring the demon back earlier so everyone could gain strength and after the fight, finally leave. And well, that left Wei Wei shocked. And with wide eyes, she finally understood what he meant and exclaimed that his plan was, in fact, to eat the Dragon King. Desperate, she called him crazy, asking what would happen if the monster woke up during the process. He then reassured her, stating that it was okay and that this wasn't the first time he had done that. Soon, he added that the Dragon King's meat wasn't just delicious, but also made the skin more radiant. And with a wide smile, he said he couldn't believe she wasn't tempted by the idea. Wei Wei, attracted by the benefits that meat would bring to her silky skin, fell for our protagonist's talk and agreed that killing the Dragon King was good for the Galactic Empire and that, as a princess, she would make that sacrifice. Shortly after, back at the insect stronghold, Xiaofeng stood before the captured Dragon King and commented that he wasn't bad at all and that this time more meat had grown on his body. Suddenly, the Dragon King was engulfed in a dark aura, and with a monstrous voice, he asked who was responsible for that. His aura expanded threateningly, and he screamed, furious, wanting to know who had damaged his body and promising to tear the culprit into a million pieces, which left our poor hero completely paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Xiaofeng quickly looked around and wondered if all that wasn't just an illusion, but soon he raised his serrated blade, stating that there wasn't much time and that it was better to hurry and get to work. Then, he began to cut the Dragon King's meat. Outside, the little moth, attracted by the noise, approached the tent with curiosity. Suddenly, she entered desperately, warning that the situation was bad. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, frustrated, complained that the monster's head was too hard to cut. The little creature then warned him that a group of dragon beasts was approaching, which made Xiaofeng stop what he was doing and ask, surprised if that was really true. She then noticed the blood on his clothes and asked what he was doing, but Xiaofeng told her not to worry about that because dealing with the enemy was more important at that moment. He reassured her by pushing her out of the tent, asking her to gather everyone first, and promised he would join them soon. The moth then promptly agreed. Alone again, he looked at the decapitated dragon head and decided that there was no time to deal with that, and since there wasn't much meat, it was best to just throw it away. And so, he took the monster's head and carried it out of the tent, placing it on the grass. With a kick, he launched it far away toward the mountains, and he thought to himself that way, no insect beast would know it was the Dragon King's meat being cooked. Shortly after, Garuda arrived at the camp, leading her troops. The crocodile dragon Gecko, still nervous, excitedly announced that it was there. However, one of the dragons beside him looked around and grumbled that there was nothing but empty tents and asked where the insect beasts were. Annoyed, Garuda turned to our foolish dragon and asked where the insect king he had talked so much about was. And the poor guy, nervous, stammered that maybe he had fled. However, the answer only further enraged the commander, who asked, incredulously, if he was mocking her. Far away, Xiaofeng watched the camp from the top of a hill, thinking to himself that despite everything, Gecko hadn't disappointed him. He commented that it was unexpected that 2 5-star dragons had also come to fight the insect generals. And with a smile, he said that since they were there, they should stay and not refuse that military merit that was within reach. With that, he gave the order, and a row of archers positioned themselves at his side, ready to shoot. The fire arrows rained down from the sky, hitting the camp tents and spreading flames everywhere. Garuda, surprised by the sudden attack, shouted that it was an ambush, while the crocodile dragon Gecko cowered in fear. Watching the camp in flames, Xiaofeng celebrated the attack and turned to his loyal allies, announcing it was time to show their skills. With his fist raised, he ordered them to go, break the enemy's retreat, and capture them. Shortly after, the mecha mecha armor appeared flying, and Xiao Feng, excited, said he had been looking for her and that Wei Wei had arrived just in time. At that moment, she asked who had tied him to the tree. She then began to laugh, commenting that he had been tied up by his own subordinates. Still astonished by his friend's lack of respect, our hero just asked her to hurry and help him get untied. Now, already untied, Xiao Feng then asked how she felt piloting the mecha armor, and she, confident, replied that it wasn't difficult at all. However, she teased him, commenting that even with such good equipment in hand, he still hadn't managed to take down a single 4-star dragon beast. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Garuda's 2 minions ran desperately, with her following close behind, and a bit further ahead, they stopped. Soon the insects appeared, completely surrounding the dragon beasts, while the dung beetle informed them there was nowhere left to retreat. Without hesitation, our heroes charged with full force, running toward the enemies. Far away, while flying over a cliff, Wei Wei commented that it was a miracle he managed to build that armor from mere scrap. She then recalled that there were few 6-star armors and asked why he didn't try to make one. Xiao Feng, however, explained that 6-star armors couldn't be assembled just any way, and clarified that armors above 5 stars were all specialized and personalized, and that forcing compatibility would damage the body and prevent operation. Suddenly, when looking down into the valley, they saw the battle already in full swing, which made Xiao Feng exclaim in frustration that they had already started. On the battlefield, Bi Li charged with her halberd, delivering a powerful slash that cut through the air and struck one of the small dragon beasts. However, the small monster had peculiar abilities, namely damage absorption, which allowed it to absorb 90% of attacks, and self-healing, which helped it quickly recover from injuries. Unaware of this, Bi Li attacked again with her halberd, and with a powerful blow, she hit the creature directly, creating a great explosion of energy above its head. However, she was shocked to realize her attack had no effect. Soon, the dragon beast counterattacked with its impact reflection cannon, firing a blast of energy that threw the bee far away. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the dung beetle charged toward the other dragon beast. He delivered a powerful punch, but the creature dodged with agility. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by the dragon, who ran at high speed around him, and with a swift move, it landed a critical hit on our brute's back. The dung beetle defended himself from the attack with his arms, blocking the enemy's offense. The impact knocked him to the ground, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Meanwhile, the flower mantis spotted Garuda flying in her direction and prepared for battle. With a quick move, the dragon beast launched its feather blades, a rain of sharp projectiles that flew toward her. The flower mantis, irritated, cursed the dragon beasts, and with her blades, she defended herself, masterfully blocking each feather. Suddenly, Garuda transformed into a ball of energy and charged at high speed. The attack hit her directly, creating a huge cloud of smoke and dust on the battlefield. Then, the winged commander emerged victorious, stomping hard on the flower mantis who lay on the ground. Meanwhile, the dung beetle remained completely subdued, and the dragon beast mocked him, saying that if he couldn't control the insect generals, his subordinates had no right to be so arrogant. Garuda, laughing loudly, claimed victory, commenting that they had no chance of winning since the insect king wasn't among them. Suddenly, the mecha armor appeared in the sky, aiming at the dragons, and fired a rain of missiles that hit the battlefield, creating a series of explosions. The dragon beasts, surprised by the attack, looked up to the sky and wondered where that guy had come from, and there was the imposing mecha armor, piloted by Wei Wei. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the crocodile dragon gecko slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, confused, and wondered if he was still alive. Suddenly, Little Moth's sister, Mao Mao, and the stinky beetle appeared in front of the tent, surprised that he had woken up. At the same time, Gecko, still disoriented, asked how he had gotten there. Then, the moth's sister explained that the patrol soldiers had found him. He was lying on the ground, with several feathers stuck in his back. The dragon, still confused, asked why they had saved him, since he was clearly a dragon beast. And the moth's sister replied it was because the insect king trusted him, and so they were also willing to trust him. She warned him not to go running around, As his wounds had just been stitched up, however, Mao Mao and the stinky beetle remained furious about the betrayal, cursing him and telling him to be careful. Even with all the help the insects provided, he thought to himself he needed to get out of there quickly, because if they discovered he had betrayed them, he would be done for. However, as he exited the tent, he wondered where he could go, and with a sigh, he resigned himself, thinking that he was already a traitor to the dragon beasts, and that beyond that place, there was nowhere else to go. Suddenly, he saw a group of insects at his side. While one of them questioned why the dragon beast was still there, another said that without the insect king's protection, he would have already become military rations long ago. Ignoring the comments, Gecko searched for something in a pile of boxes and sacks, and with a shout of joy, he finally found what he was looking for. With the collar in hand, he commented that it was the necklace Xiao Feng had made for him, and putting it on his neck, he said he never expected that one day he would eagerly want to wear it. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention, and he realized something big had happened. Then, one of the wasps announced that there was news from the front line, saying that Captain B. Lee and the others had been defeated by the enemy leader and suggested they go reinforce them. Hearing that, the crocodile dragon Gecko felt the weight of guilt, thinking to himself that it was all happening because he had led them there. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and began to run. Determined to do his best to make up for his mistake, he thought that he needed to catch up with Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, back at the battle, the small dragon beast fired a powerful blast of fire, while B. Lee remained motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a red energy began to envelop her. It was our hero, who swapped places with her using his ability, Empty Gate Conversion. At the same time, Garuda was surprised, looking to the sky, astonished to realize that there were such strong specialists in the insect beast's rear guard. She noticed that the mecha's strength was at least 5 stars, but wondered, puzzled, why there were no stellar power fluctuations coming from it. Suddenly, someone appeared right next to her. It was Xiao Feng, who appeared in seconds carrying the flower mantis in his arms, which left Garuda completely confused. Surprised by the unexpected appearance, she asked if that would be the insect king. However, Xiao Feng, nervous, vehemently denied it and shouted for everyone to continue because he had other matters to deal with, turning and starting to flee. From inside the mecha armor, Wei Wei watched everything, seeing Xiao Feng being chased by Garuda. She then turned her attention to the dragon beast still on the battlefield, who asked where she thought she was going. Irritated by the wolf, Wei Wei entered full focus and declared that if the creature wanted to die, she would grant its wish, while the armor activated its energy sword. Suddenly, the wolf activated its ability, and a gigantic dragon head made of water emerged from the ground. However, with a quick and acrobatic move, the armor delivered a powerful kick. The kick hit the wolf specter's teeth squarely, opening its mouth and creating a perfect gap for a powerful counterattack. Soon, Wei Wei grabbed its tongue tightly. Irritated by the beast's audacity, Wei Wei from inside the mecha commanded it to disappear from there. Then, she plunged her energy blade into its body, and with a final spin, she cut it in half. However, the other small creature took advantage of the distraction and fired its damage reflection cannon. The attack hit her directly, causing a huge explosion in the air. With the armor damaged, Wei Wei knelt on the ground, frustrated with the entire situation. At that very moment, a considerable amount of smoke began to rise from the back of the armor. Inside the cockpit, an alarm blared incessantly. The system warned that the right thruster's supply line was damaged. Immediately, the reserve power was activated, but the panel showed that the remaining operating time was only 30 minutes. Despite the damage, the armor rose again, and from inside it, Wei Wei declared that the small creature was playing with death. The small beast, however, didn't seem intimidated at all. With an air of confidence, it waved its claws, calling her for a rematch. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, our hero was relentlessly pursued by Garuda. She called for the little insect king, assuring him that she would keep him safe, but Xiao Feng ran more and more frustrated, certain he couldn't shake her off no matter what. Despair began to take over him, as his stamina was almost gone, and he knew he would soon be caught. However, at a crucial moment, the blood wasp beetle and the colorful mosquito appeared to protect him, telling Xiao Feng to flee first, as they would block her. But right behind behind them, a 3-star dragon beast chased after them, something that even surprised our insect king. Without hesitation, the dragon charged with tremendous force, and with a single blow, launched the two far away, screaming with the impact. Despite their allies' efforts, they weren't in any condition to help, and Garuda got closer and closer to Xiao Feng, declaring that any attempt at resistance would be completely useless. Meanwhile, the colorful mosquito, blurred with fear, faced the 3-star dragon beast. Desperate, she called for her insect king, but in seconds, Xiao Feng switched places with the dragon, who now flew wildly where he had been. Without time to react, Garuda saw the massive shadow of the creature cover her entirely. She could barely understand what had just happened. Annoyed, she wondered why, of all things, it had to be that fat and useless pig falling right on top of her. The impact of the fall generated a colossal explosion that destroyed a large part of the surrounding forest. The huge dragon beast now lay unconscious inside a crater. Nearby, Xiao Feng watched everything, relieved, thinking to himself that his plan had almost worked. Soon after, the colorful mosquito appeared with the flower mantis still unconscious on her shoulder and approached him. She praised his strength for facing 2 dragon beasts at the same time, but our hero scolded her, saying that if she had listened to his warnings, none of that would have gone so far. However, he tried to calm things down, explaining that it wasn't his intention to blame them, and instructed them to go deal with the other dragon beasts. Confident, he sped off, declaring that they would leave the leader of the remaining dragon beasts to them. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the fight between the mecha armor and the small dragon beast remained intense, with energy blasts colliding violently between them. The small dragon took the attack head-on without hesitation, absorbing all the energy that hit him. However, the armor increased its power and hit him squarely with a blow that threw him back. With that, the creature rolled endlessly, but without giving him time to think, she quickly fired another massive energy blast. The attack crossed the battlefield with impressive speed and force. Finally, the blast hit the back of the dragon beast, causing a devastating explosion. From inside the armor, Wei Wei watched the smoldering body of the massive dragon beast, commenting on how resistant it was. Soon, amidst the smoke, the small creature reappeared, apparently unharmed. The cockpit panel confirmed her suspicion, showing that, although dizzy, the creature was still alive. In disbelief, Wei Wei wondered if it would never end. Losing her patience, she propelled the armor forward at full force in one last desperate attack. Soon she stopped right in front of the small beast, threatening to split it into 3 pieces, as she didn't believe it could get up after that. At the same time, the small creature merely covered its head, closing its eyes in fear. However, nothing happened. Confused, it opened its eyes slowly, and well, Wei Wei was paralyzed. She screamed that she couldn't move. In the armor's cockpit, the system collapsed. Alarms blared, reporting that the energy had run out and the armor would enter hibernation mode. The system also detected that the pilot was in a dangerous state and recommended emergency separation. Desperate, Wei Wei screamed for the armor to move, but it was already too late. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the small creature delivered a powerful punch to the armor's arm. With the impact, the mecha's arm was torn off and thrown far away. Laughing, the creature jumped on the immobilized armor and began tearing it apart without mercy. Meanwhile, inside the burning cockpit, Wei Wei curled up in fear, screaming desperately for Xiao Feng's name. Far away, our hero flew at high speed toward the battle. He activated his dragonfly mosquito speed mode to arrive in time, and at the exact moment when the small beast opened its mouth to unleash a massive energy wave, our hero approached. But he realized, panicked, that he was going too fast and wouldn't be able to stop in time. But wait, the ground began to tremble and something very big was about to emerge. It was the crocodile dragon Gecko, who leapt up, declaring that if the creature wanted to hurt Xiao Feng, it would have to get through him first. Wasting no time, he charged with a powerful kick, telling the small creature to go to hell. The blow launched the small beast far away, making it explode its attack far off, leaving a trail of fire behind. Gecko Gecko, however, didn't stop there, and, in an agile move, jumped on his opponent's back. Right after, he began spinning him at high speed, and with one final thrust, he threw it far away. Worried, Gecko ran to the fallen armor and, holding it carefully, asked if Xiao Feng was okay. Desperate, he begged the Insect King not to die, questioning what he would do if he lost him. However, our hero was right beside him, assuring him he was fine. Surprised, the dragon quickly turned to the side and saw our hero, completely confused that he was there and not inside the armor. Relieved, he smiled and celebrated that Xiao Feng was okay. However, in his excitement, he let go of the armor, which crashed hard onto the ground. Then, the small dragon beast, now standing, glared at Gecko, accusing him outright of being a traitor to their kind. Gecko, however, was undeterred and replied furiously that they had forced him into that situation, affirming that if they were cruel, he didn't have to be fair. With that, he turned and declared with conviction that from that moment on, he would follow whoever treated him well. Then, pointing to the sky, he shouted that his alliance with the dragon beasts was irreparably broken. Watching that, the small creature, completely confused by that change of sides, asked what kind of magic potion the insect beasts had given him. Our hero, in turn, also seemed lost, admitting that he himself had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, little Wei Wei, now out of the armor, warned Xiao Feng, reminding him that the dragon beast had strong defenses and self-healing abilities. She then complimented the strategy, explaining that their only chance was to try to win with a single blow, since a war of attrition would be impossible. Worried, he turned to the little princess and asked her to return quickly to the armor. After all, it was too dangerous to stay in the crossfire. Our hero assured her confidently that he would take care of the rest, telling her not to worry. Soon, he analyzed the situation seriously and thought that, even worn out, the opponent was still a 5-star dragon. He knew that, being just a 3-star insect beast alongside a 3-star gecko dragon, their chances of victory, based on strength alone, were nil. With that, he cast a quick glance at his ally, and a wicked idea began to form, because if the situation demanded it, he knew he might have to sacrifice Gecko. Suddenly, the small creature charged at high speed, and Gecko, realizing the danger, shouted for Xiao Feng to be careful. With that, he realized too late that he had left himself vulnerable. However, in the blink of an eye, Gecko jumped and forcefully pushed him to the ground. He had acted quickly, throwing himself over Xiao Feng to protect him from the imminent attack of the other creature. Now, standing and furious, Gecko faced the 5-star dragon, declaring that he would fight him to the death. Without hesitation, the two charged at each other, and their fists collided in a brutal impact that raised dust all around. The small beast mocked Gecko, calling him a mere 3-star dragon who overestimated himself, but he furiously replied not to underestimate him. Still on the ground, Xiao Feng wondered if he had really just been saved by him. Faced with that show of loyalty, he decided he couldn't just stand still, and that he needed to bet everything on one last move. With the plan in mind, he asked Gecko to help him take the mecha armor to a safe place. However, the poor guy, still locked in an intense battle, shouted that his hands were full and he couldn't help right now. Seeing that his ally couldn't help, Xiao Feng stood up and assured that he would take care of it himself while activating his gigantification ability. With that, he broke the stalemate between the two dragons and instantly appeared in Gecko's place, inviting the small creature to play. Soon after, he locked hands with his opponent, engaging in a fair test of pure strength. The dragon, surprised, felt immense power coming from Xiao Feng's palm and wondered where all that strength came from. After combining the strength of the two toughest insects in his fleet, Xiao Feng commented that a 5-star dragon didn't seem so impressive. The small beast, on the other hand, thought that even though she wasn't known for her strength, she shouldn't be overpowered by a mere 3-star insect. Then he raised the collar that belonged to Gecko, declaring that his friend no longer needed it and that he would give it as a gift. With that, he forced the collar onto the small creature's neck, who growled with rage upon receiving the item. Furious, the small beast cursed Xiao Feng, telling him not to get cocky, while beginning to gather energy in her mouth for a new attack. However, before she could fire, Xiao Feng interrupted her with a powerful punch to the face, telling her to shut up. Soon after, he turned turned to Gecko asking if he was ready. Gecko then picked up the mecha armor and lifted it over his head, asking Xiao Feng to wait a bit longer. He then ran with the armor toward a nearby crevice and threw it into the hole. Next, he used his own body to seal the entrance, ensuring that Wei Wei and himself would be safe. With everything in its place, Xiao Feng activated his high-speed mode. Immediately, he sped off at an impressive speed, leaving behind a trail of light. The small beast, lying on the ground, complained angrily that he had hit her and just ran off. And confused, she looked at the collar on her neck, wondering what it was. Far away, Xiao Feng waved one last goodbye. Suddenly, the collar exploded in a colossal blast that echoed throughout the valley. The explosion left behind a gigantic crater, with the ground covered in flames. Soon after, amidst the rubble, a hand appeared. It was Gecko, coughing and struggling to rise from within the crater. Relieved, he looked at the skull of his former enemy and thanked that it wasn't his head that flew into the air. Xiao Feng then appeared floating above him, saying that he had helped a lot and that it was lucky to have a friend like him. Gecko, in turn, replied with a grateful smile, stating that it was an honor for him to serve the Insect King. Observing that, our hero smiled, realizing that by gaining the loyalty of a dragon beast, he could also use its abilities. With the power of the explosion, the small dragon beast was now buried in the ground. Seeing that, Garuda moved at an extremely high speed. She hovered in the air, looking from side to side, wondering where the Insect King could have gone. Her confusion, however, quickly turned into pure astonishment. As she lowered her gaze to the epicenter of the explosion, Garuda was in shock, questioning what the hell had happened there. Before her eyes, a gigantic crater marked the landscape, and she tried to process the magnitude of the attack, pondering if it had been the power of a 5-star, but quickly corrected herself, concluding that it was, at the very least, a 6-star destructive force. Feeling deceived, Garuda clenched her teeth, furious at the Insect King for hiding so many tricks and secret abilities. Despite her rage, she decided that a wise dragon should not suffer immediate losses, and flew off, promising herself she would remember that humiliation and that, sooner or later, she would make him pay with interest. Meanwhile, the main confrontation continued, and the most powerful insect generals were fiercely fighting against the land shark. The dragon general's son, however, seemed to have run out of patience with his opponent's persistence. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a devastating wave of energy, screaming for everyone to get out of his way. Suddenly, his form began to change, and he threatened them, asking them to witness his true power. The transformation, however, was suddenly interrupted by a beam of energy that hit him head-on, in a desperate attempt by the generals to prevent his evolution. The attack, however, proved useless. With a heavy, fury-filled step, he crushed the ground, which shattered under the pressure of his overwhelming strength. Surrounded by an intimidating purple aura, the land shark declared with conviction that he would personally tear them all apart. The golden-helmeted general then summoned even more beasts to attack him, mocking him and questioning why he was so arrogant, pondering that maybe his power had run out. However, the madman didn't care about the provocations and arrogantly announced that he would show them the invincible body he had inherited directly from Tao Shen. Without a hint of hesitation, he grabbed both creatures by the head and violently slammed them against each other with brutal force. Holding their now lifeless bodies, he kindly asked them to stay obediently lying on the ground. Then, he completely crushed the head of one of the summons, spreading its remains across the battlefield with a grotesque sound. Watching from a distance, the necromancer general panicked, desperately lamenting the loss of his last and most powerful 5-star corpse puppet. Faced with such a display of power, Field Cricket advanced, commenting on how his opponent's true form was absolutely hideous, and in the blink of an eye, she launched her supersonic slash, dashing past him like a pink lightning bolt and slashing his back with all her strength. The land shark, however, quickly turned and struck at the insect, but with a lightning step, she dodged. However, it was useless, because right after he adapted to her speed and struck her with a side blow, confidently claiming he could clear clearly see all her movements. With that, Field Cricket was hurled away, repelled by her opponent's superior physical strength. Seeing that speed would not be enough, another general decided to intervene, and with immense effort, the rhinoceros beetle lifted a gigantic chunk of earth over his head. Then, the brute shouted for everyone to clear the way, preparing to launch his massive projectile, and with all his strength, he hurled the enormous rock toward the land shark. The dragon general's son, however, watched it with disdain. He commented that the insect this time was just a guy with nothing but brute strength and, with a smile, said the throw had been beautiful. Without dodging, the land shark prepared himself, bending his knees and planting his feet firmly on the ground, ready to take the impact of the massive rock head-on. And with minimal effort, he simply raised his arm to stop the attack's advance. The colossal rock then shattered into countless fragments upon him. However, looking up amidst the rain of debris, he realized that it had just been a distraction, as Commander Feng Dingoing was already floating in the sky, her bow in hand. The general concentrated a tremendous amount of power, preparing a long-range attack while her target was still exposed. She then unleashed her Star Rain arrow, and multiple blue energy projectiles surrounded the land shark, falling on him like a deadly storm. The arrows hit him squarely, piercing his resilient body in several spots and causing blood to gush from his wounds. Taking advantage of the opening, Commander Chiki appeared with her spear in hand and provoked him, questioning whether he really considered himself invincible. Without giving him time to answer, she charged with a powerful piercing attack. Even severely wounded, the land shark managed to grab the tip of the spear with his own hands, stopping the deadly blow inches from his chest. The stalemate dragged on, with the land shark using all his strength to hold back the spear's advance, while Commander Chiki's attack pressure increased more and more. Determined to end the fight, Chiki grew and applied even more force to her blow, screaming for her enemy to go to hell. The extra pressure caused the tip of the spear to advance a bit more, and the land shark groaned in pain as the wound on his chest deepened. With his face twisted in pure rage and veins bulging on his forehead, he refused to give in until sparks of purple energy began to surround him. Thus, he unleashed his Dragon's Breath, a devastating energy blast fired point blank at the general. However, it had no effect, as Chiki left her old body behind and emerged from it at her normal size. And in the same instant, she crafted a massive spear over her head and hurled it with all her might at her enemy. The land shark's hand, however, gripped the weapon's tip with crushing force as if it were nothing. With the spear destroyed, he ironically commented that it wasn't so bad to have them as company on the road to hell. With that, the commander was shocked, unable to understand how someone so wounded could still conceal such immense star power. Faced with that reserve of strength, Commander Chiki realized the imminent danger and shouted for Jinquoi and the others to retreat quickly, while the land shark concentrated an absurd amount of energy in his hands. He then unleashed all that stored power in a single massive shock wave, which expanded in a circle of pure destruction, sweeping away everything around him. The energy blast obliterated the battlefield, disintegrating the ground and launching even allied dragon beasts into the air that were caught in the explosion's path. After the attack, the land shark remained gasping at the center of the devastation, surrounded by smoke and dust stirred up by his own power. Catching his breath, he raised his face arrogantly and asked the surviving generals how it felt to take his full-force attack. Amid the rubble, the rhinoceros beetle stood up with difficulty, and Chiki, who had used her gigantification again to protect herself, replied that she feared disappointing him as they were still alive. Soon, the other commanders regrouped in the sky, preparing to resume the fight. Seeing that his enemies were still standing, the land shark cursed his luck, frustrated for not having annihilated them with his strongest blow. Then he collapsed hard to the ground while stellar energy attacks were still being launched at him. With nothing left to do, the madman dug his hands into the ground and was at the mercy of the insects. Suddenly, from the sky, Garuda appeared, spotting her brother alone at the crater's center. Without hesitation, she flew at high speed toward him, calling out for her brother, determined to rescue him from that dangerous situation. And with agility, she landed on him, him, her feet planted firmly on his shoulders, and with a powerful movement of her wings, she lifted him off the ground, starting to carry him to the safety of the skies in a daring escape attempt. Watching that, Commander Feng Dingoing remarked with disdain that the newcomer had a lot of nerve trying a rescue right in front of them. Immediately, she readied her bow, focusing her energy into an arrow, ready to shoot the two fugitives from the sky. The arrow was fired like lightning, but Garuda, even carrying her brother's weight, managed to keep increasing her speed and pulling away. And to defend against the attack, the land shark created a wave barrier to protect them during the retreat. With that, the arrow exploded in a massive blue fireball. At the same moment, Garuda desperately asked if he was okay. The land shark, however, with a weak voice, asked her not to worry, as he felt that this was his end. With tears in her eyes, she refused to accept it, insisting there had to be a way to save him and that she wouldn't abandon him. From the ground, Commander Feng Dingoing watched them flying away and commented on the impressive life force they possessed. Commander Chiki, however, stated that the wound to the chest had been a fatal injury and that even with all that life force, there was no saving him. With the enemy leader's escape, the generals declared victory, and the immense insect army celebrated the triumph on the battlefield. Immediately, Commander Chiki gave the order for the troops to regroup and eliminate the remaining dragon beasts still roaming the area. And after eliminating most of the remaining dragons, the golden-helmeted general lay atop a pile of bodies. One of his subordinates asked if he was okay, but he only grumbled about the lack of support. The celebration spread through the camp, and the insects began roasting the bodies of the defeated dragon beasts over large bonfires. One of the warrior wasps happily sprinkled seasoning over a roasted dragon's body, symbolizing the great and costly victory they had achieved. Amid the celebration, Xiao Feng rang a bell and proposed a toast to, according to him, the greatest hero of that battle, the gecko dragon. He then explained to his companions that Gecko's contribution had been indispensable, as he not only lured the enemy into the ambush, but also saved Wei Wei and helped defeat a 5-star dragon. The gecko dragon, a bit embarrassed, replied that Xiao Feng had given him the opportunity and that he hadn't done much, but our hero disagreed, stating the operation wouldn't have been so successful without him. However, some of Xiao Feng's friends watched that with clear disdain. One of them called him a hypocrite, while Feng Li muttered that it was a disgrace to the tribe. Unbothered by the provocations, Gecko looked at the bonfires, clearly worried, and thought about the strict hierarchy of the dragon beasts, where it was forbidden for lower-ranked ones to eat the flesh of superiors, and wondered what he would do when the meat was distributed. Interrupting his thoughts, Xiao Feng approached, announcing he had a gift for him, and then offered him a large and juicy piece of roasted meat, saying he hoped he'd like it. Upon seeing the meat, Gecko felt an overwhelming aura and wondered, eyes wide, if that could be the flesh of a superior dragon beast. And well, that shocked our loyal insects. Both the dung beetle and Feng Li questioned Xiao Feng if he was really going to give even more power to the dragon, but our hero explained that since they were now a family, there was no reason to treat him any differently. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Gecko made his decision and declared that he was no longer part of the dragon beast circle, and that on that day he would finally taste the flesh of those he considered arrogant. However, after taking the first bite, he made a face, commenting that the taste actually wasn't that great. Suddenly, he clutched his neck and let out a moan, feeling a strange palpitation that left him breathless. His body began to tremble and glow with an intense red aura. Worried, the insect king asked if he was okay. In agony, the gecko dragon replied that he felt terrible pain, as if his body was about to explode at any moment. Soon, his transformation intensified, and massive wings began to tear from the skin of his back, while his body rapidly expanded amid screams of pain. Then, Xiao Feng looked up, seeing his ally's silhouette grow to a colossal size, with horns and wings now projecting against the sky. And well, that left him paralyzed, his expression one of pure dread as he witnessed how enormous his friend had become. At last, our loyal dragon had now transformed into the flying gecko dragon, a 4-star beast. Surprised, he looked at his own claws and wondered if he had finally become a true superior dragon beast. At that same moment, Xiaofeng thought to himself that he hadn't expected him to grow so large, and that with that size, his strength probably surpassed all his other subordinates. With tears of gratitude streaming from his eyes, the now immense flying gecko dragon looked at little Xiaofeng and thanked him, to which our hero welcomed him. With that, upon witnessing such loyalty, our protagonist left all doubts behind and decided that, from that moment on, no matter the hesitation, that dragon was now part of the group like any other. In the midst of the celebration, both Mao Mao and the Stinky Beetle approached Xiaofeng, interrupting the moment to announce that they brought good news. She then explained the reason for her excitement, revealing that the enemy general had been defeated and that the 50,000 dragon beasts had been almost completely annihilated. The news was received with enthusiasm, and Feng Li remarked that it was a rare and great victory in the last 100 years. The little moth, excited, asked if that meant they should march again, promptly offering to prepare for the new journey. However, our hero interrupted her, stating that their journey ended there. The answer left everyone confused, and the dung beetle immediately questioned the reason for that decision. With a serious look, Xiaofeng explained the harsh reality of the situation. Everyone was injured, the mecha armors had been destroyed, and so they no longer had the means to face the powerful 5-star dragon beasts. He compared their situation to that of a small boat rocking in the middle of a storm, in constant danger of being destroyed at any moment. The decision, however, divided opinions. The colorful mosquito argued that they had worked hard to get there and said it was a great opportunity to witness the dragon general's defeat firsthand. But the mantis countered, suggesting it was better to let the insect generals handle the powerful beasts while they just observed. Feng Li quickly intervened, agreeing with Xiaofeng's decision. She reminded everyone that the battlefield changed in the blink of an eye, and that the generals could not, under any circumstances, be taking care of them all the time. The dung beetle reinforced the point, saying that advancing recklessly was a major taboo in war, sealing the discussion. With that, Xiaofeng declared the matter settled. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a massive swarm of insects. At the same moment, some insects landed before Xiaofeng, and Qi approached him, asking if he really wouldn't join the next battle. Hearing this, the field cricket burst into tears, questioning why. The commander then reminded him that, moments earlier, he was the one most eager to go to a bigger battlefield. However, Xiaofeng explained that he had realized his own lack of strength and failed to earn the trust of his subordinates. He then promised that they would become stronger so that when the time came, they could reclaim the dragon beast's territory themselves. His bold declaration amused the generals. The rhino beetle laughed, saying that the little insect king knew how to brag, while the golden helmet called him ambitious. The generals then announced that it was time to go and said their goodbyes to Xiaofeng. The field cricket, however, clung to him in tears, asking how she could live without them. Embarrassed, Xiaofeng gently pushed her away, insisting she should go as everyone was waiting for her. As a final plea, she begged to take at least the little moth's sister with her. However, shaking her head, she wept, saying she didn't want to leave her brother and the insect king behind. Her older sister, with teary eyes, begged Xiaofeng to do something, and he promptly reassured her, promising he wouldn't let anyone take her away. Meanwhile, in the skies, Commander Qi lost patience with the field cricket, asking how long she intended to stall, to which she replied, frustrated, questioning how she could do that to her. Qi then hurried her, warning they were falling behind the group. Without further ado, she grabbed her and carried her off by force, while the field cricket struggled, screaming to be let go. Far away, in another part of the forest, Garuda cried inconsolably. She clung to her brother's wounded body, begging him not to leave her alone. With her face twisted in pure rage, she promised that one day day she would tear all the insect beasts apart. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, saying she couldn't do that alone. Startled, Garuda looked around, asking who was speaking. Suddenly, from a nearby river, a decapitated head emerged, asking if it was him the little girl was looking for. It was the head of the Dragon King that Xiao Feng had launched. He said that although he didn't know why he had appeared like that, he was sure their meeting was a stroke of luck for both of them. And well, that left Garuda completely shocked, and she exclaimed, incredulous, that the head was indeed talking. Ignoring her surprise, the Dragon King offered help, saying that if she wanted revenge, he could assist her. The offer sparked her curiosity. The head then asked her to fish him out first so they could talk calmly, and Garuda promptly approached to help. As soon as she pulled him from the water, she held him impatiently, demanding to know the path to her revenge. Suddenly, the Dragon King ordered her to stop as a sinister purple aura began to envelop him. Immediately, Garuda threw him to the ground. Frightened by the terrifying power emanating from the head, she thought, shocked that he was a dragon beast even stronger than her own brother. In a weak voice, the Dragon King's head explained that, as she could see, he was on the brink of death and needed that body to survive. He then proposed a deal. He would help her get revenge, but in return, he wanted her brother's body. The idea of revenge consumed Garuda, and with eyes burning in fury, she said she would agree if it meant avenging her brother. With clenched teeth, she finally accepted the proposal. Satisfied, the Dragon King sealed the pact. He then observed the lifeless body, thinking that this superior, young, and strong lineage was the perfect vessel for him. Next, his head dissolved into a gooey mass, declaring that he would assume the dragon's life from that moment on. Soon, the slime shot toward the neck of the headless body, and he marveled at the power of that main lineage. The goo merged with the dragon's body, beginning to form a new head. Now, fully possessed, he turned to Garuda and promised he would help her as agreed, but first explained he would need time to recover his strength and heal his wounds. With the newly acquired body, he tried to use one of his abilities, opening a space tunnel. However, the portal dissipated in the air. He then realized, as he had suspected, that his spatial ability had been stolen. With a furious face, he promised that, no matter who was responsible, they would pay the price. He then began to walk away, and Garuda ran after him, asking where he was going with her brother's body. Far away, a battle map showed that the Insect King's army was meeting the Dragon General in a valley. Immediately, the two sides clashed in a fierce battle, fighting without hesitation. The battle lasted 2 straight days, and neither side could determine a victor. On the 3rd day of combat, Allied forces finally arrived on the battlefield. It was the insect generals, who now watched from afar the massive battle unfolding in the valley. Upon stepping onto the field, the dung beetle pointed out that the Dragon General was still there, and Commander Kiki, relieved, commented that they hadn't arrived too late. Immediately, she ordered everyone to attack from the flank, ensuring that victory would be certain. With that, the generals and their army dove into battle, surrounding the Dragon General from all sides. Seeing that, one of his subordinates warned him in desperation that another army was attacking from the flank, which shocked him, wondering where those reinforcements could have come from. Far away in a meeting room, one of the generals asked what the final result of that battle was. The council leader then confidently replied that naturally they had won. He began to explain that after the reinforcements arrived, General Dragon Tao Shen had abandoned his own subordinates and fled alone without hesitation. Hearing the report, one of the generals called him a coward, and the council leader lamented, saying it was a shame because if they had captured him, his huge body could have been used to cultivate a great batch of capable generals. However, Xiao Feng interrupted him, questioning why he still thought about the enemy's flesh when they had already reclaimed the most important territory. The Wasp Queen then announced that regarding the spoils of battle, the Wasp clan would give all their gains to Xiao Feng. She explained the decision, stating that Xiao Feng was now a qualified king and could no longer remain hidden in a small forest on the outskirts of the insect territory. Xiao Feng thanked Her Majesty, but she reminded him that ruling a territory was no easy task. Suddenly, the queen of the drone clan, Lingling, also announced that she would give half of her gains to Xiao Feng. The offer caught Xiao Feng by surprise, and he wondered, confused, why Auntie Lingling, being the queen of her clan, would be giving him half of her spoils. She, however, reassured him, saying it was fine and that she hoped he would spend more time with Wei Wei in the future. Her mention left him completely flustered, and he asked why she brought that up. Seeing that, the other generals also joined the conversation, and one of them offered his subjects, reminding Xiao Feng that with the new lands, the little king would need help. Another general agreed and also offered tens of thousands of his subjects. Faced with so many offers, Xiao Feng rubbed his hands with a smile on his face, pretending to be modest and wondering how he could accept all that. With that, the generals insisted that the little insect king not worry so much, trying to convince him to accept help. Soon, Xiao Feng celebrated, asking if that meant he would not only own millions of acres of land, but also be king of hundreds of thousands of people, while the queens congratulated him. Seeing that, the three council leaders, heads down, said they needed to make their positions clear, as they had offended the two queens earlier and regretted being dragged into this by them, considering they would now spend a fortune to avoid a disaster. Later, outside the hall, Mama Wasp praised Xiao Feng, saying she had heard he played a big role in the battle, but the boy claimed he hadn't done much and that it was all thanks to everyone in the city. The word city caught the queen's attention, and Xiao Feng explained that they had already built a city in that forest, and although it wasn't as prosperous as Sky Island, they had enough food and clothes. She got excited with the news and said she'd like to take a look, to which Xiao Feng informed her it was just half a day's flight away. There, Gecko continued working tirelessly on the construction and asked the moths for the exact place to place the stakes. Suddenly, a group of warrior wasps appeared, accusing poor Dragon Gecko of being a daring dragon beast for daring to enter insect clan territory. At the same moment, they prepared to attack, but Xiao Feng stopped them, asking them to wait. Surprised, the Wasp Queen asked Xiao Feng why he was stopping them, reminding him that it was a dragon beast. He then explained that the dragon was actually his subordinate and wasn't dangerous. The Wasp Queen, still confused, reminded him that dragon beasts were the enemy and asked how one of them could be his subordinate. Xiao Feng then explained that at first he planned to use it just to lure the enemy, but somehow ended up gaining its loyalty in the end. The Wasp Queen was impressed, praising the boy for managing to recruit even a dragon beast. At the same time, Xiao Feng thought to himself, relieved that luckily his mother hadn't minded the situation. Upon arriving in the city, the Wasp Queen remarked that it was truly remarkable to reach that scale in just a few months, while the subjects approached, offering freshly picked fruits to their insect king, but he refused, telling them to keep it. With a smile, the Wasp Queen noted that Xiao Feng was very beloved there. However, he replied modestly that everyone's excitement was just because they had seen her. Suddenly, in the distance, Wei Wei appeared and ordered them to put the removed items in a corner. Next, she gave a new order, telling them to move all her luggage into the house. Soon, the Wasp Queen recognized her and, surprised, wondered what Wei Wei was doing there. Upon noticing the queen's presence, Wei Wei approached and greeted her formally. Elsewhere, Xiao Feng finally arrived at his workshop and was shocked to see his belongings outside, asking, confused, why all his toolboxes had been removed. However, Wei Wei soon asked how she could live there if he didn't make space for her. The Wasp Queen, hearing the conversation, got excited and asked if Wei Wei was really going to live with Xiao Feng, saying that it was wonderful. Wei Wei then politely confirmed that she might have to trouble Xiao Feng for a while and hoped the queen wouldn't mind. Outraged, Xiao Feng jumped back, asking if she had discussed that with him, and declared that he didn't agree. The Wasp Queen, however, interrupted the discussion, saying it was fine, and that she herself would agree on Xiao Feng's behalf, reminding everyone that he was still an immature boy. She then turned to the troops and commented that she was relieved to see he had so many capable subordinates. Next, she turned to Wei Wei and asked her to take good care of Xiao Feng in the future. The princess promptly agreed, and Xiao Feng, bewildered, wondered if that was an arranged marriage. Astonished by what was happening, he said it wasn't like he didn't have good feelings for her, but the idea of her being the same person as the princess bothered him. The Wasp Queen in turn congratulated him, saying she was truly surprised by how quickly his strength had increased. However, she questioned him, asking if he had used some special method to boost his strength, to which he was left unsure of how to respond. With that, the queen scolded him, thinking to herself herself that with him, she really couldn't let her guard down for a second. Soon, she explained that he had no control over his own power and that it was just empty stellar power, a rushed growth. Despite this, she added that he had a very promising ally by his side. The queen then turned to the mantis, recalling they had met before in the palace, to which the general promptly confirmed. Impressed, the queen praised her ability to control her power so quickly, stating it was expected of the Mantis clan. She then recalled that the Mantis clan had been very powerful in the past, and predicted that the Mantis would achieve great deeds in the future, to which she thanked her for the compliment. Next, the Wasp Queen addressed all the leaders under Xiao Feng's command, saying it was great luck for him to have their help. With that, she entrusted them with the responsibility of protecting Xiao Feng's new nation and helping him maintain peace, and they all agreed in a shout. With that, the queen and her servants took flight, waving a final farewell. As he watched them leave, Xiao Feng said to himself that they still needed to become stronger. Meanwhile, in the dragon's cave, the other Wei Wei asked our protagonist if that counted as them being together. Busy with his tasks, Xiao Feng replied, questioning if they weren't already together all the time, but she insisted that meeting twice on a strange planet could only mean they were destined for each other. The boy, however, brought her back to reality, stating that he didn't know anything about destiny, but he was sure that if they didn't leave quickly, their bodies would end up in the bellies of the dragon beasts. As Wei Wei climbed into the robot that Xiao Feng had repaired, he announced that the big guy was ready and asked her to try again. With that, the imposing armor known as Princess of the Night finally stood up. Analyzing the data on his clipboard, the boy confirmed that all systems were stable and there should be no problems. Relieved, he celebrated, saying they had finally made it in time. However, the girl, now inside the armor, reminded him that there were tens of thousands of dragon beasts outside and wondered how they would get out of there. With that, she asked him if they could really escape with just those two mecha armors. Faced with her doubt, Xiao Feng, from inside his armor, confidently assured her that he had already made all the preparations. He then revealed a cylindrical object stationed on the ground, which made her ask if it was a missile. He quickly explained that it was his trump card and that it wasn't an ordinary missile, naming it the Mountain Awakener. The boy then began to detail his plan, explaining that, according to his observations, they were in a lava cave inside a dormant volcano, and that below them was high-temperature, high-pressure lava. With a smile, he then revealed that the Awakener could activate the volcano, which would throw the dragon beasts into chaos and give them a chance to escape during the confusion. The idea excited Wei Wei, who realized that they could not only escape, but also annihilate the surrounding dragon beasts. With the plan in motion, he reminded her that they didn't have much time and that he would need her help too. And so, without wasting time, they launched the projectile, and the volcano erupted with a colossal explosion. Outside, the sound of the explosion and the trembling earth woke the dragon guarding the cave. Startled, the massive creature rose, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, the smaller dragon beasts panicked, realizing the volcano was erupting, and began running desperately. However, the guardian dragon didn't move, desperately remembering that the Dragon King was still inside. Taking advantage of the chaos, our mecha armors advanced through the debris, and Xiao Feng shouted, pointing the way to the exit. Right behind, one of the small dragons tried to follow them, begging them to wait for him, but Xiao Feng impaled him with his energy blade. Surprised, the small dragon wondered if those were humans. Their appearance also left the other dragon beasts completely confused, questioning what was happening. The Princess of the Night armor floated before them, and they wondered, shocked, how there could be human mecha armors there. From inside the mecha, Wei Wei declared they would die, and in the blink of an eye, she charged forward, cutting down all the dragon beasts in her path. Seeing more dragon beasts approaching, Xiao Feng prepared for battle. He then activated some of his thrusters and fired powerful energy blasts from his shoulders, clearing a path through the rubble. With that, some rocks began to fall on the dragon beasts. With the path clear, they finally advanced. As they escaped, Xiaofeng said that everything was going according to plan, and that once they left the planet's atmosphere, they would be safe. And so, the two armors flew out of the erupting volcano's crater, leaving a trail of smoke behind. However, upon reaching the skies, they found themselves surrounded by a massive swarm of flying dragon beasts. Surrounded, the two positioned themselves for battle, and Wei Wei was amazed by the incredible number of enemies waiting for them. From inside his cockpit, Xiaofeng warned her not to get caught in a fight and ordered her to break through the enemy defenses all at once. Wei Wei then replied that she already knew what to do. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the explosion echoed, shattering most of the rocks and making everything tremble. The deafening sound awakened the dragon guarding the place. Immediately, he rushed to the Dragon King's bathtub and began searching for him. His search, however, was in vain, and he realized, shocked, that his master had disappeared. At that moment, one of the smaller dragon beasts approached, running, desperately warning that a human mecha armor had invaded the place and blocked the exit. Furious, the beast roared at his troops, demanding to know who was responsible for watching the human. Promptly, a small creature raised its claws, proudly announcing that it was responsible and had the human in its hands. However, it explained that the supposed human had stopped eating and was no longer moving. Realizing the trap, the massive dragon crushed it with his paw, calling the little guard a fool. Then, the general turned to the others and explained, irritated, that they had been deceived by a human without even realizing it. Without hesitation, the two armors dove headfirst into the swarm of enemies, slashing through the dragon beasts that crossed their path. The Night Princess's armor moved with impressive agility, piercing its opponents with its blades, while Xiaofeng's armor cleared the way with its energy attacks. Watching from afar, two higher-level dragons were surprised by the invaders' skill and wondered where they could have come from. With that, one of them spewed a blast of fire. Immediately, a deluge of elemental attacks, like fire and lightning, was launched at the two armors, which tried to escape at high speed. However, amid the chaos, Xiaofeng's armor was hit by multiple attacks. Seeing her partner in danger, Wei Wei activated a special ability of her armor, ejecting parts of her equipment to intercept the attacks. The ejected pieces acted like guided missiles, hitting the dragon beasts above her and opening a gap in the enemy formation. The maneuver enraged one of the superior dragons. Inside the cockpit, Wei Wei expressed her frustration that the dragons had taken her to that horrible place and furiously declared that she would show the dragon beasts how formidable she was. She then unveiled her entire arsenal, with several floating blades positioning themselves around her. Without wasting time, she advanced against one of the superior dragons, and her guided blades pierced it completely. In a swift move, she jumped off its back while her weapons continued to tear the creature's flesh. The coordinated attack proved effective, and the dragons exploded mid-air, while Xiaofeng just watched the slaughter from the sidelines. Our hero was proud of the armor he had built himself. Wei Wei, however, scolded him, stating that the credit belonged to her incredible piloting skills, not his armor. Not in the mood to argue, the poor guy just agreed. Suddenly, a new and violent explosion shook the volcano beneath them. From the flaming crater, the massive dragon guarding the cave emerged amidst the lava. Enraged, he shouted to the heavens, cursing the humans and demanding to know where they had hidden the Dragon King. Soon after, he released a powerful burst of purple energy, declaring that he would not let them escape. The massive attack headed straight toward Wei Wei's armor, and Xiaofeng, desperate, warned her to watch out for what was coming from below. Inside the cockpit, the girl realized in panic that the attack area was too large and there was no way to dodge. Seeing no other way out, Xiaofeng fired his armor's arm like a hook and latched it tightly onto the back of the princess's armor, surprising her with his action. As he pulled her, our hero shouted that at least one of them should make it out alive. Thus, the force of the pull dragged her away from the danger zone, leaving Xiaofeng behind, alone before the immense energy blast. In the next instant, the attack hit him squarely, and a blinding purple light completely completely engulfed his armor. At that same moment, Wei Wei was moved by witnessing his sacrifice. Soon after, amid the smoke and debris, what appeared to be the torso of Xiao Feng's armor plummeted from the sky at high speed. However, to our surprise, emerging from the smoke was the insect version of Xiao Feng, who had switched places with his other self at the exact moment. Relieved, Wei Wei asked if he was okay, saying he had scared her to death. The boy, however, scolded her, ordering her to run, and so the two fled at high speed above the forest. But right behind them, the massive dragon chased them through the skies, closing the distance with each passing second. He cursed the humans, wondering where they could have fled in the midst of all that smoke. And just below was Xiao Feng holding Wei Wei's armor. Our hero complained about the absurd weight, barely able to stay in the air with such a burden. The effort slowed him down, and it didn't take long for the dragon to finally find them. But to their surprise, the creature went the other way. With that, Xiao Feng warned that if they fought, they wouldn't last even 5 seconds. Wei Wei then told him to climb a little higher, up to the ozone layer, assuring him that she would take care of the rest. So, Xiao Feng activated his spatial shift, and his human body, now back in another life, began to fall from the skies. In a quick move, the mecha armor caught him. Soon, she called him to enter the armor. Now, inside the cabin, Wei Wei marveled at the starry sky, commenting that it was the first time she found it so beautiful. And so, the armor finally left the planet's atmosphere, flying toward the vast space. Wei Wei then asked if they could already fly back to the Milky Way, but he denied it, and explained that with the distance of light years, they would never make it to another galaxy with just thrusters. Thus, he stated that the only option was to send a rescue signal and wait for a ship to find them. That was when the girl fell asleep on his shoulder. Smiling, he wished her good night, thanking her for her hard work. Meanwhile, back in the world of insects, Princess Wei Wei offered a piece of cake to Xiao Feng. Without hesitation, he took a big bite. She then asked what it tasted like, and with his mouth full, he replied that it was delicious. Hidden, their friends wondered how the two had become so close, certain that something had happened. The stinky beetle questioned the reason, but Mao Mao said he wouldn't understand. She explained that females were attracted to the strong, and that she must have been won over by Xiao Feng's charm. Hearing the explanation, the two moths clapped, agreeing that it made perfect sense. Mao Mao boasted of her experience in relationships, and seeing that, the stinky beetle asked them to stop flattering her. Suddenly, 2 wasps appeared calling for Xiao Feng, and he wondered why the sisters Mang Mang and Man Man would be there. They then reported 2 major problems: the lack of meat for the carnivorous species and the arrival of 500,000 refugees. Faced with the problems, Xiao Feng didn't know what to do. So, the princess suggested they form dragon hunting teams on the border to obtain a stable food source. She then added that, regarding the lack of management, they could let the insects elect their own elders to self-govern. Impressed, the 2 sisters praised the ideas, agreeing there was no better way to solve the problems. With that, they took off to tell the good news to Captain B. Lee, saying they would do it immediately. Xiao Feng was surprised she was good at it, but she explained that governance was a mandatory course for royalty. He then praised her as a great talent, to which she asked if he was captivated by her. The compliment left the princess completely embarrassed. Meanwhile, back in space, the mecha armor floated above the starry sky. Soon, it released several small spherical objects that spread through the vastness. Next, the objects opened their panels, revealing themselves as communication satellites. From inside the cabin, he explained that the satellites could travel for light years, and now they just had to wait. He also showed that the armor had survival systems, which impressed Wei Wei. Excited, Xiao Feng undressed, saying he was finally free to take a bath and relax. Wei Wei then picked up his clothes, wondering how he could simply throw them on the floor. But when she did, she found a small red book that had fallen from his pocket. Curious, she picked it up and wondered what it could be. When she opened it, she read a goal of marrying a wife, and well, that left her completely shocked. At that moment, Xiao Feng came out of the bath and asked if she also wanted to wash up. Caught by surprise, she fumbled with the object still in her hands. Embarrassed, the girl replied that she would wash up later. He then asked what she was doing with his clothes, and she said she worried they might get dirty. With that, she handed him the clothes, the book already back in the pocket. He took them back, finding her behavior very strange. Confused, he looked at the red book now in his hands. He then told her not to mind what was written, as they would follow separate paths. Wei Wei, however, replied that she didn't mind if he was just a servant. She then added, embarrassed, that 10 was a very large number. Hearing that, our hero finally realized what she had read, so he asked if she was really willing. He then moved closer, blushing, asking if she would really accept having 10 hunks, and she, a bit shy, confirmed. However, Wei Wei said they needed to clarify one thing first, and so she said her money would be hers, but his too, and that he still had to pay the debt. Hearing that, he backed away, saying he needed to reconsider the proposal. With that, she gave in, asking if it would be fine if she didn't ask for his money. Hearing that, he quickly cheered up and took her hand, asking what they were waiting for to start. He then threw her onto the bed, saying not to waste time since the goal was 1 child per year, and well, after 60 censored images, our hero finally understood why so many wanted to get married. Wei Wei, however, wondered where he had gotten such a big dowry, being so lowly. She then explained that to marry royalty, he needed to be a viscount, but she could arrange a position for him. Hearing the proposal, he promptly thanked her. She then asked what position he wanted, to which he replied that, as an engineer, he would choose artillery management. He remembered that it was luck they had survived, and that they wouldn't have gone through that if the reserve artillery hadn't been diverted. Wei Wei then suggested he become the minister of artillery, and he promptly agreed. Next, she kissed him on the cheek, promising she would arrange everything once they returned. And she affirmed that, as the future minister, she expected him to earn his merits to finally marry her. Determined, our hero promised he would do his best. And so, several months passed. Suddenly, a huge battleship approached the mecha armor. Soon, 3 smaller mechas came out of the ship. They introduced themselves as the Border Patrol Squad, saying they had found the source of the signal. Then, they reported that the source was an unregistered mecha and that the recovery was complete. Soon, they arrived at a huge space station, and as they disembarked from the ship, the extra who appeared in the first minutes of this video here approached, happy to see that the princess was safe. Lee Kei then apologized for not being able to ensure her safety. Wei Wei, however, said it wasn't his fault. That was when our hero descended from the ship and passed in front of him. But the fool grabbed him by the shoulder, recognized him as the primitive, and wondered how he was still alive. With a sarcastic tone, he replied that thanks to him, he was alive and well. Wei Wei then interrupted and ordered him to stop, stating that from that moment on, Xiao Feng was one of hers. Li Kei then agreed with the order. With that, our hero patted him on the shoulder, telling him to work hard, as he would take good care of him in the future. However, Li Kei warned him, saying that no matter what had happened, that was not a world for him.